I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage, and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to you all at the 4th edition of BW Businessworld Sustainable World Conclave. A huge round of applause for BW Businessworld, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, and I warmly welcome you all to this lovely event going forward. Before I begin the proceedings, I would request you all to take a pledge with me. The pledge is the event is about Sustainable World Conclave. So we want to sustain our energy and excitement till the very end. So I want you all to repeat after me. Let's repeat after me. We will sustain our energy and excitement for this event right till the very end. Loudest here, right till the very end. Perfect. Thank you so much. Lovely note to begin with. Thank you so much. Well, as we all know, in today's fast-paced world, creating a sustainable future, prioritizing the well-being of humanity, society, and the environment alongside economic progress is genuinely essential. Building upon the success of the previous edition in New Delhi in June this year, we are excited to expand the reach of the conclave to Bengaluru and Mumbai in the coming months. Today at this conclave, we strive to foster engaging conversations and collaborative efforts that drive holistic sustainability. Our platform will explore innovative approaches, solutions, and best practices across various domains, including business, technology, urban development, education, and policymaking. Following a series of enthralling sessions and thought-provoking discussions, we will witness the presence of Shri K.J. George, respectable Minister of Energy, Government of Karnataka as well. With this, can I request the BW team over there, my friends, to kindly play today's event audiovisual. Let's look forward to the event audiovisual, ladies and gentlemen. If I may request you all, तालियों की गूंज जो है वो सिर्फ बैंगलोर नहीं, कर्नाटका के हर एक शहर, हर एक गांव में सुनाई देना चाहिए. Loudest cheers, please, for BW Business World. Thank you so much to the team for playing the AV. As we all know, BW Business World is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder of Exchange for Media Group, which is the fastest growing business media house in India, without any doubt, of course. With a network across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive, and genuinely massive readership. That's why I repeated it 3 times in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are certain really exciting offers for attendees of this event, so brownie points indeed. Our latest issue talks about India's most influential marketing leaders, next-gen wealth creators, a cover story of Mithun Sacheti's, Carrot Lane, and more. I love the smile on so many faces when I, kind of pronounce the word wealth. I think we all love it anyway. For more information, please contact Sarvottam at the registration counter. Before I start today's summit, can I request the BW team, my friends over there, to kindly play the BW community audiovisual to give us all a glimpse of this lovely journey that BW Business World they have had over the years. Can we have the community AV, please? Yeah, baat hai. Harvinder sir is sitting right over there, sir. Fantastic stuff. Have to congratulate you for this lovely journey over the years. Well, just to tell you all, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwsustainabilityworld.com. Well, as we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in conversations and share the learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Sustainable World Conclave. We know the importance of the correct hashtag anyway. Before I move forward with today's proceeding, I would like to thank our partners for the day. Energy partner REC, a Maharatna company, sustainability partner Bisleri, sustainable solutions partner Syngenta, event partner The Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, Justbar.ai. With this, I'll trouble you guys once again. Can you please play the partner audio visual for all of you?
Energizing needs. Empowering lives. Electrifying moments. Endless connectivity. Serving generations. Now and forever. We are REC every day. for everyone, funding power, infrastructure, energy transitions, and renewables.
Are we done with the partner review? Do I have a heads up? Perfect. Thank you. So the moment is here. We're all set to begin. And before we begin, an opening address is of utmost importance. So for that, may I please have the pleasure of calling Mr. Harbinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World, to come up on stage for the opening address. Loudest cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Harbinder Narula.
Good morning, everyone. I am filling in for Dr. Batra. We had an event right here in this hall yesterday, and he's little under the weather, so he requested if I could come and speak to all of you. And my designation does not have the word sustainability written in it. So I did not know what to talk of. But then I realized that just because my designation does not have this word sustainability as a part of it, does it make me less responsible towards sustainability? Probably not. But the thought of sustainability sometimes does not occur in our heads, in our minds, as a day-to-day work, responsibility towards not just the organization, not just the clients, not just the employees, but to the environment in which we are all working. So I think it is of prime importance to bring a mindset change in every employee, every individual's mind. And I think that's what we need to work towards. And I also represent a generation that has experienced the change. The next generation, the youngsters, are born into something which is a normal for them. But we are the ones. I belong to Delhi. And I remember in October when the Dussehra would happen, we would be wearing our pullovers. Now I don't take my pullover out until it is New Year's. We are the ones who are experiencing the change. And you know what? The reality is, when something goes missing out of your life, that is when you start valuing it. Until then, we do not even realize what is happening. So that puts us in a very unique situation of people who have experienced the transition, which is not the most impactful in a positive way. But are we the generation that is doing something about it? My guess is we are not the ones who are doing too much about it. It is the youngsters who have more consciousness about this, because हमने तो अपनी जिंदगी जिस तरीके से जी रहे थे, we are so habitual about it that we have to make an extra effort to do this. But unke liye, it is a normal. I mean, they've been born in a time when everybody is talking of sustainability, everybody is talking of environmental friendliness, everybody is talking of plastic नहीं use करना है, ठीक है? हमारे लिए हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता. We are the generation where it was all right to throw that मूंगफली का छिलका anywhere we wanted to, you know. So for us, it is a habit changing process. But what has happened is, thanks to the initiatives of the government, you know, who thought of making sustainability, CSR, these kind of activities as a part of compliance, that we were forced to think about it. And that has made us see the impact of the changes that we were expected to make. So first of all, I'd like to thank all of you who made it this morning. I know all of you are very, very busy people. So thank you for taking out time and being here. The reason we wanted to have this conference, and I was talking to Priyanshi, she and Avantika have put this platform in place. And I was asking them, what is it that we are trying to achieve by sitting in this room? You know, we are all human beings who are playing different roles in our organizations, in our lives. And we all need motivation, but we need inspiration to keep ourselves motivated sustainably. नहीं तो motivation होती है, we begin our journey and जिस दिन हमारे को लगता है कि यार it is becoming too expensive to do it, or I don't see the purpose, we will just give it away. Many of you have taken some steps, some initiatives, which are now creating a positive impact. I think it is our duty, it is our utmost service that we need to share our experiences of the change that we are bringing with the next generation and inspire them to take that initiative ahead, or if they have not begun their initiative, to begin it now. And with that purpose, I would want to welcome each one of you here at the Sustainability Summit and would request that figure out how we can be useful to everyone else who's attending this conference with us. With that, thank you so much for being here. And it is my pleasure that I got this opportunity to speak about this from the perspective of a business leader who is not expected to be handling sustainability, but today I realize that sustainability is a responsibility of each and every business leader, because at the end of the day, if we really wanted to become a culture in an organization, culture begins with the top, right? And as a business leader, you need to create that culture in whatever organization that you are working with, and spread the word in the industry, in every home as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those lovely words. Encouraging indeed. I agree with every bit of it, apart from that one thing where you said generation thing. I think everybody in this room will agree that you're one of the youngest in terms of spirits and fun vibes. So that is definitely the thing. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we are all set to begin with a special keynote address on balancing people, profit, and planet, building sustainable businesses. For this, may I please have the privilege and pleasure of calling Vishwanath PS, MD and CEO, Randstad India on stage, please. Can we have loud cheers for him, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome, sir. With this, the stage is all yours.
So good morning all, and thank you Anurag, a good friend of mine, and BW Businessworld for having me here today on this topic. And this is pretty dear to me. So let me begin with a little bit of a story. And as a business leader, I meet a lot of people in these kind of gatherings. And often I ask a very intriguing question, what's the purpose of your business? Right? And most often you start thinking. And when you're talking to senior business leaders, I think most often I have seen 40 to 45% saying we are here for driving growth, we are here for driving revenues, profits, and so on, right? And maybe some silence in the room as well. I asked the same question to a bunch of students who have never been in corporations. I was in a NITE campus recently, and there were some 300 students, and I asked them the same question. What do you think organizations exist for? Very different answers. Very few said growth, profits. Most of them started talking about, we are here to do something for the environment. We are here for sustainable practices. We are here for CSR, for example. So I think I cannot but disagree that the new generation that's evolving is a lot more conscious about the environment. So it's not just about making profits, it's a lot more beyond that, right? So businesses has shaped the world in pursuit of profits and growth with an apparent disregard to the consequences other than the financial ones. So the process of value creation has been extraordinarily successful in creating wealth and I forget your name. Subhojit talked about wealth, right? Who doesn't need money? But I think it's about wealth is needed. You need to satisfy your customers, and today, if you see, the world's fortune is at its peak. Its economy has never been as highly valued as it is today. So by some measures, the model can be considered as a success. But the question is, at what cost? It's increasingly evident that the focus on profitability has led to the neglect of two other dimensions. One is the environment, and second one is the fabric of society. So we are rapidly losing species and natural areas. Income inequality is on the rise, with the latest figures showing a historic high. The world is getting richer, but its wealth is not being properly distributed. So a successful company is no longer one that just makes money. A financial return is a necessary condition, but it is not just sufficient. Dividends will keep shareholders happy, but what about the other stakeholders that we have? We have to remember that that a company is not just a balance sheet. It's also customers, local and global communities, and society, and the natural environment that we live in. So there is a need for change, and change begins with us. We need to do it right now. True sustainability will be only assured if there is a proper investment return in the three dimensions of business, that is financial, social, and environment. So let me tell you a little bit about what Randstad is, and I had the pleasure to meet a few of you who are already some of our clients. So we are in the people business. We are the largest HR services company in the world. We operate in 39 countries. We put 700,000 people to work every day across the globe. In India, we have about 70,000 people who work for our clients. So we are into staffing solutions, be it permanent, temporary, freelance, gig. So we do all sorts of support to our clients, right? And our mission is to be the world's most equitable and specialized talent company. Now, what does equity mean? Equity means ensuring that we support the ED&IB initiatives, which is into we look at diversity, people with disabilities, people from the LGBTQ community, provide them an equitable environment to work. And that's important because, again, that's something which is, again, linked to sustainable growth of organizations. And why are we doing this? It's because talent is scarce, right? We can boast of 1.4 billion people. When you are looking at people who are job ready, who are fit for that particular role, you always see talent is scarce, right? So we got to ensure that everybody is included and they are able to kind of support organizations in the right way. The second thing is about specialization, right? Who doesn't require specialization? If you go to a hospital, you are always looking for, okay, I need a cardiologist or I need a neurologist, right? So in our processes in recruitment, we also specialize in verticals, and within verticals, skill buckets, right? So we are organized based on so that we can provide the expert advice to our clients to be a destination of choice for them when they look for talent, right? So that's nutshell about Randstad. Now, we strive to create not only a better world of work, but also a better world for all the citizens who live in it. That's why we are more committed than ever in collaborating with the global stakeholders to advance the agenda for the UN Sustainability Development Goals. As the largest talent company, we are focused in advancing 5 out of the 17 SDGs for which we are best positioned to effect the change. SDG 4 talks about quality education, right? So if you need talent, you need to have quality education. And some of the things that we are doing is we have partnered with UNICEF to actually upskill 20,000 people in rural India today. And we expect that at least 10% of them, we will be able to place them with our clients. So that's and education is important at all levels. It's not just entry level. So we have a Randstad Skilling Academy, which provides skilling, reskilling, and upskilling opportunities. So we take that responsibility on behalf of our clients and execute that. Next one is SDG 5, gender equality. So I talked about the talent and the scarcity that we are seeing. So it's important that we make sure that we focus on diversity. Women Forward is a big resource group, employee resource group in Randstad. We have 70% women who work for us in India, and globally, about 47% of the women are in senior management. So these are metrics that we drive, not just for ourselves, but also we support our clients in diversity hiring. And also try and see why women cannot fit into those stereotypical roles like sales or service, so we really support our clients on the diversity hiring. SDG 8, it talks about decent work and economic growth. So what is decent work? Especially after COVID, working hybrid, working from home, I think work needs to be meaningful, so our tagline is we offer talent work that feels good. And that feeling is a very important word, right? You really need to be valued in your work. You really need to be doing something which is meaningful. And with the new Gen Zs and millennials, I think you need to be extremely flexible. So the management style has to be different. They don't like to be locked for 9 hours in a 9-to-5 job. So they have career aspirations that need to be met. It's also about the workplace and the environment that we can provide for our people. That becomes important. SDG 10 is about reducing inequalities. And I talked about it. So we are actually proud to have, be the top 50 in the top 50 workplaces for women, and we are also Great Place to Work certified for 4 years. We are in the top 100. Right now we have a program called Randstad for All, and we are actually going to employ about 12 people from the LGBTQ community in different roles within the company. And it's going to happen as early as next week. And that's an example to provide equal opportunities, reduce all the inequalities, and make the society a lot better. And then the last one is SDG 13. It's about climate change. So taking significant steps towards reducing our waste and carbon footprint. We recently hosted an auction, where employees were able to bring in their most loved possessions and auction it at the workplace, and the funds went to an association called Grow Trees. And we also take initiatives. About maybe a couple of years ago, we planted a tree in the in one of the, I think it was in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, for every candidate who had made a placement. So I think it was about 700,000 trees we could place, in that region. So these are some of the initiatives. We also look for no plastic, a lot of trainings, within the company in terms of how to manage waste, and also make energy consumption sustainable. So these are some practices which we follow in our own organization. Now, people, profit, planet, I touched on everything. I think this was an initiative which I kickstarted in 2021 in July. when I was promoted as the CEO. So I'm a finance background. I was the CFO for the company. And when I took a job, I thought about, we always talk about EBITDA profits and what ticks people. There is always this probing question, what is in it for me, right? So to answer that, I think, we came up with a triple bottom line approach. We need profits, we need growth, which is great. I think we got to continue to do that, but we need profits to reinvest in people, right? So the people became the first pillar, and a lot of initiatives around people, their development, how do we celebrate them, all that came to the fore. And then the planet, we always think that we need to live this world as either in the same or a better place for the future generations. So that's extremely important. And I have initiatives which are like a CEO for a day. So where our best talent who overachieve get a chance to shadow me for a day. And we do that every fortnight. So we have about 30 odd people who support me, and they work on this theme of people, profit, planet, come up with ideas. And these ideas are reviewed in a town hall, and the best ideas actually get voted, and we actually fund them for implementation, right? So that's a great way to also build a culture where people understand sustainability. So, yeah, and in today's world, I think it's all about digital technologies, right? So a lot of things are happening digital. When I look at our own business, everything is driven by an app. Whether you do recruitment, you have AIs which are actually supporting getting the best talent, the best match for that profile. So as we do that, the threat of climate change has actually pushed companies to embrace more sustainable future, with an increasing number of companies announcing their commitment to ESG and sustainability. But these commitments need to be supported with concrete actions, and there are growing calls to leverage digital technologies towards a better and greener future. Bringing digital technologies and sustainability together definitely makes logical sense. Each stride of technology advancement should serve as an incremental move towards enhancing the quality of life of people. However, in this ongoing journey, it's crucial to recognize that every technological leap carries a weighty responsibility towards both society and our planet. And the responsibility is what we refer to as digital sustainability. And then the last thing I want to talk about is sustainability in social equality, right? There is also this global commitment of achieving net zero emissions, which is a vital endeavor aimed at restoring balance between greenhouse gas emissions and removals. And now, integrating inclusion, justice, and equity into the very essence of our sustainability plans can unlock transformative outcomes that go beyond the confines of traditional sustainable goals. So in order to do that, embracing a diversity of viewpoints stimulates innovation, helps us to uncover some of the blind spots that we have, and fosters a sense of shared ownership and responsibility. So I think, in conclusion, I would want to end with a couple of quotes, but I'm a big fan of Jim Collins, and I'm sure many of you would have read his book, Good to Great, right? So if you flip the cover, the first page has this tag which says, good is the enemy of great, right? So I know that we do a lot of good work on sustainability. I think that needs to become greater. Greatness is something which can happen only if we all make an individual commitment through ourselves and through our organizations to get this world better. I love these two quotes, so I want to read it out. The mystery of human existence lies not in just staying alive, but in finding something to live for, right? So, and then the second one, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children, right? So thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be with you all today.
So may I please request you to be there for a photograph? Do we have the photographers over here? Can we have a photograph, please, of sir? Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen. I think some lovely insights. And I love that quote, good is the enemy of great. I think that's a fantastic quote, really inspiring. And I'm so glad as well that you discussed about women workforce over here. Yesterday at BW 30 under 30 awards, as many as 50% of the awardees were women. So I think loud cheers for that as well, ladies and gentlemen. This is the perfect platform to discuss that. Thank you, sir. We'll just take 2 minutes of your time to set up the next panel. Are we ready? Sorted? Perfect. Thank you. So the next session that we have is a fireside chat on the topic driving change, CEOs embracing sustainability as a strategy. For this, may I please call upon stage Harvinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World, to moderate this session in conversation with Lokesh Prasad, MD Alifeco. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen, please, for these two lovely gentlemen. Yes, we have both of them over here. Welcome, sir. Where are the mics? Can we please have the mics for them, please? Thank you, sir. Request you to take over.
Good morning again. So you did not get enough of me earlier. So I guess they were calling me back onto the stage. But thank you so much for joining, Lokesh. I want to take the conversation from where I began in the, from what I was talking in the morning, that sustainability is a culture. And if it needs to remain a culture or become a culture, and it has to begin from the top. But it's important to understand that do CEOs or the business leaders who are not under the pressure of compliance for sustainability think about sustainability? So my first question to you is to understand, what is it that sustainability means to you?
Okay, so before I answer, I'll preface it by saying I will not pretend to be a master or an expert at sustainability. However, over the last 15 odd years, in various kinds of roles, I have learned that this is as important as driving growth or all the other stuff that you do on the business side. So the first thing that comes to mind, Harvinder, is I think responsibility. And I think it comes by practice.
Mm-hmm.
So if you remember, I think we are the same generation. You spoke about how we have seen the change. Growing up, when you had a thumbs up or a Campa Cola, or what kind of straw did you have?
The plastic.
No,
straw.
even before that was the thin paper ones.
Thin paper ones.
Which was lose their structure in 5 seconds, right? And now you're back to what? You're back to paper. And we have seen that kind of change. So I think, even if you go back 15 years, when I was in a company that had 20,000 people and I was responsible for them, let's say, it's whatever that responsibility was. But at that time, I remember very clearly, we started talking about, let's not use plastic in the conference rooms. Let's have, glass, water bottles, etc., etc. So I think a lot of people did not take that seriously. So what change is that going to make? But I think with time, that has kind of become the norm. And I think it's the same with sustainability. It's a huge topic. But I think till we practice it over and over again, it does not stay at top of mind because you are always worried about growth and revenue and numbers, etc. So you need either internal or external pressure sometimes to think about it and keep it top of mind. So yes, it is important and it has to be driven from the top, but sometimes it is not top of mind.
So, what do you think will bring it to the top of the mind? And when I'm talking to you about this, what comes to my mind is that it's okay to think about sustainability when we're talking about large organizations. But we have a huge population of business owners in our country. And for them, they're struggling to meet their costs, right? And for them, the priority is low cost and something which is, what would you call it? Be convenient. How do you drive a message to that business owner and to start thinking of it despite sustainability being perceived as something which is a little more expensive than doing what is convenient?
I would submit that the small business owners are actually less wasteful for exactly this reason, because they are very mindful of what they need to do well. So if you look at just the wastage that a small business creates, somebody who is a single person owner of a small business, I think that wastage is going to be much lesser than a large company. So I don't really think it is about driving change necessarily in the small business community or large business community. I think it's about, how do you make it an everyday affair for everyone? And that, like I believe very strongly, that comes only through practice. You tend to forget it, and therefore you need both the internal and external pressures to help you through that thought process. And sometimes, like you mentioned in the morning, it's the compliance laws and regulations that force you to think. For example, right now, our company is a medical devices company. So and it's a very small company in India, right? So from a 20,000 people services company, it's now a 60 people hardware company. The pressures are completely different. Now it's about electronic waste management, right? Because that's what your product produces. So how do you even think about that? And the way we started thinking about it is when the government came up with this electronic and plastic waste, regulation laws. That's what forced us to think about, okay, we are actually generating waste. We were not thinking like that. But sorry, going back to that question of small, I believe they are less wasteful. It's the bigger guys who need to think more.
So when we're talking about the bigger guys, again, like I mentioned, that it is a culture and the culture is driven from the top. What do you think you as a chief executive officer of the organization would do to create this culture in your organization? Do you have somebody who's working on sustainability?
Very honestly, till a month ago, no. But now that we've started working on this initiative of making sure that we comply, now we have somebody who's looking at it. So now we have people who are from our operations team, from our legal team, from our regulatory affairs team. But is this something that I believe will be sustained in the long term just because we are required to comply? No, I believe we'll have to have sustainability as an agenda item when we do our, let's say, our quarterly review, etc. So yeah, we talk about growth, we talk about numbers, we talk about people, but are we also talking about initiatives that we have taken? And that could be, I believe that could be in various forms, could be directly by our company or our people, could also be partnering with companies who have sustainability as, it could be, for example, a CSR initiative, where both people and monies are spent or participate with somebody who runs these kinds of initiatives. Sometimes it is not possible to be directly invested because it depends on, like you said, a 1%, 10%, 15% company, maybe they don't have the resources to do it directly. But can you partner? Can you give back in some other way? I believe we will initially go that route before creating something internally, I think that will come with scale.
Got it. You know, I don't want this to be a boring session. And the whole idea of having this conference is to engage each one of us. So before I go to the next question, I want to open it to the house to understand if you have a question for Lokesh that you would want to ask from a CEO whose mindset is changing from not having thought of sustainability to now, month ago, hire a person who's going to be responsible for driving sustainability in an organization. So any questions that you may have for Lokesh? No questions. Okay. So, Lokesh, what I really want to ask about is that sometimes we take that initiative. We want to bring that change and we do take that first step. But then there are two things that happen. One is there are speed bumps that we encounter. And then we start feeling that, it's tough to do that. It's tough to remain. And I'm getting distracted from the core of my business. And second is most of the time, the responsibility of a business leader is to drive the business and profits, because whatever we do has to give you some kind of an ROI. So when you look at sustainability, what is the kind of ROI or the measure that you look at it from your perspective? And how do you make the effort of sustainability itself sustainable?
So I think it has to come through the value system of the company. And like you said earlier, values, culture, etc., has to be driven from the top. So not everything that you put as part of your value system can be objectively measured sometimes. And I think this, to start off with, this could be one of those things that you're not able to measure the impact. But I think going forward, as your initiatives become more and more streamlined and measurable, then those values can come back. So I'll give you an example. In the previous company, for example, there are hundreds and hundreds of cabs that used to take employees to, bring them to office and take them back home. Now, a small shift started happening, right? You started getting electric vehicles to do all of this stuff. After doing this for 6-7 months, you really started seeing the impact of what this would mean overall. So I think measurability comes over time. So initially you might not even know how to measure it, but slowly but steadily you get to that point where you can measure. But I think we should not start off by saying that we must measure on day one. It is like values, ethics. What are you measuring?
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. In fact, before I close the session, I want to ask each one of you a question. How many of us sitting here use services like Uber, Ola? So most of us sitting in the room have used these services. We now have electric cars and cabs that have come in. And sometimes when we try and book, they're a little more expensive than Uber and Ola. How many of us choose to pay for an expensive ride because it is sustainable? Just a handful of you, To me, that is a mindset change that we need to bring in. And this mindset change is important because, as Mr. Vishwanath just spoke, that we must understand that we have not inherited the planet from our ancestors. We've borrowed it from our children. And if you look at it, that brings in the responsibility to create an environment where you would want your sons and daughters to live happily and safer, healthy. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that's what I think every business leader in any organization, small, big, individual enterprise, needs to bring in that consciousness that what am I doing to making this planet a happy place to live? With that, I want to thank you, Lokesh, for your time and taking on, being a CEO to come onto the stage and talk about, how we were not taking the initiative to what we are doing now takes a lot. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for those lovely insights. I request you to pose for a photo. Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Lovely. Well, I think that was quite a learning curve for all of us. We all have been acquainted with the word sustainable environment for a long time, but I think with every session, the more we get engaged with the conversations that's happening over here, I think it's only going to enlighten us a lot more. And I believe everybody who is in this room right now, ever since the time the event started to now, we all are a little more educated about the environment and sustainable environment, I believe. You all can raise your hands if you agree with what I'm saying. I am. I see a lot of hand raises out there. Wonderful. So it's only going to increase as the day progresses. Thank you so much for your kind attention. With this, we now move forward to another special keynote address. The topic is the role of sustainable investments in shaping the future. For this, may I please have the privilege of calling Samir Shah, Managing Partner, Peak Sustainability Ventures, on stage, please. Hi, sir. Loud cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Samir Shah, sir. Another session going forward. Thank you so much, sir. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. And thanks to Businessworld for giving me the opportunity to speak here today on a topic that I'm personally passionate about and what we do professionally as investing. So I'll go to the personal level first. So I teach a course titled Sustainability, Business and Society at Ahmedabad University, where 81 MBA students come. And the sessions, we have 29 sessions I take out time for. And that is for creating awareness in the younger generation to say, look, what is sustainability? Sustainability investing is not CSR. Sustainability is something that, as was said earlier by Mr. Narula, a mindset change that needs to happen. That sustainability needs to form a part of the fiber of life. I'll actually begin with two quotes from Climate Week in New York, where it's currently going on. So I've been following it remotely. So one is by the head of the UN, Dr. Antonio Guterres, who said, the efforts to address the climate crisis have come up abysmally short. The second is by Climate Week CEO, saying that there is only one answer: relentless determination. We have the means and largely the solutions. Now it's up to our determination. So both of these quotes, and the reason I mentioned them is because I just read them last night as we were following the sessions going on in New York, to say that, look, they signify a number of things, actually. And before we get to that, some of the comments that broadly are made about sustainability and climate is that, look, we will pass the 1.5 degree Celsius limit soon, which has not happened in a million years. There's a Stockholm Resilience Institute that talks about planetary boundaries, and you will pass into uncharted waters, and one doesn't know what the consequence of that may be if it's exceeded. The effects are seen everywhere. So what can we do about it? Is it something to accept? Actually, I think not. Actually, I think it's something where you need to understand the issues, be aware of the issues, and take steps as necessary to address it. You know, Mr. Vishwanath spoke about things from a corporate angle, and I will speak about the other SDGs that we at Peak Sustainability Ventures use to make our investments. So it will tell you that to approach these 17 sustainability development goals, each individual, whether it's an investor, a CEO, a company, or a consumer, they all, and the government, all have to play their respective roles to make the effort successful. This is not the job or the effort of one person that is likely to lead to success. It's a cohesive, coordinated effort that is needed to address these issues. So what is sustainability investing? So for us, sustainability investing means that it has to serve two objectives. One is it has to have what are returns or financial returns to make the investment sustainable. but B, it has to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And the ones that we have chosen to address, which are different and other goals than what has been done at Randstad, are the following. So the 4 areas where we invest in are new energy, which is everything that allows us to have the energy transition from fossil fuels to what are renewables, hydrogen, and other sort of biofuels and other new energy initiatives that are necessary to make the transition away from that. The second is food systems. This includes agriculture, but is not limited to agriculture because a lot is involved post-agriculture. To say, look, how do we sustainably feed 8 billion people and soon to be 10 billion in the world? The third is water, and often ignored, but one of the most important requirements of life. And how do we deal with issues of groundwater, surface water, quality of water, quantity of water? And the last is the broad areas of climate, which include biodiversity, as was mentioned earlier, plastics, and other areas. So our investments have to be the ones that meet these criteria of sustainability. And rather than talk about it in theory, I thought that I would just use examples from where we have invested to demonstrate that these investments can not only be huge success stories in certain instances and profitable, but at the same time lead to outcomes that benefit society, the company, and the environment. What we do here is evaluate technologies globally to address India's issues and assist in achievement of our goals. See, the way we think is that innovations can occur anywhere in the world. And we need to pick the best technologies globally that address India's needs. And this is no different than how Indians are used to consume in today's world, whatever are products or services offered by global companies. I mean, if you look at any individual's lifestyle, just look at WhatsApp, Netflix, Amazon, Microsoft, all are global companies. But we use geo when it comes to sort of data. So we'll use the best products globally. And that's the mindset that we are applying to say, look, time is not on our side with respect to many of these climate issues. So we should look at technologies wherever they are and see if we can bring them to India. And there are some examples of how we can make this happen. India is the 5th largest economy, soon to be the 3rd or 4th largest soon. And we have a key role to play and in this global sustainability journey. And what we are doing here is backing founders who attempt to solve tough problems in climate. We are not doing anything that is a platform, but we are working with people who solve tough problems in climate and are building scalable solutions that can address many of the climate issues. Let me show you examples in 3 categories: investments that were done much earlier by the partners and the firm, which are now very successful investments. So that will tell you that, look, this is not something where a company in this space is not profitable. The second set will be investments done recently, that is in the last year, to say, look, where are we currently seeing opportunities? And the third would be areas where we see amazing opportunities, emerge in the next few years. Let's talk about the success stories first. First one is a company called Viatech Wabag, where we were pre-IPO investors. Today calls itself one of the top 5 water companies in the world. They just got awarded a 4,400 crore project in Chennai to do 400 million liters of drinking water for the population. So this tells multiple things. One is these companies and the projects can be very sizable. B, in certain areas, the government investment needs to step in because the government has to pay the bill. But ultimately, the beneficiary is to say, look, desalinated water for society. And there's a question asked that, look, desalination is expensive. And my question to that is, expensive to what? I mean, water is a basic necessity. And if a city can be provided water, that represents sort of one of the primary roles of the government. And if you're in a watershed area and there are not other sources of water available, This is an investment that is absolutely necessary. This company is doing 8 projects worth about $1.5 billion on Namami Gange, purifying the water in Ganga to bring Ganga back to what glory was earlier. Another company in the portfolio is a company called Wari Energies, which makes solar panels. It was like a company doing 200 megawatts of panels in 2015 when we joined the board and invested. Today, they make 13 gigawatts of solar panels and supply it to India and the world. So if you multiply the effects of the installations done over the years for 25 years and to say, look, how is this company assisting in the transition to a renewable energy future? The numbers are staggering. I'm not even going to bother to calculate numbers, but you do the math to say units of power generated by these panels over a period of 25 years on a global in a global setting. The third one is in EVs, actually, where we look at things from a more efficiency and reliability standpoint. So the company is a company I talk about is Ion Energies, which does battery management systems for EVs, which says, look, how do I extract value from the battery and prevent fires? As was said by the earlier speaker, it's very hard to measure how many fires are prevented by a much more improved battery management system. And if you get more efficiency, I think one of the core principles of energy is to say, look, resource efficiency has to be established. How can you do sort of more for less? How can you use energy efficiently? And if Ion allows you to extract power from the battery a lot easier, then that's what generates a lot of sustainable outcomes. The fourth is in the food systems, because that's not been talked about, but a company called Parvata Foods, 2 graduates from IIM Ahmedabad, today run what is the largest manufacturing unit in the Northeast for ginger as well as turmeric, but representing one of the largest units there. And they have trained 10,000 farmers in addition to the work they do to have better agricultural practices and improve yield. They don't benefit from the improved yield, the farmer does, but they get privileged access, not because they get a lower price, but because the farmer feels that, look, if you have helped me increase my yield, then you're paying me the same price as the other person. I'm, of course, going to sell to you. So you can have profitability as well as sustainability in terms of how you run your business. And the last example I'll give you is an international one by a company called GIST Impact. So GIST stands for Global Initiative for a Sustainable Tomorrow. And we have 120 data scientists and environmental engineers working on impact intelligence and working with some of the world's largest banks, FMCG companies, investors, sitting out of Mumbai, but serving the world. So you can see India can become an amazing center for supplying these solutions globally. So these are some of the investments that we can demonstrate that, look, this generates returns and has generated impact. Some of the investments done recently, which I also believe will lead to substantial benefits. And the reason I'm giving examples is it's easier to talk for an investor by way of example than a theoretical construct. The one is a company where we have invested in building materials out of Finland, and we are bringing that technology to India. They are in wood manufacturing or wood modification, which can give wood the same tensile strength of steel and dimensional stability of cement. And India will be the world's largest user of cement of steel in 2025, and one of the world's largest of concrete. So if we can substitute building materials, which are one of the largest emitters of CO2, you don't realize that it's not only when you start the car that CO2 is emitted. I think in steel, cement manufacturing, which are also very hard to abate sectors, the consumption of energy can be very high. The second, we talked about plastics, but plastics, if we just invested in a company that can allow plastics to biodegrade in the ambient conditions in the natural environment. And if that happens, then you have found what is a solution to how you can safely dispose of plastics, which otherwise can remain in the atmosphere for a very long time. But when you compare plastics, it's not plastics versus zero. You have to compare it to the footprint of glass, aluminum, paper, cloth, And then the numbers become very different. I think the way an investor thinks is not to be so emotional about it, but to calculate the hard numbers. And if you calculate the numbers on aluminum and you go back to bauxite, then you find that the aluminum can be even worse than plastic, actually. And if you calculate paper and cloth, then you say it doesn't serve the purpose of liquids, bacteria, longevity, odor, many other things. So I think it's a question of responsible use of a material as opposed to, effectively banning a material. And at the same time, responsible disposition of a material through a biotransformation process, which does not leave any microplastics at all. The other one is a company called Indra Water, which is doing wastewater recycling for some of the SMEs in the country. And they just did a large project for Unilever. And this allows reuse of water, which then what does is allows enough water availability for the people who are end consumers of water. And the last one I should mention is a hemp company, where we are looking at substituting hemp for cotton, which has 1/7 of the environment footprint of cotton. And the feel of the cloth is actually much better. The hemp is a plant where every part of the plant can be used, actually. So you are kind of able to generate sustainability. And we had a meeting last month with Puneet Lalbhai, actually. And I think I was amazed. I'm shifting to what corporates do, but I was amazed at the initiatives Arvind Mills is taking on sustainability. We want to be zero water, net zero, much ahead of time. We work with 100,000 cotton farmers to see how we can effectively improve their livelihood, how we can use cotton stock in our boilers to ensure that it is not dumped and goes to waste. So 360-degree approach to how we think about effectively the way we work through our supply chain and systems in terms of sustainability. So these are some of the examples that we believe in the next 2 years will demonstrate significant growth, because this is coming. I think any large company looking at CSR or regulation to say that should drive my sustainability journey is behind the curve. I think it's going to be investors and consumers who are already driving it globally. Perhaps in India, the effect is not yet felt, but it will be felt. And when it is felt in the larger companies, it goes up the supply chain because people are going to scope 3 emissions. And we are working with 4,000 of UPS's end users to calculate their emissions for UPS, actually. So this is happening, and it will happen sooner than people imagine. So anybody wanting to begin the sustainability journey, I think being proactive and beginning it is a better outcome than waiting for the regulations to tell you that it's about time. Some of the new initiatives, and I won't go into that in detail, but just to mention, would be in hydrogen. We have done work on about 50 hydrogen companies globally, but it still takes some time to invest. In solar panels, there's some very interesting innovation going on, where how do you have more renewables and at the same time protect the land for agriculture? So there's someone working on agrovoltaics, which is a translucent cell where you say the red wavelength of sunlight is much better for plants and the blue spectrum for solar. So can you build a panel which can actually allow the red to go through, and you build a higher structure to allow agriculture and energy on the same piece of land? So these are sort of transformative innovations that we spend time thinking about. All may not be investable today, but you need to follow a company's journey much earlier to be able to invest at the right time. But this is the kind of way people are thinking to say, look, let's look at agrovoltaics to double the use of, it's almost cheating in the sense you're not using land for energy or agriculture, but energy and agriculture. And these are the kind of innovations that can happen. Moving to a broader perspective, I think from a company standpoint, the way it works is that funds like ours provide the catalytic capital. And then once it is mainstream, companies can effectively take the initiative, which is what is happening in solar today, where solar and EVs are essentially now OEMs have started taking effectively much larger pieces of capital inputs because the risk is lower and now it's ready to scale. The second thing corporates can do, which is, it's like no journey for net zero can begin without looking at resource efficiency. I mean, IFC has a very interesting way of saying it: avoid, mitigate, recompensate. If you don't avoid the use of, if you can avoid the use of energy, if you can't mitigate the use of energy, and then only recompensate. So any corporate sort of saying, okay, I have my usage of X, I'll put solar panels for X, is actually not doing it efficiently. It should first say, can I reduce X to 0.8X? And then effectively move to see how we can get to recompensate. But I think where large companies, even like Marico, whom we work with, are driving the sustainability journey. And that's where one of you mentioned, some of the earlier speakers mentioned profitability. But if your buyer, which is a large company, is required by that investor to ensure scope 3 emissions across the full value chain are maintained, then they require it from their upstream suppliers. So effectively, you are getting into a system where a responsible corporate has to audit the supply chain to see how sustainable they are. So that's how in water reuse, in terms of energy input, corporations can drive it. Government is already driving it in India by the initiatives in policy, as well as the subsidies, et cetera, that have been given. Lastly, about the consumer. No journey in sustainability is complete without the consumer. I think I'll just ask, one question to say, look, are we responsible consumers? I mean, paying bills or paying your electricity bill doesn't allow you to just leave the light on when you don't need it. I mean, it's not a question of just irresponsible consumption. Second is, there's a concept in energy called rebound effect, which is when something is either zero cost or low cost, we tend to use it a lot. I mean, one example that touches all our lives is WhatsApp. I mean, if we ask ourselves the question, how many WhatsApps would we send if it cost us 5 rupees? And then you see how the number would drop. And you don't have to pay it. But if you apply that filter, you will send the WhatsApps that are necessary. I mean, I have friends who go on holiday and send me 45 pictures. I said, just send me one picture. Because when this is stored in a cloud, there's no cloud in the sky. It's in a data center. And the usage of energy in data centers is going into, I mean, it's like almost the same energy as in the manufacturing of steel. So when we talk about sustainability, it's almost like looking at our own behavior and saying, look, can we reduce the footprint on energy in terms of how we move forward? I think that's about what I wanted to talk about. A lot more can be said, but I think we can discuss over lunch, etc. Some of my, ending comments would be that look, capital requirements are huge. Sustainability transition is not going to be easy. But at the same time, it's not something that, we are most optimistic in terms of saying that, look, if done well, it can clearly be mainstream and we can effectively work our way through these issues in terms of, emissions, etc. But I think one or two last points is to say, look, focusing only on CO2 emissions is just a bad idea, actually. I think there is a whole concept of natural capital that needs to be focused on, which is how are you using fresh water? How are you dealing with waste? What is the land use change you have? What is the air pollution? I mean, the discussion on sustainability has to encompass broader aspects of natural capital. I think while the situation is difficult, we have ability and expertise to what is called bend the curve and ensure that we can do what is known as climate, mitigation as well as adaptation in the years ahead. The last 2 points is that we are in this together, all of us and globally. I mean, there is no separate parts per million. There is 425 parts per million of CO2. It doesn't get allocated that this is the US and this is India and this is China. I mean, this is all one. Anything that we do or don't do affects everybody. Time is not on our side, which means that while we all are optimistic, it doesn't mean we are optimistic enough to sit around and do nothing. I think it's a time for kind of urgent action, which is immediate, and I think actions need to be big. Lastly, I'll end by a quote said a generation ago that the future is unwritten. It will be shaped by our collective actions and or inactions? Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful insights, full of knowledge and wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request you for a photo opportunity over there. And can we please have loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen? I think some genuinely inspiring words. Thank you so much, sir. I'll help you with this. Pleasure, sir. Well, I think genuinely insightful session by sir. And I think we also have another important point to use when it comes to avoiding unwanted WhatsApp messages. I believe we can all use that now. We can be sustainable by avoiding not so necessary WhatsApp messages. With that, we're all set to get ready for our first panel discussion for the day. We have a genuinely interesting topic. It's called Energizing Sustainability, Accelerating the Transition to Renewable Energy. Now, before the session, does anyone have any understanding of renewable energy and how we can actually take it forward? Does anyone want to add any point or comment to that? Anybody raising their hands? Okay, so we'll wait for the session in that case. So in this session, we have, the session is going to be chaired by Rahul Prithiani, Senior Director and Global Head, Consulting, CRISIL Market Intelligence and Analytics. And he'll be joined by, hello, sir. Loud cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Rahul, sir. And he'll be joined by panelists, Ramnath Vaidyanathan, Associate Vice President, Godrej Good and Green, Godrej Industries and Associated Companies. Loud cheers, please, for Vaidyanathan, sir. Akilur Rahman, Chief Technology Officer, Hitachi Energy. Loud cheers, please, for him as well, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. Santosh Kumar Singh, Head, Adani Energy Sustainability Group. Santosh, sir. Hi. Welcome, sir. And we also have KK Sharma, Whole-Time Director, EHS DCM Sriram. We also thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Loud cheers, please, for him as well. The topic is genuinely interesting, energizing sustainability, if I may repeat for you all, accelerating the transition to renewable energy. And we all have the experts right now, so they can take over. The stage is all yours, sir. Please enlighten us. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be interacting with all of you and look forward to this interesting session. I think Samir highlighted quite a few interesting points with respect to financing and how, gave some good examples of how various companies are, really driving this change towards sustainability. Clearly, it's a very, very long journey. And India's role at a global level is extremely critical. We are one of the third largest, we are the third largest emitters. And going forward, given our growth ambitions and the need for energy going forward to fuel that growth, it becomes very important what kind of a path we take towards the overall, growth that we have. And sustainability has to be at the front and center of it. From the government side, I think we've seen a lot of action with respect to them wanting to clearly accelerate focus on sustainability. At the same time, I think there are clear concerns with respect to balancing growth and sustainability together. So we've seen a whole host of actions from the government side over the last 8 to 10 years, I would say. Renewables, I think, has been in the thick of things for the last many years, and we've seen a fairly large transition. We've seen sharp reduction in costs. Along with that, we've seen a lot of government and as well as regulatory activity with respect to the EVs and the entire ecosystem there. On the packaging front, again, with EPR, we've seen a whole host of, evolution of regulations, which again, drive us towards sustainability. And of late, we are also seeing some efforts to kind of, ensure capital availability in this space is abundant, though, there's a long journey and the numbers that are spoken about are in trillions of dollars globally. And even in India, as per our estimates, I think even if we have to do a moderate transition to 2030, we are looking at, numbers close to, 20 trillion rupees for the next 6 to 7 years. So we are talking of a fairly large, numbers going forward too. And I think at the center of it all, I think renewables is one of the most critical and key area. And as we look at, various other options to drive sustainability and decarbonization, so renewable comes front and center. Along with that, I think the way we are looking at it is going forward, you will see an important role for carbon capture as well as hydrogen, but that may be a bit more in the long term because scalability, pricing related concerns continue to remain. Renewables, at least we have scaled up, and I think pricing is lesser of a concern, though there are a whole host of other challenges of being able to provide round the clock power, availability of feedstock as far as, the biomass related areas are concerned, wind intermittency, which is again, kind of, hurting. Most of the wind plants have not been able to perform the way they were planned at P90 levels. So we are seeing some challenges there. Storage costs continue to remain high. Pump storage is again a very popular item, but availability of all of that remains a challenge. Then grid interconnectivity, technology related challenges also remain, quite prominent. So with this as a backdrop, I would now move into the panel discussion and, understand from the practitioners how they are seeing the overall transition space and potentially, what are the steps that can be taken and what is it that, we can do to accelerate this overall transition that we are seeing going forward. So first, Ram, looking at it from a manufacturer's perspective, and I know your organization has been one of the first movers or early adopters in this space. So just wanted to understand your views on the overall decarbonization journey within your organization, and at a larger note, how you are seeing decarbonization to really play out on the manufacturing side.
Sure. I think you very clearly, you hit the nail on the head when you said renewable energy is the biggest driver of decarbonization. I think the message is being lost a little bit in the discussion about carbon markets and all such. We've forgotten that the first driver should always be to substitute high carbon energy with low carbon energy. That's the first step. And the other thing that really worked in our favor. So at Godrej, we are at about 55% renewable energy as a group. We'll be at 70% by 2025. A lot of people ask you, why not 100%? And the answer actually lies in some of the things we're going to be discussing in this panel in terms of the regulatory and technology challenges that really exist. But we did get lucky in a sense because our thermal to electrical requirement is about 70 to 30. So thermal energy was fairly easy to solve from a renewable perspective because India is blessed with an abundance of biomass from agri-waste. So we were able to convert almost all of our thermal energy requirements to using briquettes and various other forms of biomass. And we've now actually installed at 3 of our largest facilities cogeneration systems. We're using biomass not just to generate thermal energy, but also for electrical. So in fact, if you be one of our businesses, which is the oil palm business, which is largely in Andhra and Tamil Nadu, we have a plantation of our own. It runs on 99.7% renewable energy. The 0.3 is just some small connected load we have. It's an entirely circular business where the palm oil is extracted from the fruit, and then the palm fruit bunches then recycled to make briquettes, which then power the cogeneration system. So we've been lucky in the sense that our requirements matched with the availabilities that were available, but we also invested very heavily in our own wind turbines, in solar, in all forms. So we were very technology agnostic. We don't care what form of renewable energy it is. Our job is basically to ensure that we incorporate more green energy into our mix, which is where one of the problems really lies in the future, which is that we've sort of hit a ceiling. And we've hit a place where we're not able to overcome certain regulatory hurdles, and we're not able to overcome certain technology challenges to really accelerate to 100% renewable future that we really envision. Having said that, there are still lots of technology which are being piloted at our own facilities. We were talking about hydrogen earlier. So green hydrogen is a very, very important aspect for us, not just as a storage, but also as an input. So there are quite a few things that we are looking at, but we really right now are at a stage where our dependencies on the external ecosystem is a lot more. So I'm very keen to hear from my fellow co-panelists how they can help me solve this particular problem.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks, Ram. I'm great to hear your views. Now I'll move on to Mr. Sharma. Maybe, again, you are also from one of those, relatively hard to abate sectors. And also, you do touch the agri space also. I just wanted your experiences in terms of, how the journey will be for some of the spaces that you are present in, and how do you see it really panning out? And on a larger note, there are also concerns with respect to, managing short-term returns versus, long-term sustainability payouts. So if you could just throw some light on that, it'll be useful.
Thanks, Rahul. I think I echo what Ram has already initiated and set the tone for this panel discussion. I think renewable energy is something which has to be looked by not only every business, but at individual level also, how much best we are contributing in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. So with that, a little bit of background about my company, first of all, is we are into basically three verticals. The very first one is rural business, which takes care of the agri inputs and nutrients and other chemicals. And the second one is chlor-vinyl business, which takes care of this chlor-alkali business mainly, and PVC and other allied products. And the third one is other value-added products, which includes Fenesta business, which is UPVC doors and windows. So if you talk about this sustainability, our company is almost 130 plus years old with the heritage in place. And the very first thing which comes to my mind is to share is that sustainability is something which is part of our inception of the plants. When these were set up way back, almost 50 to 60 years back, all the byproducts which are getting produced at the site, say our one of the largest chemical facility, which is at Kota, the byproducts which are getting produced out of various products like calcium carbide, there is a sludge which gets utilized for making cement. And then the fly ash, which is from the captive power plant, is also utilized for manufacturing cement. So what I want to point out here is that most of the products are designed in such a way that these are, in terms of circularity, ensures that no waste is getting generated at the very first place. Then the second business which I was talking about, the vertical, the sugar, where the biomass is getting utilized not only for generating power captively, which is getting utilized in the plants, but also at the same time, the additional power is sent back or sold to the state grid also, which is again renewable energy, or what we term it as non-fossil fuel-based energy. Going forward in the same plant itself, now we have come up in last 4 years time, the alcohol production also, which is generated from, which is produced from one of the waste, which is molasses. So this alcohol is ultimately going to blend with, it is going for blending with the petrol under the National Petrol Blending Program. So that also contributes in terms of indirectly GHG emission reduction to the tune of almost 6 lakhs tons of CO2 annually. So that's something in terms of the renewable. In terms of our overall group, we are at 42% direct green energy right now. And in the way forward, we have already come up with our 50 megawatt renewable hybrid plant at our Bharuch facility, which is in Gujarat. And that's what I was talking about this. We also heard about green hydrogen. So that way, a part of the hydrogen which we are producing right now is already a green hydrogen because of this substitution of our existing power with renewable energy in this financial year. And in the times to come, we also have endeavor in terms of increasing our biomass in our boilers that we use. In sugar, it is 100% coal, bagasse-fired boilers, but in our coal-fired boilers, all attempts are being made in terms of increasing our this biomass to the tune of some 10 to 15%. And the recently installed boiler is having a capacity of almost 40% biomass. So I think the design is done in such a way that the renewable or the non-fossil fuel is part of the design stage, so that when we are talking about our energy mix, over the year, the energy mix, the greening part is going to increase. That's the, I think, endeavor the company has put in place in terms of the strategy, in terms of greening. And in terms of other efforts, that is in terms of like we are into agri-business. So what I believe is energy is also directly related, as we heard in the previous sessions also. The water conservation is something which can also bring in energy conservation. So that's one aspect. Since we are in agri-business also, sugarcane farmers to the tune of some 2.5 lakh in numbers are associated with us. So through our regular agri awareness practices that we share from time to time with these farmers, and we have a flagship program by the name of Meetha Sona, which has created a lot of awareness. And it has, over the last 7 years, not only resulted in energy saving, but the water saving to the tune of some 900 billion liters of water. So that way, it has not only increased through these agri practices, the productivity of the farmers, but at the same time, their income generation also. As we move, I think I'm going to share further as we move, but I think this is something, the message is the water saved also is something which can really help us in saving energy. So that way, it really helps us that the challenges are ahead, but being in chemical sector, which is hard to abate, since we are into these different verticals, the energy is something which needs to be further reduced in terms of greening, which is a challenge that in the times to come, the technologies and other things as these are getting developed, and also affordability and availability. As we talked about in terms of biomass, that's something, a challenge in the sites we operate. The availability of this biomass is something which is being looked at, that how this can be maximized in terms of its availability. But at the same time, renewable energy is also looked at for electrification purpose also. That is something which is important for any chemical industry, which is very hard to abate. But certainly this electrification is something which can be looked from its availability as well as affordability in the times to come, so that it can also be used for heating purposes also, for various chemical processes that are carried out in any chemical industry.
Yeah, I think we're switching it on. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thanks for your perspectives. Now I'll move on to Mr. Singh. I mean, from your perspective, I think being a fairly large operator and provider of energy, how are you seeing the overall development of the renewable market? The numbers are quite large that we are targeting even going forward. How do you see things really evolving? And what are some of the challenges that we are facing? And if you can just throw some light on that.
Yeah, thanks, Rahul, and a very good morning to all of you. Renewable energy as a grid-connected source of power, it has evolved, if you look at the last 15 years of history, driven by two things. One was the regulation, starting from Jawaharlal Nehru solar mission to the latest PLI system that we are in. And secondly, it was the cost of input. The cost of polysilicon, which drives the cost of module, it has dropped from something like $160 to almost $15 a kg. And these two aspects help the solar power at least to reach a grid parity in around 2021. 2021 is when these renewable energies achieved a grid parity. Going forward, we have, if we talk about making the grid zero carbon, it's a huge challenge. There's a long way to go. In the last 10 years, the carbon intensity of the grid has come down something like 950 grams a unit to around 710 grams a unit. And if we have to move further, there's a lot of investment required, a lot of innovation required, not only in the generation side, but also into transmission and distribution side. And when I say transmission and distribution, it includes storage, because renewables by nature are intermittent. And for providing round the clock energy security, you need those kind of solutions. The future looks promising with we expect the green hydrogen cost to come down below $1 kg in the next 3 to 4 years. Perhaps that will be a game changer because you will not require so much of transmission system, because once we started more and more renewable into the grid, from the pooling stations to the load centers, we used to call N-1 connectivity. That is, even if you have one circuit out, you should be able to transfer the load. With more and more renewable, we are talking about N-2 or even N-3. And then for connecting those through green corridors, and then which requires a large land, right of ways, and there are a lot of other issues related to higher transmission of very ultra high voltage lines. On distribution side also, there's a lot of things to be done. Samir already spoke about it, efficiency and all. So there is a positive step taken. We are now getting into the regime where smart meters will be coming for demand side management. And as we speak today, we are one of the largest implementers of smart meters across Mumbai. And so I believe a lot of things have happened, but still a lot of things are to be done. And when I talk about the company that I represent, we are into all three segments of grid connected load, generation, transmission, as well as distribution. We have almost 8.3 gigawatt of renewable capacity on the generation side. On the transmission side, almost 19,000 circuit kilometers of ultra high voltage lines and 52,000 MVA of transformation capacity. On distribution, we have distribution license for the city of Mumbai. And as we speak, the city of Mumbai gets 38% of power from renewable sources. So that's the kind of transformation we have brought in the last 4 to 5 years. When we took this company up, it was 3%. From 3%, it is 38% as of now. And we have given the customers of Mumbai a choice that they can have 100% renewable power. We'll directly source renewable power for them and then provide them CERs in their favor so that they can claim carbon credit. So that's over and above the 38% that we distribute in Mumbai. So that's from my side on a generation side.
Yeah, sir, just to add on, I think clearly, what we see a lot from a lot of our, players in the industry, I think availability of a round the clock solution from a renewable standpoint, that is one key issue that most people face. So how do you see that being available going forward, and what are the potential solutions you see there, given the battery cost?
The storage solutions are available as of now, but the costs are a bit prohibitive. If we talk about battery storage, you get back almost 89% of the power back into the grid. But the cost of getting that power back into the grid is more than 8 to 9 rupees per unit. For a country like India, where we have a lot of water resources, pump storage is a solution where the government as well as a lot of companies are working on. In case of pump storage, you get almost 80% of the energy back into the grid. And the additional storage cost that you get is almost 3 to 4 rupees per unit. In fact, the last bidding that happened, where including the cost of electricity, the tariffs are almost 6 to 7 rupees per unit. But again, pump storage needs a lot of investment. And then you have to identify water sources where you can do. Then there are many systems on stream, off stream, off loop, in loop, where your both upper and lower reservoirs are off the grid or off the river. But it again needs a lot of statutory clearance process because it involves river valley projects. And then you have a lot of time period to construct it. Typically, 1,000 megawatt pump storage projects requires almost 36 months of construction. So that's the investment and the time that we are talking about. But definitely, in future, I believe once the green hydrogen becomes the price that we are talking about, less than $1 a kg, that will not require, or that will not put a lot of pressure on the grid, as well as it can be available as a source of energy to hard to abate sectors for decarbonization. And then typically what is happening is most of the renewable energy plants are in the arid regions and away from the load centers. So green hydrogen will solve a lot of problems related to transmission also.
Sure, thanks. Mr. Rahman, just wanted your perspectives from a technology standpoint. I think another key issue with renewables that we see is integration within the grid, and it requires there seem to be a lot of challenges in grid management, and also there is also clearly as was spoken earlier, smart metering is also a very important element. So just wanted your perspectives on how some of these initiatives are moving and how the technology is really shaping up, and are we ready in this?
Yeah, thank you. I would start, there was a question, I mean, what's renewable energy? I mean, just many of you already know that's basically from the solar, wind, or hydroelectric sources, the electrical energy. I would start with prosumer end. When many of you might be knowing what is prosumer, but many of you are already prosumer or going to be prosumer of energy. It's all about not just consuming energy, but also producing or providing energy. And as individual, in future, many of us will also have the solar rooftop. So having the renewable energy at home directly. Many of the communities, complexes, residential complexes, and the offices, buildings, and the factories, you're going to have more and more rooftop solar. Then that's the renewable energy you are getting directly. But that's not sufficient, whether it is for the household or for the community or city, town. That's why we need renewable energy from outside the city, or maybe you go out of the city within the state. And just to give a perspective of Karnataka, we know that as country, we have the target of 50% renewable energy coming from basically energy coming from renewable sources, 50% by 2030. That's 500 gigawatts of energy. That target is for 2030, but Karnataka has already achieved this target of 50%, more than 50% of energy from renewable sources in 2021 itself. The reason, of course, is a lot of hydroelectric projects, plants, but also initiatives like Pavagada, which was world's largest solar plant when it started. Of course, now it is in the top 3. So you go out of the city, then within the state, you find places where you can have the large solar plants. And that way we can have more and more renewable energy in the grid. And connecting that to the transmission system, distribution system within the state is, of course, one challenge, because it looks very simple that you have wires, going and connecting, but those wires, they carry electrons and energy in that. And that is driven by the millisecond. I mean, we call it sine wave, 50 hertz sine wave. So millisecond, 20 millisecond is what it counts. So any demand and supply gap in that 20 millisecond, 1 millisecond is like 1,000th part of a second. So that can create tripping of a circuit. I mean, you might have seen, and cascaded tripping of the lines, and finally it may lead to blackout. I think that's why the demand and supply gap in terms of renewable, which is more intermittent. I mean, you can't have them predicted so easily. And also controlling the, of course, you can control on the lower side, but not on the higher side. Then you go out of the state, and then you have large solar plants like Adani also, they're setting up, and they are being set up in regions. I just refer to Mr. Shah's comment that when we set up solar plants, I think we also need to see that it's not, on the agricultural land where we have. So that's why in the country, and we are blessed that we have deserts, we have mountains, we have areas where there is no population, no cultivation. So we can use. So, for example, government has already planned for Leh Ladakh area, huge potential of renewable energy and also wind. and already started. Tens of gigawatts of renewable energy is going to be produced there. But the challenge is, how do you deliver, evacuate the power, collect the power there, and then deliver it to the load center? And then in Leh Ladakh, of course, there are very few, very small requirement of power. I think there the technology plays a role, and not just putting a transmission line and delivering the power, because it'll disturb the grid because it's something intermittent power. And then again, as I said, it has to be controlled in real time. That's why Hitachi Energy, we are more than 140 years old company, started with electrical energy, a lot of technologies we developed. We use technology, something called HVDC, high voltage DC current. So normally it is AC, but HVDC line where it uses power electronics. The electronics, what we see normally at household or domestic appliances, like 10 volt or 100 volt. And current is like, milliampere or ampere, 2 ampere, 3 ampere, like that. But this HVDC technology is basically on power electronics, which is 800,000 volts, 800 kV, 10 kiloamperes, like 10,000 kiloamperes, basically. These type of current they have to sustain, and then you have to have the control of the electronics cooling. So the HVDC technology, very niche technology. And these HVDC technology is used for long distance power transfer, like from Leh Ladakh to Kaithal in Haryana. Tens of gigawatts of power you have to transfer. And you also have to have the right of way and less environmental footprint. You might have seen transmission line, going through the hills, forests, and you have to cut the trees and all. But this HVDC takes less footprint, so you save environment there. At the same time, this provides better control of the power supply, demand and supply gap. And there is no human intervention, possible there, because as I said, 50, hertz, 20 milliseconds. So, nobody can actually react to that. It has to be automatic control. That's why the power system, energy system, especially electric energy system, it has been the earliest developers of electronic software-based controls, right from 60s, 70s, and right from the invention of the computers. I think that was also one of the motivation of the mainframe computer, parallel processing, because to solve this power system problem. So these technologies are being used to transfer evacuate the power, deliver. And other examples, I see that in our country, we used to have Northeast Agra, which is already commissioned, delivering 6 gigawatt of power from Northeast, where we have a lot of hydroelectric electrical energy produced, to the center of the country, like Agra. So Northeast Agra, it's about 1,500 kilometers of HVDC line, and with intermediate point, we call it multi-terminal HVDC, and that's the first one in the world. We, as Hitachi, ABB earlier, we delivered that technology. But subsequently, what happened, we also have Raigad, center of the country, to Pugalur. The motivation, so the first motivation, Northeast Agra, was that you transmit the hydroelectric power from Northeast to the center of the country so that you can put it in the grid. And the second, Raigad Pugalur, was that Raigad is, having all these thermal energy, a lot of thermal plants there. But Pugalur on the south, we have a lot of wind potential, so a lot of wind generation available. So how do you have the transfer of power? When you have more wind power, you can transfer the power from Pugalur to Raigad, and then when you have less of power here, wind power, and then I think this is going, and we have now the new projects coming where Kutch, gigawatts of, tens of gigawatts of power being set up, Adani, Reliance, they're setting up there. From there, transferring the power using the technology, and also Rajasthan deserts. And in future, it's going to be also offshore wind. In the sea, you will have the windmills, but then you have to also connect those windmills with subsea cable. So there we are using HVDC technology. I think the technologies are there in terms of evacuating the renewable power, large power, whether it is Himalayas, Leh Ladakh, Kutch, deserts of Rajasthan, or offshore in the sea, in the Arabian Sea or in the Bay of Bengal. The technologies are there, and also the technology for automating this, connecting. So we should be proud that India, we have the largest synchronous grid in the world. That means all the sources of energy, loads, they are all connected, all the state, regional grids, they are connected, and then they're working, very reliably. Technologies are there, and also the renewable energy cost is going to come down. I mean, by 2030, the projection is that it will be less than 2 rupee per unit, 1.9 rupee Niti Aayog has proposed. So that way the cost of energy will be there, but I think the technology to evacuate the power and make the grid stable needs some investment. I think very happy to hear from Mr. Shah about how they are funding the sustainability, green energy. I think that's what is required, because although the cost of energy is less there, but we need to have new business model of capex to opex for the owners, operators of the transmission line and distribution system to have these technologies, and also have the renewable energy available to the consumers, including the electric vehicles we are talking about. Although we are using electricity, but the next demand will be that the electricity should be the green electricity, and of course the hydrogen, green hydrogen, which is produced from the renewable energy sources. So we call it hydrogen power. And that same green hydrogen can be used for the electric vehicles, can be used for storing the energy as fuel cell, hydrogen-based fuel cell. And it's also can be used, the hydrogen can be used in the process plants, the steel making, the gas, oil and gas, petrochemicals. You talked about how much carbon they are burning or maybe emitting. So that way we can make it green from the source, from the renewable energy to the process, to the vehicles, to the grid, back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma, a couple of questions here. I think financing is one key element in this entire process, and especially when one is looking at more deeper solutions, which are a little bit more still on the expensive side and have not achieved scale. So how are you seeing the financing environment there? And we keep hearing the role of, blended finance, etc. So do you really see progress there? And maybe, would request some of the other speakers also to share their views.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all investing companies now are looking into ESG performance of the companies. Just to give you an example, recently we also have an agreement with HSBC. We have gone for some green funding also. So that's something which is now very much visible in every business now. The investing companies are not only looking at how these ESG initiatives are creating value in terms of the business sustainability. That is not on short term, but it's a long term business sustainability that is being looked by these investing companies. Recently, I come across one article by McKinsey, whereby it is mentioned that internationally, 80% of the investing companies are looking into now ESG performance while funding any projects which are coming up. That's something which is now inevitable, and you could see this trend across the globe now. And in the times to come, I think it is also gearing up in terms of reporting by various companies in terms of their ESG performance, which is also picking up now in terms of how companies are performing, not only on annual basis, but even on quarterly basis. That is something which also is one thing which is a trend now, is very visible across various businesses.
Yeah, it's showing time's up, but I'll just leave one last point with everyone. Maybe if anyone else has some perspectives on the availability of capital, and also if there are any policy suggestions, starting with you, Ram.
I'll keep this really brief. I don't have really any inputs on the financing, but because Godrej as a group, we've always been fairly okay on the capital side of things to do our renewable energy projects, not really been looking outside for it. But from a policy perspective, definitely there has to be a lot more congruence between state and central policies. And there has to be consistency. What I mean by consistency is there's too much dynamism in it. A policy that is set in 2025, for example, might go through 3 changes in 3 years, which makes long-term projects quite unviable. And projects which have predictive models of ROIs set for 20 years suddenly the entire thing collapses because of a new policy change in 2-3 years' time. So I think more consistency, more congruence between center and state, and fewer barriers to greater adoption. I think the discoms have to be taken along as well, because currently they do suffer quite a bit from this. Rather than making it a discoms versus renewables thing, we need to find a way to get them onto the same page and explore synergies between discoms and private suppliers.
Sure. Yeah, I always say that this is like the sustainability energy transition. It has got innovation potential in three aspects. One, of course, the technology innovation. Technologies are there. But the second one is very important, business model innovation. I think CapEx to OpEx and how do you monetize it. And the third one is user experience innovation. So how do the user, the consumers of energy, they get the experience in terms of what they are consuming, how much they are saving, and what is the potential. But very important, I mean, the finance point of view, it is available. I think companies like Peak Ventures, I think Mr. Shah talked about, they are available. It's all about how the owners, operators, and policymakers, they can work together to come up with a business model which is sustainable in terms of ROI, not just money point of view. That is one element. But the second part is sustainability KPI, what Mr. Shah also talked about the CO2, water, waste. Very important. So we can have the KPIs, we can reference them in terms of absolute value and reference value. And the four parameters can be actually analyzed to get the financing and also make it more sustainable.
Sure.
Yeah.
So last word to you.
Yeah, I'll speak from our own experience. We have raised all sorts of green finances, be it green bond, green loan, sustainability linked bonds. Our experience is that in green bond, the capital is available, although not to the tune of what was committed during Paris Agreement, but it is available. You need to have a very robust project with assured ROIs, and then a track record of demonstrating sustainability. When I say track record, like even if all our renewable power plants are renewable by nature itself, addresses climate change. At the same time, all of them are water neutral or water positive. All our sites are single-use plastic free, and whatever other kinds of plastic come into our system, they go to 7 plants as AFR. All our plants are zero waste to landfill sites. So those are the commitment that we have demonstrated, and we are able to perhaps attract a lot of finance. We still have a lot of appetite, and we are still developing new systems, new processes, so that we are not short of capital in future.
Sir, any last inputs on the policy front? Anything you would like?
Policy is one thing which has been constantly changing over the last 10, 12 years for renewable energy. As of now, I believe the focus is on tariff-based competitive bidding for the grid-connected part, and then linking it with PLI scheme for manufacturing the facility. Like if you bid for a 8 gigawatt renewable PPA, you need to put up at least 2 gigawatt per year of renewable manufacturing facility too. So this shift in policy has happened because of a lot of supply chain constraints which the country faced in the last 3-4 years. Started with COVID, then you have that war, and then now geopolitical relations with some of the country. So a lot of focus is on PLI now, where you invested manufacturing and then you get PLI, and practically it's a kind of subsidy. And then we believe that a lot of PLI will also come for green hydrogen, especially for electrolyzer manufacturing, for fuel cells. So those policy details are yet to come, but I think there is a lot of talk going on.
Yes, Rahul, just what to add on this policy. Recently, a notification is already in place for these green credits, where not only plantation, but also this water conservation. There is already a scheme which is notified by MOEFCC. And at the same time, the framework is under development, where the process of validation and all these credit issuance is in progress. So that way, it will also further enhance renewable in a way that biomass availability, which is a challenge right now, can also be one thing which can be taken care of in the next 5 to 7 years time.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for their, insights. And I'm sure, it was useful for all the participants. I think this is a long journey. I think, and renewables are clearly, at the forefront, and a lot more needs to happen from the policy and the capital side, given the kind of, funding needs that are there. And from a corporate point of view, at least from our vantage point, I think clearly we see accelerated move there. So really looking forward to this change going forward. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, respected moderator and speakers. I will request you to kindly pose for a group photograph. And loud cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen. Genuinely wonderful insights on this genuinely interesting topic. Thank you so much for giving us an insight into the future and how things should be going forward. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure having you over here. We have an interesting panel discussion going forward, but before that, I request my friends at the console to kindly play the partner AV from Bisleri.
चलो घर से मिले तू एक बूंद दिल जिंदगी है तू खुश सी मुस्कान है हर जगह है तू धड़कन पंख है ऊंची उड़ान है तू सारा जहां है तू जहाँ मंजिल के पड़े ओ पागल बुलबुले चल बचपन के तले वो तेरा घर मिले इस घर को हम प्यार से रखते हैं बिस्लरी ग्रीनर प्रॉमिस
Yes, that's the word, greener promise. Thank you so much, my friends at the console, for playing the AV. We'll request them to set up the panel for the next session. And I have a small request for all of you. If you could please kindly put your phones in silent mode so that it doesn't allow any distraction to the speakers, moderators, and whoever is there on stage. So with that, I'll quickly announce the subject for the panel discussion going forward. The topic for the moment is green reporting, transparent communication for sustainable impact. We have a wonderful list of panelists and a genuinely inspiring speaker who's chairing the session. I'd like to call upon stage Bhalinder Singh, Senior Business Manager, IBM Sustainability Software, IBM Technology Sales Business Unit. He'll be joined on stage by Abhijit Agarwal, Head Sustainability and CSR, Axis Bank, Manish Kumar, Head ESG and CSR, ICICI Bank, K. Ganesh, Senior General Manager, Corporate Affairs and CSR, Bisleri International. Just a quick heads up for you all, Dr. Karan Thakur, Vice President, Sustainability, ESG and Public Affairs, Apollo Hospitals Group, won't be able to join due to a personal emergency. So we'll be going ahead with the session with these gentlemen. So the panel is ready. Can we please give it up loudly for them, please? Thank you so much. Sir, the stage is all yours. Please take over.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Fantastic. You heard a lot from the lovely people over here about what they are doing about sustainability goals and all that. Today we have a amazing people who are going to talk more about how is the sustainability goals are translating into business, right? So I would like to start up with a couple of questions, especially in terms of the business. We heard a lot about achieving sustainability goals and all. Just to start with, I want to hear from all of you, each and every individual of you in your organization. How is the sustainability goals are aligned to your business goals, basically? Start with you, probably.
Thank you. It's a important question. See, in Bisleri International Private Limited, sustainability has been in the forefront from the date of inception. Okay, and we are the first packaged drinking water company in India to publish the sustainability report in 21-22. Even though we are a private limited company, and we have been a plastic neutral company and water positive company. So we have been doing this for a long years. The recent regulations have helped us to formalize it in a proper documented form, like to say, yes, earlier we were doing it and then we were making our reports internally and then we didn't able to publish it. But now this is the right time and high to publish that in the public domain, and we are very happy to publish that. And if you see that the bottles being given, we have a QR code. If you scan the QR code, you will take it to the sustainability report, company sustainability report. Okay. As a company, we use a material called PET, plastic materials, and water, both the things. So water, we all know that it's an essential commodities or item, like air, water is very important for all the human being. Someone was explaining about the water thing. I would like to take a few points on the water. So water, the availability of water and the source water and the quality of water is very important. Okay, even though we take water in our bottles and other thing, why do we want a clean drinking water? The reason is water is a very important thing for any human being, for the hygiene and health of the person. And daily we consume 2 to 3 liters of water. So that's very essential. And even if you see last 10 years before, the reports on the waterborne diseases has reduced drastically. The reason is getting a good quality of water. Okay. And as a company, we not only use water, we also replenish the same quantity of water which we are taking it by way of having various check dams, ponds, and rainwater harvesting structure in all of our plants. So we are harvesting yearly 25 billion liters of water, and we have 250 check dams restored and constructed from 2001 onwards. And recently, last week, we had restored a reservoir in Leh. So that's the first one in Leh, Ladakh. So we will be taking it to the other parts of the country also. And as a plastic neutral company, we use a material called PET. PET is 100% recyclable and 95-96% getting recycled in the country. So here I would like to address the sustainable packaging, because we are using different types of packaging materials. We use glass, we use aluminum, and Mr. Shamir was explaining clearly on that life cycle analysis. So if you see the life cycle analysis, so the carbon footprint, the heat required, so it's very huge for other items. But the plastic is very, very convenient for all of us to use it in our regular day-to-day lives. And it has been very important, played an important role during the COVID periods also. Okay, so we take it in a different angle. But plastic and water we use, but we see that all the things is collected back and then taken it for recycling, or it is being replenished to the ground. Thank you.
Banking industry, right? The goal which has to be aligned with the sustainability, it has to be completely different. We heard from Ganesh sir about, how the manufacturing practices are aligned towards their businesses. So can you throw us some light on that, especially how your group is doing that?
Yeah, so first of all, a very good afternoon to you guys. And, I would like to thank Businessworld to give us an opportunity to be on stage and discuss about this important aspect of sustainability. I would like to, take the discussion from where Mr. Viswanathan from Randstad in the morning spoke about, what are the drivers which people are focusing on in their business, and linking it back to the business strategy that you were talking about. So broadly, sustainability is all about non-financial parameters. And ESG, provides those KPIs on which the performance is getting measured on the non-financial parameters. So that is how we have to look at it. In terms of, how that can get embedded into our business strategy, again, we have to look at it from two objectives. One is in our own operations, And, one of the examples, what Mr. Ganesh mentioned was with regard to, packaged water. So the banking industry also, we are taking a lot of initiatives on how this can really be embedded into our strategy going forward in our own operations. So simple examples, how we operate at our branches, how we operate ATMs, how we operate our data centers. So, these are usually large data centers, for example, they are guzzlers of energy. So, we saw in the previous session how renewable energy is now being, made available at various locations. So that is how we have to look at it, how that can get embedded into our operations. So the more we are able to adopt renewable, energy in our operations, that will help in the journey. The more we are able to use our premises more economically in a more sustainable manner, that will enable us in our energy. A lot of, there was a discussion about digitization. So again, a lot of digitization initiatives that we are taking in our operations, that helps us in our energy, because we are trying to circumvent the use of paper, or even if we have to really use paper, can that be recycled paper? So that is how we are trying to embed, sustainability, ESG metrics in our own operations. In fact, we are also looking at water waste management. We are looking at food waste management in our premises, where, we provide canteen facilities to our employees. We are encouraging our employees to really, stop using paper cups and adopt probably ceramic cups, for their daily use in the pantry. So those are the kind of things that we are looking at in our own operations from a strategy perspective. Abhijit, you may want to talk about the financing part probably.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. Pleasure to be here. So just carrying forward the conversations that have been taking place since morning. One, you talked about as a financial institution. So as a financial institution, just to give you some perspective, as one of the largest banks in the country and one of the largest known brands, our customers, we have crores of customers, and our customers range from the smallest SHG group of women in rural India to the largest conglomerates operating all across the world. And then how do you cater to such a large, wide variety of customers so that you're creating value for them and you're creating value for yourselves? And this is again going back to what was spoken earlier about, then what is the purpose of us as a financial institution? And fundamentally, it is to create value. And today we are realizing that the value doesn't just get created at the investor's end, or value just doesn't just get created at the customer's end. It also gets created at the community level. It also gets created in the environment that we live. And really, that's the purpose we are realizing as an organization, that is where really the real value and the real purpose of us being there exists. So in a way, that is where we are also shifting in terms of what we do. As all of you would know, the banking sector is very regulated, highly regulated, but also the onus and the expectation is also the highest in the financial sector, of whom we are lending to, the sectors we are lending to. That's the whole conversation that's going on today. Investing in renewables versus getting out of coal or thermal power. That's the entire conversation that's happening at in the financial services arena. Now, coming to as a scheduled commercial bank in India, really, like I mentioned to you, crores of a wide variety of customers, wide variety of sectors we are in. And so our real work really is in the real economy. So while it is said that as a bank, as a service sector organization, my own carbon footprint of an entire year is less than a day's carbon footprint of a cement plant, for example, right? But we lend to that plant. And really, that's where the kind of extended responsibility of a financial institution lies. And that's where we are really focusing on. A lot was spoken about investment. So green capital was spoken of, green reporting. So that is where our conversations are now also happening with our investors. We want to be able to raise that capital to be able to extend it to the right places, extend it to the right kind of companies. And even the real economy, where they demonstrate this kind of work. All the speakers who spoke today, they're all real economy companies, and they're all investing and making a lot of effort in the kind of efforts, whether it's on renewables, technology, waste management, plastics. All this is what feeds into the kind of decision, the kind of financing they're able to attract also, because it was highlighted earlier that we are also recognizing as a financial institution that when we look at risk and opportunity, it is not just about an ROI anymore. It is also about the impact that the companies we are lending to, they are making on the environment, on the community, on society. So I think that's where the decision making of ours is also shifting. To one point I just wanted to highlight, again, sticking to the reporting aspect. So when people ask, what is Axis Bank, when they talk about Axis Bank, what they want to know is exactly where we are lending to. So they want to know more about our lending practices. They want to know more about our risk management practices. Again, as a financial institution, risk management becomes extremely critical. It is a fiduciary responsibility of a bank to protect its capital. So again, that's where we recognize that it is not just about credit risk or operational, it's also climate risk is a very big factor. So as a bank, we are making efforts to expand our ability to manage our climate-related risks at both at the portfolio level and also even at a project level. So there are policies in place. We're trying to, and also most importantly, we are trying to increase our own capabilities and capacities to be really able to understand this space, because as it's again highlighted, it's very, very dynamic. Things are changing constantly. So as a lender, as a financer, you always have to be on top of this space. So in a nutshell, I think that's what the focus is on at the bank.
Thank you. Ganesh, sir, I have a very specific question to you. You spoke about being plastic neutral and being into the manufacturing sector. There are a lot of rules and regulations in place, right? How is these frameworks and the certifications are relevant to your industry, and how it is helping you in order to report in an efficient manner?
Well, I see the regulations with respect to the plastic waste management, no, that's called Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR, which helped us to drill down and then go in details. See, we used to use the plastic materials in our manufacturing facilities, but we were just controlling the wastages and other thing. Once the regulation is there, we started working on three pillars, the reduce, reuse, and recycle pillars. So last year, we had a redesigning and re-engineering in our packaging material. So which just helped us to save around 8 to 10% of the packaging material. So last year, we have saved around 4,500 metric tons of plastics by only reducing the plastics, by redesigning and re-engineering. And reuse, you all know that Bisleri, we have 30% of the business is 20-liter jars, bigger jars. So that jar is coming back to the manufacturing place, where it is gone to stringent processes, cleaning and filling, and again goes to the consumer. So by this process, last year, we have saved 45,000 metric tons of plastics. Reuse. So which before we were doing this for many years, but we were not able to project it and take it up. So now it was easy for us to take it up and tell to the public, yes, company is doing this much saving of thing. Next is through EPR. Last year, we have consumed around 60,000 metric tons of plastics, and we had recycled 63,000 metric tons of plastic. We are 107%. We are above the targets. And by doing that also, we have reduced the virgin plastic consumptions. So overall, if you see net to net, we have calculated the CO2 emissions by this. Virgin PET emits 2.15 kg of CO2, whereas when you recycle the plastic, it emits only 4.45 kg of CO2. That means there is a big difference. You go for a virgin and then recycle. So when we calculated last year, 208 billion kgs of CO2 emission we have reduced. So that's a big numbers to say. So this all happened because of the regulations, and we have the formats and other things. So definitely, yes, this has helped us a lot for us.
Regulatory bodies are helping the banking and financial sector in order to come across certain challenges wherein the reporting can help you to land up better business in the market?
So I would say, I'll actually pick up from what Abhijit mentioned. It's more about attracting capital. It's, how we are able to do access capital. So actually reporting helps us in that area significantly. It's the ecosystem in which we operate. Our stakeholders have, various expectations with regard to, what we report. One thing which we have to definitely look at is the regulatory aspect. So regulation does provide a particular framework. It provides us a standard, and it provides us, a common platform on which we can do benchmarking. So that is very important. We also need to appreciate, the principles on which regulatory reporting requirement, is developed. So there are, various jurisdictions across the world, like for example, Europe, if I can consider as one block, they have a particular expectation and, requirement on reporting. Similarly, now in the US, we can see laws coming up with regard to reporting. In India, we have SEBI, which has come up, with the business responsibility and sustainability reporting, which now they are taking forward as BRSR core, where again, they want a reasonable assurance to be done across some 50 KPIs. So effectively, it, provides for a benchmark. It provides for a standardized approach on reporting. And through the assurance approach, it overall gives that, confidence to our stakeholders that whatever we are reporting, is, through a robust process, and people can believe in that reporting. So that is how it, enables us to access capital, to drill, or rather to portray or rather instill confidence in our stakeholders, whether they are our customers, whether they are our regulators, whether they are our investors. So that is, I feel, the significance of reporting from a regulatory perspective. So it should not be considered only as a tick box exercise. It is much more than that.
Spoke about whom to lend, what to lend, how much to lend, and all that, right? And Manish, as he mentioned about, just not being a tick mark activity, it has to be real time, right? Reporting. So how much is this data considered? Let's say there is a lot of terminology which has been used in the market called as greenwashing, right?
Yeah.
So how much of the report, what we see in the financial sector, which is greenwashed versus this, the actual reporting which happens, right? As per the SEBI guidelines.
Sure.
Yeah.
So first, I think I would just like to maybe just address the aspect of greenwashing itself. So see, fundamentally, what is greenwashing is that when you claim to do something which you aren't actually doing, right? So it is not just about, say, fudging of a number, for example. It is also just about misrepresenting what you're doing or who you are, right? And there are repercussions to that. That's where the whole issue of greenwashing is. And I think taking forward what Manish was referring to about BRSR, and going forward, when it comes to disclosures and especially around ESG, validation is going to be a very big challenge, which I must appreciate the SEBI has tried to address with this requirement having reasonable assurance, for example, on BRSR core, and going beyond, moving to the value chain and having some kind of assurance on that as well. So this validation aspect, naturally, it is extremely important. And also you asked about what is the kind of about the data, the impact of data. So absolutely, data is very important in any decision making, and especially as a lender, we cannot do without data. And like I mentioned, we need data. One is definitely as a fiduciary responsibility, we have to have all checks and balances before a lending decision is made. So there's a lot of data that is asked. And like I mentioned, the kind of data that we require and which we believe will help us make a better decision, that is expanding. So like I said, it is not just about the financials anymore. We do an entire environment and social due diligence, for example, of a project or of a potential partner, which helps us get a lot more information about the viability of a potential lending decision. And that really helps. And also then it also helps us lower our own risks. So that is one. Now coming to greenwashing. So like I said, I think the challenge of validation is, I think, going to be a big challenge. All of us, the entire financial ecosystem, will have to address together. And that is where more transparency becomes extremely important. The role of stakeholders is very, very important. And I think this was the purpose, say, for example, when the first BRSR, or when it came out, the onus was also, one is, once you put out an information, in the public domain, whether I as of my own information or someone else, it's a reputational risk to you also. So one is you also have to protect the data, the data that gets put out. You also have to protect that, and you have to, it becomes a reputational risk if it's wrong. So I would apply that to myself as a company, and then I would apply that to those who are applying to me for a loan, for example. So like I said, data is extremely important. Technology has been a great enabler to get good data. For large companies, everyone's moving to large systems like SAP, IBM, you're in that space. And so technology has been a great enabler in which it has allowed us first to streamline data collection, which reduces the risk of greenwashing, which can be unintentional. In my personal view, a lot of greenwashing happens because it is unintentional, because there are no clear guidelines, there are no regulations, etc. Right? So that helps lower the incidence of greenwashing or misrepresentation. And the other is having policies in place. Now with the BRSR code, for example, now as the BRSR code, now the top 1,000 companies, when they report on the BRSR, many of them will be reporting a lot of that data for the first time ever. So it becomes a very rich source of information for institutions, not just banks, but everyone else. It will help in their decision making. So I'm actually quite excited to see how the kind of data that will come out from BRSR. And then when the BRSR core comes, that will throw out perhaps even richer data. So all of this going forward will help in strengthening the kind of data access we have and the kind of data that's getting reported.
So, with regard to reporting and disclosures, taking it from greenwashing, usually we say, "Jo dikhta hai, wo bikhta hai." But beyond a particular point, wo bikhta nahi hai. So this is where, you come to greenwashing. If you just extend or go beyond that limit is when, greenwashing kicks in. So one more important aspect is that how we have to protect ourselves from that reputation risk. One way to look at it is that once we put out something in the public domain, then we are standing behind it. Then it is also our onus. The onus is on us on how do we prove that whatever we have reported is actually supported by data. So we have to keep that in mind, and that is where that gray area between greenwashing and not washing comes in.
So in continuation to that, Manish, I have an extended question since you brought up a right topic. How much this amount of data genuinity which you are projecting in the public domain is reflecting onto the business side? Let me ask you that, because it's a direct impact on the financial sector, right? Especially in your businesses, both of you, right? Of course, I'll come to Ganesh later, but I would like to hear from you first, both of you.
So definitely, the actions which our regulators are taking, say SEBI has taken on BRSR, and the coverage is, top 1,000 listed entities. Once their data is available in the public domain, then that is available for everyone to use. That will also, facilitate a lot of risk management that Abhijit talked about, a lot of, analysis that we do internally. It will also help us. And, one of the important aspects for banking, when we look at scope 3 emissions, for us, the significant carbon footprint is through the scope 3 emissions, which is, the portfolio that we are lending to. Now, once this data is available in the public domain and it is supported through an assurance process, then I can blindly pick up that data, use it for our own analysis. So that is, really the significance of having this information in the public domain.
Well, I'll just extend that thing. I see the top 1,000 companies had to publish their reports. But as I mentioned earlier, as a private limited company, we are not listed, but still we are just publishing. The reason is we wanted to be a role model, actually. Second is, yes, there is a huge investment required when you wanted to maintain a sustainability. All our plants we have converted to a high speed and high technology machineries. The reason is we have invested huge on that multi-crore. We have got the benefit out of that also. So the one is the productivity has increased, the production efficiency has increased. Second, the wastages has reduced. Third one, the manufacturing cost, the power consumption has drastically reduced. So this is totally, it has helped us also and to the consumer. So we are able to deliver our product to a consumer at an affordable price, even though there has been increase in the raw material prices, the diesel, the electricity and other things. So definitely this has helped us to turn around our business also, and not only upgrading our business and also helping the public to see that we give the best quality material at an affordable price.
Thank you, Ganesh. You took away the cue. Actually, I wanted to ask, since you are a private limited company, so how are you managing this? But anyways, thank you so much for that answer. Continuation to that, I have another question to you, sir. You heard Abhijit talking about the value chain, right? Coming to value chain in the manufacturing sector, especially it matters a lot, especially in terms of supply chain. You mentioned about, right time and reaching at the right price, right? And of course, when you're doing that, there will be a lot of quality aspects come into picture. So how is this value chain and versus the supply chain is helping you in terms of the transparency and reporting that through?
Yeah, you see our complete value chain from the manufacturing process till it goes to the consumer. We have a complete digital systems, to say, like all the processes are being monitored by the departments. So when we procure materials, the procurement department has a separate software to see that the procurement is happening from the right source, from the approved vendors. Okay. So there also we ensure that the vendors follow the sustainable practices and also the safety practices in the plant. We don't get from other vendors. If the vendors are not following the systems, we don't purchase from them. Also, all our manufacturing facilities have a software which is embedded with our manufacturing processes. So the reports are being daily uploaded on that. And we have quality testing as you are referring into that. So I'd like to add one more point to that. See, packaged drinking water and baby foods are only two items which is covered by two certifying body in the country, the Bureau of Indian Standard and Food Safety Standard Authority of India. But all other foods are controlled only by the Food Safety Standard Authority of India. So we have very strict controls on the quality of the products which we are sending to the market. And each product, the packaged drinking water going to the market is being tested stringently, and 83 tests are being done. So then after that only it is being passed and then going to the market. And also mentioned about the other logistic part. Logistic part also we have a complete documented and digital systems. We have approved logistic, the vehicles and the conveyance, which takes the stocks to the distributor and retailers. And we have a after sales customer service department also. So if you see, the entire value chain is covered with the systems. So we have a link. If anything is going wrong, we immediately know that what to be taken, and the corrective action is taken immediately.
Data center, he touched upon that. Especially, our country being a digital native and, getting onto the digital currency front. And you see a lot of, heavy data centers getting built up, a lot of energy getting consumed and all that. And of course, the reporting has to be done, right?
Yeah.
So how is Access as an organization is envisaging this particular landscape of, growth in terms of energy consumption and reporting it?
Sure. This is a good question. It's also, as a bank, it's a tricky question, a trickier question. Just to give you some perspective, Axis Bank has close to 5,000 branches, and we are present in each and every part of this country. Now, how do you ensure that you're getting good quality data, and not just environment data, every kind of data, the kind of employees in there, the kind of funds being handled by that branch? So it's a very, very, in a way, a complex and also very critical exercise, because for a financial institution, data privacy, data security, information security becomes extremely critical. I'm not saying that it's not critical for any other sector, but because we are in the business of money, it becomes extremely critical to manage that. Now, coming to data, you said, what's the importance? So one is definitely there are systems in place. Now, the aim is so how Access operates is that everything happens, data gets collected centrally. So when I'm sitting here I sit in Mumbai with my team, and our job is to really gather this kind of data, that's necessary data, and then put it out in the public domain. Now, and it's mentioned here, that once you put something out in the public domain, you have to ensure that it is correct. You have to ensure that it is validated, because it is about your reputation also. Right? So that is how we put out data. So again, there are multiple platforms now. As an institution, we get assessed all the time on what is our stand, what are we doing on sustainability, whether it's on our own operations, what are we doing in terms of our financing, what are we doing in terms of our diversity, for example. So there's a lot of onus and there's a lot of scrutiny also on what we're doing. So really, I think data it becomes very, very important. But I just want to highlight on one very important point. I know our time's up. See, data is not the end in itself, and reporting is not an end in itself. Good reporting needs to lead to good decision making. And I think that is what should be the focus of anyone who's in that position. When you're looking at data, that's what one should look at it. How will it help me do better, take a better decision? Yes, I'll end with that. Thank you.
That's a very right approach. So I just want to have a last question. I would like to, give your parting, response to that. How is your basically your sustainability goals with your respective organizations are helping the environment? Because the moment everybody thinks about sustainability, it thinks about environment, right? So how in each of your sector, probably if you can give a couple of highlights.
Yeah, see this SDG goals, 17 goals. So 7 to 8 of that are matching to us actually. No poverty, hunger. Then you see life below water, life above land, gender, another thing. So as an industry, we are very happy to tell that we are 7 to 8 of the sustainability goal we are able to meet up. And this has been very interesting for us to know. These goals have to be achieved, and there is a standard for that. So it has helped us to further enhance our things, our working style, our modus of system operations. So everything has improved after this reporting actually. So I think this is a very long journey, and definitely we'll have lots of good things to come. And earlier spoken by our one of the fellow panelists on the green credits. The government has come out with a draft regulation for the green credits, and June 2023 they have circulated. So it's not only for a company or for an institute, it's going to be for an individual also, the credits. So if you do a good job, you save waste, you save pollution, you save energy, you do some plantation, you are going to get a credit out of that. So definitely it's going to be each and everyone's individual responsibility, and support the government, because this is not only to for us, it is for all the public, and it is for the entire globe. So this is a very important topic. A very the people tell that this is going to be a sustainability revolution, to say like the industrial revolution. Thank you.
I think I mentioned about it, from a banking financial sector perspective, we are looking at sustainability in two areas. One is in our own operations, and second is in the portfolio that, our portfolio companies, which Abhijit talked about. So in our own operations, obviously, we have to contribute, we are contributing, positively to the environment by, adopting more reuse, recycle kind of concepts. In our portfolio, it is more that if we can channelize financing to newer technologies, which will, facilitate climate adaptation, mitigation, etc. And that is how we will probably be contributing positively to the environment. One thing, as a parting thought, which I would like to leave here is that, see, we have always been a highly regulated country. It's not that, we were not focusing on this, or we did not know about this. It's only that now the requirement is to look at it a little differently and really come out in the open and talk about it, and probably write about it.
What was your question again, Maninder? Sure. No, certainly, I think, again, I'm just kind of repeating what Mani said, but as an organization, what we're doing, like I said, we ourselves as a very large organization, 5,000 branches, multiple offices, close to 1 lakh employees now. Right? So as an organization, what we're doing, and that's why, because we have a lack of employees, diversity becomes a very significant material topic for us. But coming on the environment, what we're doing in the branches becomes very important. I think someone spoke about digitization. Digitization and digitalization has been a significant game changer for us, not just from the point of view of being able to give a better experience to the consumer, but also to be able to reach the farthest corners of the country. We don't need a brick and mortar branch, for example, to get more people into the banking space, into formal financing. So I think technology has been a great enabler. And on the environment piece, again, today you can open a bank account without exchanging a single sheet of paper, for example. Now there's tons of data that gets transferred without having any physical exchange of any kind. So I think that's, from the environment point of view, that's a great enabler, I would say. Certainly there are challenges. I was just reading AI, for example, the servers you mentioned about the kind of water resource, energy required, cooling required to run the massive servers that are running the global economy today. But again, from an environment point of view, whom we are financing, like I said, our financing is to the real economy. And I think during the course of this morning, we heard how the real economy, the kind of effort being put in terms of technology adoption, innovation. That is where really then, the real contribution will come as an FI, that we are in a position to support that innovation and that advancement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, just a parting remark from my side, as a proud IBMer, I would say we have been declaring our sustainability report and sustainability goals for the past 15 years, if I'm not wrong. Though the reporting came into the limelight very recently, but if you can get in touch with me, I can show you the reports, a number of reports for the past 15 years. And it's not just in one country, but we have been doing across regions. And Sir told about BRSR. We are aligned to that. We are aligned to GRI standards, CDP standards. You name any standard across the world, we are there. Not just for ourselves. The point I'm trying to make is we are helping large organizations, large to small organizations, any kind of organizations to achieve their sustainability goals. If you declare net zero, how do we help you out there with the help of technology to achieve that net zero, right? So that's our goal, basically. So with that, I am done. And thank you, Businessworld, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much for the panelists here. Thank you for the wonderful host, Shubhajit.
Let's give it up for them. Wonderful insights and genuinely interesting topic to talk about. We'll request you to stay back for a group photograph, sir. Let's have an interesting group photograph with all of them. A lot of knowledge. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I'll announce that we will now be breaking for lunch. We'll be resuming at sharp 2 p.m. So please refresh yourself with some amazing food. And I'll see you on the other side very soon. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, request you to kindly settle down. We're all set to begin in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So kindly take your seats so that we can go forward with the next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. Someone told me long back that food is a genuine reason of happiness for everyone. and I think it refreshes everybody. So I think it's genuinely the case over here as well. Thank you so much. We're now looking forward to the first panel discussion after lunch. The topic for the moment is AI for sustainability, leveraging technology for a greener future. May I please call upon stage Gayatri Chauhan, founder and CEO, Buzz on Earth, Piyush Saxena, SVP, Cloud Business and Offering Management, HCL Tech, Chaitanya Kalia, Partner in Climate Change and Sustainability Services Leader, EY India, Nagesh Karthik, Director of Engineering, Amadeus, Sudha Srinivasan, CEO, the NUT Center for Social Innovation, Satish Sheshadri, Global ESG Leader, Genpact. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for them. The first session after lunch. I believe you're all energized in a new way. The stage is all yours. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome after the lunch. And it is a proud privilege for me to be moderating this wonderful session of some extremely erudite and knowledgeable person in the field of AI and their applications in sustainability. So please join me as we welcome the panelists and start the session. So just to give a quick round of introductions, I would request each of the panelists, if you could just in one line, talk about yourself and also give an introduction about the work related to AI in sustainability that you do. Thanks.
Thanks, Gayatri. Looking forward to this session. Great experience. My name is Piyush Saxena, and I head cloud business and offerings for HCL Tech. As part of my current role, I work with our global customers in terms of driving their cloud initiatives and AI initiatives with a very strong focus on sustainability. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chaitanya Kalia. I lead the climate change and sustainability practice of EY in India, and we have some few more hats. We have a global virtual organization, which is EY Sustainability and EY Carbon. I'll take a interesting story to tell. Way back means in 1996 and 97, I did my master's in computer application. That time, neural networks and AI that was applied in the water, because that was the challenge, water scarcity. And the course was called hydroinformatics in Holland. But nowadays, you will very soon hear there are courses which is carbon informatics. So things are changing now. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Nagesh Karthik. I work as a Director of Architecture at Amadeus Software Labs, Bangalore. Just a quick introduction of Amadeus Software Labs. I mean, if you have taken a flight to come to this conference, or if you have struggled, for example, to change your ticket due to disruption, especially during pandemic, it's most likely that you would have booked in the back end through one of the Amadeus multi-portfolio system. So that would have powered the travel technology. So we pioneered those systems and probably close to 60% of the travel bookings across the world. Thank you.
I'm Sudha Srinivasan. I run the Center for Social Innovation at the Nudge Institute. We're a Bangalore-based nonprofit working towards the vision of poverty-free India within our lifetime. And our path towards that is through resilient livelihoods for all, working with governments, markets, and civil society.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Satish Sheshadri. I'm coming from the organization called Genpact. We are a professional services firm applying the power of data, tech, and AI to changing business outcomes. And my specific role is I lead sustainability and ESG. And in that, I look at two particular dimensions. One is how can we help our clients in their sustainability journey using the power of data, tech, and AI, and also apply that to our own organization in terms of our net zero and our environment, social, and governance objectives. Looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And a big round of applause for the panelists once again, please. Great. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Gayatri Chauhan, your moderator for the session. And I'm the founder and CEO of Buzz on Earth, which is an organization focused on mainstreaming sustainability and climate action. And we do that by offering programs and services to corporates, startups, and the youth, and trying to connect the dots in the entire ecosystem to be an enabler in the process. So very happy to moderate this session, especially given the context we are into right now. I think all of you must have used ChatGPT of late. And many of you might have also gotten addicted to that and using that for almost every regular content development and so on. So it is important that we understand that AI, though, I mean, the predictions are this, that it can actually take over the human brain and the kind of knowledge a human brain can exhibit by 2029. Those are the predictions. But at the same time, we have to understand that AI has to be AI. And with every power, there comes a lot of responsibility. And that's why it is very important for us to ensure that wherever we are utilizing artificial intelligence, there are ethical norms and practices in place so that there is no misuse. It is pretty much like electricity. The moment when it came, it was considered to be a threat as well as a boon. But human race as a civilization has been wise enough to use it in the right manner. And today we are all sitting in this comfortably well-lit room, air-conditioned room, because of the right use of electricity. So similarly, let's hope that AI is also used with equal responsibility. So coming to the economic part of it, so by 2030, we're expecting that AI alone will be contributing to close to $5.2 trillion in the economy. That is a global economy. And that's a kind of substantial contribution for any sector to make. So with that, I would request, Chaitanya to talk about, through his work, how are you seeing that transition happening? And what kind of economic paradigms are corporates ready to imbibe when it comes to adopting AI and sustainable measures?
Thanks, Gayatri. I think AI is getting adopted among all parts of the life. Today, I'll focus more on the sustainability aspect. As you can imagine, it's a wide spectrum. And when I'm saying wide spectrum, you can predict using AI, variety of AI model, whether it is going to be rainfall, accurate rainfall. Some of the climate modeling can go to few hours of detail. There is a potential to predict how the weather pattern will change in a month, in a year. And there are models which are predicting even 100 years from now. So it's a very, very wide spectrum. And only thing I would say that many of the things are in making, they are in testing. And we have to, as Gayatri said, we have to really work very hard to make it workable in a positive manner. I think that is one of the things. And when I say, I'll give you a few examples. If you want to do a climate modeling all over the world, there is a lot of gap wherever the sea is, and we know about large part of our earth is sea, and very difficult to get data from there. Now with a kind of predictive modeling, it is possible to, and we all know this El Nino effect and how the climate modeling is happening. It's very, very connected. Therefore, with more predictive power, more accurate analysis possible, it will be a very good planning tool for government, for public policy maker, if they can do the prediction based on variety of things. For example, government can look at, is the weather pattern is shifting, so how they should provide subsidies, for example, in some area. Air conditioning equipment company, if the model is predicting that heat, which is going to increase now, is more than now 40-45 degree for most of the summer, probably they will create equipment which are able to cater to that. Today, they are not. If you are in certain parts of the world, it's going to be very difficult. In fact, in Europe, we know the railway lines are not able to cope up with the heat, and there are bends and everything. And I have experienced myself for 3-4 years, 3-4 days, the entire railway transit system of UK was stopped last year. So many things are happening, and therefore, simple answer is, with better predictive model, with right kind of data validation, with right kind of use cases, I think it is going to solve a lot of problem in much faster way, which we need to remain within 1.5 degree. That is the challenge we all are facing.
Thanks, Chaitanya. And that also sets the context for this discussion, wherein we have subject matter experts and people who have been, focused on real-time applications of AI. So considering your experience with HCL Tech, Piyush, just wanted to know that, I've heard that in data centers alone, it can contribute to close to 40% of energy reduction when it comes to integrating AI. So do you have any case studies or examples that you would want to share, which will be of benefit for the larger good?
Surely, I think AI has revolutionized, almost every aspect of our life. Here we are discussing specifically AI for sustainability. So I would want to take few examples. Just before that, I just want to also talk about fundamentally what has changed. Look, data is core to all AI solutions. And traditionally, if you see, all of us used to have, even large corporations used to have data within their premises. And it was not largely shared or accessible to the wider, organizations across the globe. So the fundamental shift which has happened in the last 8 to 10 years is general availability of data. Right? It comes with its own advantages and disadvantages. We understand, there's a lot of data which is biased, which leads to, unethical practices. But in general, better data accessibility has opened up a lot of avenues, something which, Chaitanya was talking about, predictability that comes with the larger data sets. There is synthetic data, which is being generated, which is as close to the real life data, right? So that is solving a lot of problems. One of the case studies, where AI is being leveraged for sustainability, we are working with a number of our customers, specifically in the utility space. And one of these customers, we have deployed big data and AI technologies to ensure that within their community, there is limited or reduced water leakage in the pipelines, right? It's a very simple use case, but it's an IoT and AI-led use case, which was practically not possible before the advent of AI solutions. And through this, we have been able to reduce 34% of the water leakage. We are also able to predict, what are the potential leakages, what part of the season, what part of the supply chain these leakages are going to happen. And those are the solutions which are now being replicated across the world.
Very interesting. And that's a very tangible case study, I would say. Thanks for sharing that. So that brings me to you, Nagesh. So since you represent a very happening industry, travel and tourism, so would you be able to showcase or talk about a case study wherein how you have been able to, integrate AI in order to drive real-time benefits on your business?
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So just to put the matter to perspective, at Amadeus, which powers as a travel technology partner, the volume of transactions we handle today, it's about, say, close to 5 billion transactions each day. This is processed at a data center at Erding in Germany. Now, these are all online transactions. You have not just north-south, but also east-west, that is collateral traffic. So Amadeus, back in 2010, we converted our data center to be the more efficient in terms of energy efficiency. We received a certification from European Union in terms of the first data center in Europe to receive that in terms of energy efficiency.
And what was the percentage reduction?
So we progressed further. Now in 2019, we reached the net zero carbon neutral as a data center.
Excellent.
And so it's largely because of the application of proper cooling systems and making the data center being energy efficient with greener sources. So this was just the beginning. Now this was only on the operations, but bringing the artificial intelligence, especially in the last few years. So when a user or a traveler makes a search request to fly from one place to another, today already, previously it was mainly the cost that was also always the driving factor. Today, travelers also seek more carbon sensitive options. So we are making, For example, a better optimized travel route offer so that the traveler makes informed decision. What will be, we work with one of the famous universities to determine the minimum connection time with artificial intelligence between the what is the right path to take, what is the nearest destination to take, especially when you are doing the co-traveling. So this way, because travel industry itself contributes close to 12% of the global carbon footprint. So whatever we will be able to do and make the traveler take informed decision about the carbon breadcrumb that the person is going to leave with the travel has been very helpful in that regard. So just on cite another example, we worked with for a decade of innovation with Heathrow Airport, one of the busiest airports. So where the operations have been significantly improved with a lot of self applications, and they probably process about 2 bags each second, which is the highest in the world. So this way they optimize their operations, thereby reducing the energy consumption and making it more sustainable. Example.
Airlines topic, I just wanted to quickly add one example, which is about contrail avoidance. And contrails, when we see the airplanes flying, we also see some white smoke behind the airplanes that is termed as contrails, right? What happens is the pollution gets trapped in the cloud wherever the region is humid, right? And then once it gets trapped, the heat from the earth is not able to pass through, and it leads to more greenhouse effect, right? So Google, what they have done is they have aligned and they're working with the airlines, and they have a route suggestion based on minimum contrail effect. Now, the key thing is, it's easy to make this, technology and solutions. They have also estimated that if you go with the route which is recommended, there are 2 things which will happen. One, the airlines will have to pay extra 2% for the fuel cost, right? But it saves 30% of the 34% of the jet fuel carbon emission if you invest that 2%. And a lot of airlines are adopting that recommendation.
Very interesting example. So I'll very quickly move to Sudha in the interest of time. Sudha, you represent the social innovation ecosystem and the kind of impact that your organization drives. It is, touching the bottom of the pyramid as well. So how do you see AI integration in the kind of work that you do? And do you have some interesting case studies or examples to share with us?
So very notable thing about AI is, unlike other technology, which started with higher margin businesses and then trickled down to the affordable segment, there's no trickle down in AI, right? You have to ab initio build AI to serve use cases for the bottom of the pyramid. And for that, you need innovators who will go into spaces where there is very little money to be made, at least at the beginning, right? So a lot of what we're doing today is creating a nurturing ecosystem for entrepreneurs who are not just out there to build the next unicorn, but are out there to create an inclusive society that leaves nobody behind. Right? Entrepreneurs who will focus on the small and marginal farmer segment. It is a lot of this climate data, information on when and where to sell your produce, information on how to access affordable credit. Is today inaccessible because of A, there is information asymmetry, B, because there's just a first access barrier, right? You do not have devices, you do not have the foundational digital literacy required to be part of this post-AI world where data is oil and access to a device and information is power. These are the entrepreneurs trying to bridge that gap. The second kind of entrepreneurs are those who are actually creating a revenue stream using AI. For instance, last month's Time magazine cover was Karya. Karya has created a revenue stream for people that speak diverse languages for just producing voice data. There's Farmers for Forests, Gram Hull, organizations that are using AI for extension services and advisory for farmers, for converting their the trees that they grow into carbon credit streams for them. Right? So it's actually money in the hands of people. The third kind are those that are bringing down the cost of basic utilities, products, and services using AI technology. For instance, a skilling program today might run somewhere around 10 to 15,000 rupees per student, and hence is accessible a layer of population and above. But using AI, using open AI in particular, you can have very bespoke, personalized skill development, right? Going through a chat bot into a very simple device, and bringing that cost to sub 1,000 rupees per student. Suddenly the market expands to everyone that erstwhile could not afford such training and skill development programs. So altogether, I think we've embraced this opportunity to nurture India's top talent, top AI talent, to solve for the base of the pyramid and create the conditions in which these startups too can have that early stage seed funding, a network of mentors, everything that a startup entrepreneur of any other genre requires. That in essence is our work.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. So Satish, coming to you, since you have been a global ESG leader, so I would like to understand from you the kind of servicing that you have been doing for your clients thus far when it comes to integrating AI into sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, the primary consideration is around E, and then it comes to S and G. So would you like to state one example each for E, S, and G, how your interventions have helped the client gain value?
Sure, Gayatri. So I know you asked about E, S, and G, but maybe there's a slight different structure that I'd like to do, but I'll just talk you through that, right? So when you look at ESG, for example, then sustainability, ESG, very quickly this topic becomes a little bit of a jargon land, because then you will say, oh, what does TCFD say? There's an ISSB and then BRSR. It becomes an alphabet soup, right? To the extent it becomes very overwhelming. So what we have tried to do is really give a very simple structure of what does the life cycle of sustainability look like into just 3 broad steps, right? In the morning, for example, we had a session on green reporting, right? There is a set of actions that you take, which is all about you would assess and report, right? Assess in terms of where you are today as an organization or a society or a planet, and report, right? So that's just getting the baseline. And we spoke about the importance of data and the risks of greenwashing in the morning, right? So that's one broad spectrum, and I'll come to examples there. The second is, now that we know where we are, I think invariably everybody agrees that we are not happy with where we are. So we need to move or transition to a sustainable future. And that might mean fundamentally different things for different organizations and societies. And I'm again not talking only about environment. It could be social, right? It's social equity. It could be diversity, so on and so forth. And third is there is a clear realization that sustainability is a new class of risk. And in some of the banking leaders earlier today spoke about how they consider sustainability when they think of investment, right? So one, it is a risk, which basically means as participants in that space, how do you build resilience and adaptation to that risk? So the 3 broad areas: assess and report, then transition to a sustainable future, and building agility and resilience, right? If you think of these 3 as the broad spectrum. And I'll talk about how we are applying AI, but broadly data, tech, and AI to each of these spaces, right? So one of the foundational sort of beliefs as we think about sustainability in itself is that as we all talk of as individuals or individual organizations, you would see a wide spectrum even on this panel, right? But you'd realize that it doesn't take a Rambo or Superman to get this solved, right? This is a team sport, right? None of us are going to have this magic wand and then become the next open AI for sustainability and solve this. We need all of us to work together, right? So all of our actions have therefore been thinking of this as an ecosystem play. And I'll give you 3 quick examples, right? So the first, assess and report again. What we've been trying to think about is, we spoke about BRSR earlier today. There is ISSB standards, which is gaining popularity with respect to its adaptation in Europe in CSRD. And there is, the US is still in the works. What that leads to is in a global environment, very quickly, they are all sort of in a global village. So there are customers and suppliers across the world. How do you create interoperability in the way that each organization, regardless of where they are in the world, is able to understand each other's ESG language, right? So just a month back, we conducted as part of B20 of G20, right? We conducted a roundtable in India along with CII, where we brought industry participants to really think about, we have an Indian standard that is in ISSB as a global standard. It was done along with ISSB. How do we create interoperability of standards so the data can start talking to each other, right? So that's on the assessment. Now, my favorite example is on transition, right? Because the bulk of the action is about moving, right? Any amount of assessment and sort of chest thumping is not going to take us anywhere. Transitioning to a sustainable future. Here, what we did was really working with a large power manufacturing company. Right? This is a company which manufactures equipment for power plants to really help them with their customers. And just to give a sense of what those customers might look like, right? So typically the life of a power plant is 50 to 60 years. Yeah. So we all talk about, oh, why we should move to renewable energy, there is wind and solar, but what happens to the existing capacity, right? So how do you help them transition? So what we then did was using AI, for about 2,000 power plants, largely in US and Europe, we built a model to be able to predict the carbon emission by each plant, depending on the age, the components that are being used, and a whole host of things that immediately gave a view on relative ideas, right? So you have, let's say, 10 power plants as an organization. You know what is the relative carbon emission across those areas. So you know what specific actions could be taken. So that's number one, right? The second is, how do you change that? Then we use computer vision, interestingly, to look at the map data to say what are the power plants, what kind of land that exists around that, to be able to install carbon capture technologies, right? So there are technologies available today, but a power plant might have been built several years ago that there is no space to do that, right? So we applied that in a way, but all in the context of business value, because what it enabled our client, the manufacturing company, was to go to their customer, the power plant, and say, hey, you can improve your carbon footprint because you are significantly higher than the industry benchmark. And by the way, we have seen you have extra land, and here is a carbon capture equipment, right? So there is a business element to it, right? I don't want to sort of, overlook that. There is that, but that makes it clearly a win-win because you're able to actually create value. So that is the second. And very quickly, the last one, right, which is on the building resilience and agility, right? We just recently concluded, we announced a few days back, we conducted a sustainability hackathon among 4,000, 5,000 data scientists across the world, largely in India as well, to really look at cotton produce. So the reason we picked cotton was cotton is one thing which is highly subjected to price fluctuations because of weather fluctuations, right? That directly impacts farmers, their ability to make their income, but also as consumers, the inflation impact, right? So here we are not able to change anything. We are only able to predict climate change. And as you understand climate change, also able to assess which parts of the world has a higher impact on the yield of cotton, and therefore you make your agriculture decisions accordingly. So again, three broad areas. You do things around assess and report. You think about how do you transition to a sustainable future, and you also think about how do you build agility and resilience to manage this as a risk.
Thank you. So Satish, just taking up on what three measures you spoke about, transitioning, then building upon the existing measures. I was wondering, because we were having this discussion, Chaitanya, some time back, since AI is largely fed on the amounts of data, the large amounts of data, and that too, it has to be high quality data, because that will determine the whole efficacy of the solutions that come out of it. So are there any ways or means by which this can be ascertained, and what practices are currently considered the best practices in this field?
Yeah, so I think a lot more data is available, as Bill said, that to use as a train the models. I think that is something which is gaining a lot of momentum. But if you ask me, and if you the raise of hand vote, is the people they are using this kind of data model in the day-to-day working in their respective company, I'm not asking that, but my suspect it will be less than 50%. Maybe it would be very low actually. So that is where I think we all have to work together. We talked about creating ecosystem where we don't look AI as a something which is not very, very popular. And why it is? Because it is predictive, it is a black box, and it may have human brain cannot never be replicated, those kind of things. But it should be made as a part and parcel of those area where it is solving the problem very quickly. I mean, traditional computational fluid dynamics model, if you are running, to do that work, probably it will, the best of the computers will take, let's say, 10 minutes. With predictive AI-based model, it will take maybe 2 seconds. We are talking, this is the level of difference and the power which is available. So not getting into technicalities, the simple view is that if we have a lot of data which is there, and I'm sure, I've been listening to some of you, that we discuss in the morning, lot more data on sustainability, ESG parameter, disclosure is going to be there in the public domain. So two things will happen. One is that industry is going to disclose data of their own operation, about their supply chain, about product level data. That day is very near when like you buy anything to eat and it will have a calorie related information. Very soon you will have a barcode where it will have information related to sustainability parameters, which means that a lot more information has to be disclosed about the environmental performance of anything. It could be services, it could be product. And that data is going to be very useful to create a very, very large ecosystem where we know what is likely to be impact of our action. We talked about airlines. So we know if you are buying this ticket, this is going to be the impact. If I'm buying a shirt, this is going to be the impact. If I'm, we talked about air conditioning and lights. If you are doing that, what is the impact of that? So every decision making, ultimately, this predictive analytics are helping to create those decision support systems in some way. And that's what I think key change is likely to happen. Mostly it will happen in the back end, but I think it is not very far. Maybe I'll give 3 to 5 years because of the consciousness of the young generation. It is going to be pretty fast.
That's absolutely true. And coming to that data point that you spoke about, when it comes to even looking at the existing jobs that are this is a huge sentiment out there that AI is going to replace a lot of jobs, right? So as your experience at HCL Tech and for your clients as well, how do you see AI? Because if you look at AI alone is going to create some 38.2 million jobs, right? So when it comes to this fear of AI replacing existing jobs, how you have seen the trend emerging and what sentiment is there around?
Yeah, no, I think that's a hot topic, and everyone is concerned about AI replacing or even eliminating jobs. And based on because this is this is a very broad topic, right? So nobody can be very accurate in their predictions over here. So we can share from our experience. And this has happened in the past. New technologies have replaced existing skills, and people have invested time, energy, and focus to learn new things. I think that's the same case in AI as well. AI, if you look at, is going to eliminate a lot of mundane, repeatable tasks. Like any other, whatever things we were doing manually, we got machines. Machines replaced the workers, but then the workers started doing higher IQ things, right? And that's the same case with AI as well. People have to continuously keep learning, technology, AI, and make sure that they are able to contribute, apart from what AI is able to do. And that, I think Sudha is, doing something great in this field, because the digital divide and the AI divide is where the challenge lies, because a lot of people, who are resourceful, who have the means and mode, will be able to overcome this challenge. But the divide where, people who don't have access to technology, who don't have access to resources, will get severely impacted. And, that's an area we have to work upon, and also at some point in time, probably moderate, 3 to 5 years. Maybe there is an opportunity to delay that to make sure it doesn't impact our society in the way it is predicted.
So that's a very interesting point. You spoke about the digital divide. Actually, I was going to talk about that shortly. So, and this question actually is applicable to everyone, but I would request Sudha you to answer that. So how are we addressing this whole notion of digital divide because of the, and how are we, trying to be more inclusive in the overall approach?
If I may just follow through on that response with the new opportunities on AI. I think it's beyond debate to say, yes, AI will take away a lot of jobs as we know them. And the new jobs that AI will create in data sciences, etc., will be minuscule compared to the displacement it will create. But I also want to put one thought out there, which is, what can you do with AI that is currently needed and not getting done? For instance, a country of our magnitude needs an education budget of 7 to 8% of GDP. We are at sub 2%, right? Take the number of teachers required per capita, we are far below. Take the number of doctors required, we are nowhere there. Take any profession, take the numbers of lawyers required. If you had enough lawyers, you wouldn't have the backlog you have in court and out of court litigation just piling up in years, right? So there's so much out there. Take farm. Look at the amount of drudgery there is in even running a very small farm. That's not a lot of that work humans should not be doing. Look at manual scavenging. This country loses a few hundred people every year. Forget the loss of life. Just the idea that it continues well into 2023 as a practice and as a vocation is abominable, right? You should not have humans going down drains. That is the job of robots. So there's just so much out there that is not getting done today, which could get done with AI. And I think that's hugely liberating to think. How do we get to the other side of the digital divide? I think there are two things that are concerning. One is that data sets today do not include a very vast population. Let me give you an example. There's a tribe that lives in the central belt of the country. If you Google their name, the first 20 pages of Google results will be that they eat rats, right? But that's not their identity. That is the reason why this is what surfaces in results is because their story has been told by others in the digital world. They haven't told their own story. If they did, you would know that they also have, they are custodians of massive biodiversity, right? They kind of can recognize an herb by the look of it. They have powers like that, but you know them by what they have eaten because, and that perhaps several generations ago, because of the colonial baggage we carry as a country, right? So the digital divide has to be bridged in terms of what information is available about our people and how do we kind of moderate that. The second, of course, in terms of can the data belonging to users, belonging to creators of that data also be monetized by them? Can we put that power back into people's hands? So those are the two aspects.
Very, very beautifully answered, Sudha. I really like that. And an example that you quoted that was hugely concerning. And it is so important that we get to be more and more inclusive when it comes to, bridging this digital divide, because more than 70% of our country needs that kind of support and handholding when it comes to, walking hand in hand with AI integration. Having said that, I would also want to ask this question to, and you can, any of you can pick it up. That is on the ethical considerations that we are taking up when it comes to integrating AI into your own business or into the clients that you are servicing.
Yeah. Can I take it? Yeah. Okay. So the heart of the ethical consideration really comes up to, and at the beginning we've been saying how powerful AI is, and then with power, I think you said comes responsibility. So responsible AI is the answer. And it could mean a lot of different things and often not very clear. Maybe I'll highlight a couple of things to just make it sort of top 2-3 things that sort of we've been focusing on, right? So one is if we just first of all look within the current world of business environment, right, itself is AI, as we all know, is a huge decision-making tool. But what kind of decision does it make? And in that process, is there an unseen effect? For example, we all been talking about data as almost a raw material for AI, and historic data is what will lead to future predictions, right? So if you're, for example, making decisions on simply loan decisions, and given historic data about, race, sect, whatever, right? If that is in the data, not intentionally, AI is going to make those biases into the system. And without even knowing, we are going to make wrong decisions, right? So how do you really work towards removing the bias, eliminating bias is just number one. The second that goes hand in hand is, I know Chaitanya, you spoke about how data or AI becomes a black box, right? Explainability becomes very important, right? We cannot disown a decision by saying, hey, this is because AI recommended so, right? Because we are not making a trivial decision. We are not deciding what to watch. We are making decisions which could be life and death for somebody else. So how do you think about explainability, transparency of what we are doing? And third is, what is the entire guardrails and governance around it, right? So can we actually say that when you give this data, this is exactly how this will be used for this long? After that, you have the right to actually rip off that data from my system if you wish to do so. There are sort of great examples like GDPR, et cetera, that come up in parts of the world. How do you incorporate that in the world of AI so that there is clear demarcation on IP, who owns the IP on not just ideas, even our own data?
Just to continue a point on that.
Yeah.
See, we are all wired today. So whether we like it or not, someone is always listening to us. Someone is tracking us. So just an example is we conducted a very similar sustainability hackathon where we were 3 days locked up in a room. And fourth day, my colleague gets a message because he's monitored his conversation with his wife. And he gets a message, do you need marriage counselor services? So there is we embark that issue of trust and whether my personal data is indeed used for my betterment. So yes, GDPR is one. Indian government also passed certain rules. In this data and AI gold rush, we embark that data sovereignty problem, which we term in the architecture world as blockism, where we are trying to create a distributed yet interoperable architecture with proper isolation, autonomy, and then preserving the sovereignty at each place. But this is a problem we embark, and responsible AI, it doesn't just come with the definition, because there's a lot to act behind that it's necessary.
Absolutely. And that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I would like to conclude by just a few pointers that have come up as part of this discussion, that AI is going to be a great boon for the current generation and the generations to come if we are able to use it effectively in order to create a more sustainable world. And if AI was to have a sustainability motto, it would be something like transforming towards a more sustainable world, one algorithm at a time. And we have to see that how we are able to get this transition incorporated in almost every sphere of life, because the incremental improvement, it is so visible. We have already discussed quite a few case studies and examples today where we were able to see 30% increment in efficiency, or 40% reduction in cost, or 20% reduction in productivity, 20% increase in productivity, 30% reduction in the, the workforce that is required. So we are having a tool in our hands that can make it far more productive, far more efficient, and far more energy, conserve energy and water and all the resources that are required to do the processes the way they are done. So AI is a great tool when it comes to sustainability. All we have to ensure is that it is used responsibly, and there are enough and very well managed data sets that are focused on qualitative measures as much as the quantitative measures. With that, I would like to thank you all. Thanks for being here. Thanks.
Huge round of cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for this lovely panel. Thank you so much. Wonderful insights and knowledge shared. Request you all to kindly stay back for a group photograph. The claps can't stop, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep clapping. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries. Before we move forward, I would like to thank our partners for the day once again. Energy partner REC Maharatna Company, Sustainability partner Bisleri, Sustainable Solutions partner Syngenta, Event partner, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Pitch, Fandom, Beanley Coffee, Jazbat.ai. Thank you so much. And with that, we move to the next session. Before that, one quick request. I would like to request all of you to kindly keep your mobiles in silent mode so that there's no distraction happening for our respected speakers. So the topic for the moment is social equity, building inclusive and sustainable communities. For that, may I please welcome up on stage Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing director, Trust Legal, noted environmental lawyer. On stage, please. Wilma Rodrigues, founder and CEO, Saha Zero Waste. Tania Chatterjee, director, head of sustainability, NatWest Digital Service, India. Panish Rao, chief sustainability officer, LTI Mindtree. Tammy Benheim, Consulate General of Israel to South India, Bangalore. Narayan PS, Global Head, ESG and Managing Trustee, Wipro Foundation. The panelists said, let's have the loudest cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're all set. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. We look forward to having an engaging session.
Good afternoon. So we are sitting in a different order, but we'll be sustainable. I can promise you that. It's a very wide topic which we have. This is a very eminent panel. Very wide topic, social equity, building inclusive and sustainable communities. Now, when you say sustainable communities, you are actually trying to talk to what you are going to leave for the future and how much is the carrying capacity of the present ecosystem. These are the two things. And when it is talking about community, how as an individual you function on sustainability, how you use your water, how you deal with environment, how you feel about flora and fauna, and ultimately how you, when you integrate yourself into the community, whichever community you live in, what is your recourse and contribution to that community. I think this is the essence of this wide topic. I can tell you three brief ideas which I have to proceed on this topic, which is very wide, and we have a panel which has a very diverse background. They will bring all kind of inclusive aspects of community, sustainable community aspect. But as a country, in last 2 to 3 decades, sustainability has become much more mainstream than most of the developed country. And I'm saying it with a lot of responsibility because I practiced environmental law. Earlier it was called only environmental law. Now it is called sustainability, climate change, climate justice. But for last 20, 25 years, we have really worked hard to create islands of excellence across the country so far as conservation, sustainability, biodiversity, wildlife is concerned. That's one aspect of sustainable culture. And that has also percolated to urban clusters. And I'm always an optimist. I always see the glass half full. So I'm taking that view that we are on the right course, whether it is plastic, whether it is river, whether we have issues with air pollution, we have issues with water wastage, we have a huge sewage issue across the country in municipal cities, but we have good examples coming up our way. So with this background, I will go to the panel, and panel, you can see that each one of them brings so much of experience. So I will start with Ms. Rodrigues. What is your view about this topic? And
Thanks. So we work with waste. And all of us, each one as a little baby, day one, we generate waste right up to the end of our life. So waste is a critical issue that the country and the world is facing. And this is where there is also the big opportunity for us to bring about a change in system, to live values so that we can also bring about now the economy of the 21st century. And that is circular economy. But in order to enable the circular economy, there are so many different things that we will have to do collaboratively. So in waste management, when we look at the systems today, which are far from inclusive. Because on one hand, you have people generating the waste and, very little responsibility given to those waste generators. And then the expectation that someone else will take care of the waste and, the problem will disappear. So as a waste management company, and I say company because we are a business model with a very strong focus on environmental and social impact. And when we talk social impact, we talk about the large number of people working with waste, largely informal or largely people from the bottom of the pyramid. And these are people that actually do a lot of groundwork. But at the same time, today's waste management system in the context of circular economy does need professionals. So there's a whole wide spectrum of jobs that are available, but we still have to be mindful of the fact that the large number of people working with waste are working at the bottom of the pyramid. And so therefore that change needs to take place. And that's our business model, where we have revenues from waste and revenues from a service fee. Because as a generator of waste today, if we want to recover 90% of our waste or 96% of our waste, which is fully possible, then we also need to pay, like any other service, we need to pay for good waste management services, which will then also give the benefit to a better livelihood. So that's Sahas Zero Waste, the business model, which has been around for now 10 years. 60% of our revenues come from a service fee, and we have about 300 people working with us across India. We provide a lot of different services: plastic waste management, bulk waste, people generating, corporate campuses and apartments are our major customers. But that's how we support communities. I mean, all of us as waste generators are part of a community, and we would enable communities to be responsible, and at the same time help the planet, help people with a better livelihood system.
Very well, initial thoughts. And historically, as rightly said, we are great waste collectors and recyclers also. If we remember, in our grandmothers used to keep those old containers for all kind of stuff, and we were not that bad. It's a very recent phenomena of last 25-30 years that the waste has become a bigger problem than it was historically. I will come to the next panelist, Mr. P.S. Narayan, and I want him to bring out more larger aspects of all the SDG goals, which are part of creating sustainable communities, and how, as a responsible corporate organization, what are the new stories you are living with? Just try the other one. This is also one aspect of sustainability. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, and absolutely delighted to be part of this conversation. All of us know that one of the most visible trends of recent years is this so-called adoption of ESG by companies across. And ESG incorporates what happens inside the company, what happens in the next outer circle, which is the value chain, and also what happens in the next circle, which is your communities. In some sense, this inner to outer circle represents a gradually, let's say, decreasing locus of control on what you can do and what you cannot do, which is the reason why, if you look at, say, gender or persons with disability, initiatives around this first started within the company about 10, 15, 20 years back in many companies. And then, gradually it sort of expanded to include communities outside. Now, here's the thing. When companies look at this entire spectrum, how do we look at it in a way that has a certain boundarylessness across? Let me take the example of climate change, which many companies today have goals and targets on climate change, net zero, and what have you. If you look at the entire spectrum, inside the company, when you set targets for yourself to, let's say, procure renewable energy, for example, Wipro has a target of being 100% renewable by 2030, what is the element of inclusion that you can bring in? One of the things that you can do is to look at how your renewable energy procurement is happening upstream. How responsible is it? We are, for example, part of a platform called the Forum of Responsible Energy, which looks at right from land acquisition to all the upstream processes, whether it is responsible or not, right? So you start from there and you build it contractually into those elements of responsibility. Then you look outside the boundary of your organization. When you look at community initiatives, CSR, and so on, we are an IT services organization like LT Mindtree, and all our work is in cities, right? And we all know that one of the predominant effects of climate change in cities is what is known as the urban heat island effect. And the urban heat island effect creates multiple impacts. One of them is, it really results in heat strokes and various other kinds of health problems. Now, think of certain categories of vulnerable work populations, construction workers, people who work in metro sites, your app delivery workers, your Zomatos and the big baskets of the world. We're out in the sun the whole day, right? They are probably already the most affected by UHI, or the urban heat island effect. Here's a problem challenge for designers and architects. How can you design a transition shelter for our cities where workers, app delivery workers, etc., can go, can take rest for, let's say, 10, 15 minutes, can have access to clean drinking water, sanitation, and so on, right? Yeah. So that's across the spectrum view. Companies can look at that from CSR.
Yes, very well said. And we need to understand that as India is, and especially a place like Bangalore, we are talking about an urban cluster. What we need is stories from the corporate world on ESG. And ESG is not any scientific thing. I tell you, we coerced one of the very important universities in India, OP Jindal University, which is based in Sonipat, New Delhi, near New Delhi, that you do a ESG report, ki how much water is consumed by each student in a hostel, how much water actually flows in the wash basin, how much waste is generated by the caterers during the dinner and lunches, what is your integration with your neighboring villages, how many women and other people get employment in the university, what is their ecosystem connect, what is your flora and fauna, how many birds visit your urban cluster or your campus, and have you counted all the trees and which are the moths and butterflies which come to that area. So even an urban cluster can have a very effective ESG report. In fact, Tata has a urban forest in Andheri, Mumbai, which is worth seeing. And I remember companies after companies now coming up with small reports where one particular aspect has touched upon any of the SDG goals. So I'll come to Consulate General of Israel, and I will ask you very clearly that what are some of the stories you find interesting, because Israel supports a lot of clean water initiatives in India. There are funds which work in that area. What are the examples you will like to give?
I'll give some now. Thank you. And just one thank you to PW Businessworld and Sudhir and Dr. Batra for organizing this event. We spoke previously, and these issues, the more we talk about them in different contexts and bringing in people from different places in India and like me from Israel, I think it continues the conversation and makes it more strong and gives, we can share best practices and ideas. And I'll just say a couple words about Israel and what we're doing with India. And afterwards, I can definitely delve into it with more detail. But despite Israel being a tiny country and India being a huge country, and it looks maybe different, there are many similarities. And we started with the issue of conservation, sustainability, because we had no choice. Since Israel's inception in 1948, just a few months after India, We had a land, a tiny, as I said, tiny land, so not a lot of actual, geographical space. We had absolutely or almost no drinking water, and we had no natural resources. And also, being a young country and just starting, we couldn't bring in or import a lot. So we started basically with what is now known as circular economy and being aware of sustainability before we knew those words and concepts. We basically did it because we had no choice. We had no lakes like Bangalore. Now we're dealing with the issues of the lakes in Bangalore, but we had no beautiful lakes with good water to take from. We had to figure out what to do. And this is part of the story. And this is what we do, a lot of cooperation with India in how to conserve the water, how to clean the water, how to reuse the water. Most of the water we use now in Israel, it comes from desalination plants that we have. And now desalinated water is very expensive water, both in terms of energy and price. So we take urban wastewater and treat it and use it for agriculture. And then we use it for industrial water. Basically, we take the little that we have or that we have to pay for, which is also an interesting concept that we share in India a lot, but we reuse it as many times as we can just because it's so valuable. Same thing, we mentioned waste here. Same thing with our waste. As we're a tiny country, we have 38 places where we bury waste. So now, these days we're learning and we are using it. You can use methane and you can use it as energy hubs. Secondly, a lot of the things we throw away can be, if not properly recycled, perhaps reused. And thirdly, the land that these, ground fills are sitting on is valuable land when you don't have a lot of land. You can build new housing communities. You can bring people who are more maybe in the periphery closer to the center, and make it more accessible, which we can talk about. But what I'm trying to say here, every single thing we do, it came out of necessity. Now we're doing it, but it has ripple effects, whether on marginal communities or communities are further out. That's also sadly where we had the landfills originally, and now we have to take care, and it was mentioned as well, with different health issues that appear in different communities because just of where they live. And just one last word, and also we mentioned things starting in corporate organizations coming up. A lot of things, again, in Israel, and again, because of necessity, was started with the government. Government has to make the laws. They have to realize at times that there are regulations that need to be done because, certain people will take steps at times only when it's mandated by law. Not many people, and now we're realizing also the economic benefits, but not many people will take a drop in profits in order to do something good unless it's dictated. But the government also needs to know, once these regulations are in place and things happen, when to maybe take a step back, or maybe just have incentive for people who do good, but not have the negative. So it's an interesting story, which I'll be happy to discuss further.
Very well said.
Thank you.
But at this stage, I'll just tell you that just to make it more realistic, when you're talking about sustainable communities and what an individual's role is, just try to understand the situation. I'm coming from Delhi today, and some of us are from Delhi on this dais too. Delhi had this air pollution issue going on for almost 18, 20 years after the CNG came also. And I'm talking about Delhi because we were the capital city of the pollution in the world, always beating the rank toppers. I filed a public interest litigation in 2015 in Delhi High Court because there were at least 16 petitions going on in Supreme Court and National Green Tribunal. And this is a very interesting thing I'm telling you. So somebody said, who will admit this petition? I said, I'm not on any environmental issue. I have filed a petition for a health emergency. And that was the word for the first time used by me. I said, I don't want to have cancer and still live in this city. How will I live? And I had data from IMA that how much cancer has increased in Delhi from 1990 to 2016-17. Court admitted that petition in Delhi High Court. It is still going on. But you know what happened in Delhi last 2 years? You think that politicians will solve these problems, even if they go and make commitments to the SDG summits and that we'll follow this, we'll do net zero by 2070. They do try, but it's not up to them. The communities have to do. And I'll give you one example. The chronic problem of Delhi was the two-wheeler. And that was a voting community, so nobody wanted to touch them. And most of the two-wheeler companies were dated technology, and nobody will touch them. So they were being cycled and used, recycled for years and decades. Standard time, 15 years, 12 years, people used to use scooters and motorcycle in Delhi. In last 3 years, 30 to 40% of those two-wheelers have been replaced by electric scooters voluntarily, because it's cheaper, fossil fuel has become costly, it has impacted Delhi. So Delhi is much cleaner anytime you go. But that's not the real story. The real story is we did a survey and made a report through a OP Jindal University and Terry, that how Haryana villages realize that they are part of the system and they cannot just burn the parali, the agriculture waste, and pollute Delhi lungs. And more than 7,000 students actually went village to village in last October to December. Haryana virtually did not burn any parali last year. It reduced 40% of the air pollution in Delhi. There is a report, but the best part, Haryana was not very keen to release that report. Nobody will take even a responsibility that mere karan pollution ho raha hai. So whatever said and done, ultimately all your answers, like Ms. Roderick said, all your answers will come with your direct involvement, whether you're using a straw or using all these plastic bottles. We have some glass bottles also on the table, but this all has to go to the basically one individual. So this is how the panel is also addressing that issue. I'll come to Mindtree and I'll ask him about his stories. And I'm more keen to know what can be the one eureka, one new suggestion which we can multiply and do in other part of the country. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure being here this afternoon. I represent LTI Mindtree, and we are a for-profit organization, and we are bound by the law to spend our 2% on the community that we live in. But that aside, I think people who manage this and people who lead the organization are extremely passionate and are extremely concerned about the environment and the society that we live in. So therefore, I think we do fairly well in our deliverables as far as ESG is concerned. On the environment side, if I were to talk about energy, the first, we do everything to ensure that we use renewable energy as much as we can. And there's new investments that are happening in the company, though it's hitting the bottom line. I think we are more concerned about the environment. So we spend a lot of money on renewable energy. We reduce the electricity that we buy from the electricity board. We have some excess energy which we wheel to the other locations too. So that is something that we use extensively. On the water, like you said, we measure what is the consumption of water per person, how much of water is wasted in the toilets, and how much is collected back after they go down the drain, and how much is recycled and then reused. So we do all that. And we also make sure that we build lots of ponds, we rejuvenate rivers, we rejuvenate wells, and we are hoping that we'll be water positive immediately. The third thing that we do very effectively is the waste management. We ensure nothing gets into the air or the water or the land. And there are several types of waste that we generate, including electronic waste, a lot being an IT company. And we ensure that they all see the end of life without being buried or put in water or burnt and pollute the air. I think you said there are people in the outer circle. So we believe that as part of our S pillar, there are people within the organization, people outside the organization. And CSR is something that takes care of people outside the organization. In the country that we live in, I've been fortunate or unfortunate, I don't know, ever since I took this responsibility of ESG, I've traveled across the country and seen interior parts of the country, which probably many of you won't have even heard the names or been there at all. And must say that, we are very fortunate being here where we are today.
Totally agree.
The kind of people that I have seen, they don't have food to eat, they don't have clothing to wear, they don't have shelter, and they are all living in places where probably even the government doesn't reach, right? You are a lawyer, you can talk about the government, but I hesitate to talk about the government. But honestly speaking, these are places where nobody goes. Can you believe in one of the very developed states like Karnataka, there are places where there is no electricity even today. Right. I was in a very small village in Gujarat where we were doing an education project for children. And when I went to visit that project on how it was going and developing, I saw children without food. So obviously the model was wrong. We immediately changed it. There's no point in giving them education when they don't have basic food to eat. So whatever we do, we make sure that we go with a comprehensive solution to such places where nobody's been before and nobody goes really, and nobody thinks that such people exist in such places. And we do a comprehensive solution starting from roti kapda makan, the basic, and then get into the rest, like health is very important. Recently, we started a new service for people in remote areas where they don't even know what are the government schemes available. We have engaged with an organization who supports people get all the schemes that they are eligible for from the government. They coordinate that and make sure they get. So these are some of the things that we do, which are at very grassroots level. And we impact about 500,000 people.
Wow. Mr. Rao, thank you for touching that aspect, which I will go more in detail before I will actually come to Ms. Tania. The reason for people like me who are here, and I will love to travel wherever sustainability will be talked about, is that 22, 23 years back when I started going to the forest and started going to take matters from the forest to the courts. And that was a time when we used to have forest benches in the High Court, and the Supreme Court had a Friday dedicated to forest and wildlife only. I'll give you examples. Banerghata National Park in Bangalore had a CRPF firing range, and elephants used to get stray bullets here. Governments were writing to governments, nobody was removing them. We got that removed. I know examples of companies, how they collaborated with Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore and got land for elephant corridor in Chamrajnagar, Mudumalai, all this forest of 3 states, Periyar, Bandipur, Mudumalai, how that got integrated, how land was purchased with private intervention and elephants walkway were created. And most importantly, what you said, Mr. Rao, the local communities, whether it's a tribal or women, throughout the country, whichever national park, wildlife sanctuary you'll go, they are the biggest custodian of sustainable living. They are so clear about it. They don't waste water. They collect honey when they have to collect honey. They will not pick up anything from the forest. They respect the law more than anybody else. And that is the reason your forest cover, which was 9% at the time of independence, today is 17%, because the tiger survives in this country. So it's not a small achievement for a country like ours, which is a huge population issue. And urban cities can learn many things if we follow what Mr. Rao said, that we go to the national park and wildlife sanctuary and see what has been conserved in this country. Yeah, sure, please.
You know, because you talk about forests, I recently went to the Sundarbans forest in West Bengal, because we're doing a lot of plantation of mangroves there because of the floods and stuff like that, you know, which is affecting the villages. They're getting washed away. So, you know, your water body is increasing, your land is reducing in that place. And I met a gentleman there who was a poacher of tigers there. And I said to him, since he's lived with the tigers, he's been attacked about 80 times. He showed me all the wounds on his body. It was fascinating to hear stories of tiger from him. He talks about tigers like we talk about human beings, right? Believe me. And I asked him, I said to him, can you give me something of the tiger that I can take home and say, I had been to Sundarbans and I met you. So he says, you can't take anything because it is illegal to take and you will be behind bars. right? And he was a poacher before who's turned protectionist now. And there are several such people who have actually transformed from being negative to the nation to being very, very positive to the nation. And really lots such people. And when we were doing plantation there, you're talking of people and community participating. All the plantation there in the Sundarban forest next to the sea is being done by locals. We just pay them a daily wage because they also need to survive, like Wilma was saying, that, they all need income. We do that. And very happy to say that, the place is looking lush, green, beautiful. Tigers will hopefully stay there and not come out into the villages.
Lovely. And you also remember that you're talking about places like Sundarban, and you went there. I'm so happy because I had the privilege of going there 2-3 times. And you are actually in a cage. If you go there, you are in the cage. The elephant is, the tiger is free. He's hopping from island to island. He can swim in the salty water and he drinks the salty water there. So you are in a cage. You watch, you can watch. It's very difficult. I have never sighted a tiger there. And more than the tigers, the small sharks are the worry for the local community. Because they pounce on while you do your farming, while you do any work, they can pounce on your leg, take a flash out, and you die in 1 minute. Crocodiles too. And these are the communities which have not shifted. And when do they shift? When these communities actually shift, there are stories of communities shifting out of Rajaji National Park. And they were living for 100, 200, 300, 400 years. They had shifted for the purpose of saving the forest. And we are so clear that we will not give up on a small artery road or a small privilege in life. So that's why I'm sorry we are devoting so much of time on practical aspect. The reason being, these are the examples which you have in your own country. How they have sacrificed so much that you can have a better drainage system. You can have a rains on time. Sorry, Tanya, on your time now. Yeah.
Sure, no problem. The fact that we focused on environment and climate and forest so much, I'll bring your attention back to social equality and building sustainable communities. The focus of today's discussion. Interestingly, the marginalized community in India has a very difficult and complex interplay between what happens at the household and the macro level. When I say this, let me illustrate that with some figures and facts. IMF clearly mentions that 27% of India's GDP will increase if there is equal participation of women in the workforce. What is the status now? We are at 29.4%. Any idea about how we evolved in the last 2 decades? I joined the workforce in 2000. That gives away my age a little bit, but never mind. So in 2000, any guesses what was the women labor workforce participation? Sorry? It was 30%.
Yeah.
2023, we are sitting at 29.4%. So I'm talking about social equality and economic sustainability in urban India, which means India has been notoriously known of stagnating women labor workforce.
We just passed in Parliament some law. 2029, you will get something, they are saying.
Right. So that's one aspect of it. The second marginalized community, the LGBTQ economy, is largely untapped. So we have World Bank, which clearly is mentioning that we are losing out, India is losing out on GDP worth almost $32 billion because of transphobia and homophobia. And those are the places where corporate India and organizations in the urban city can clearly do something about the employability. The third marginalized community, I'm going to focus on just 3.
No, you should.
Talk about it. Yeah, the third one on persons with disability. So in India, we have about 2.1% of persons with disability, which accounts to what, 3 crores of persons with disability, out of which only 54% are educated. And we have CSR funds. We know what to do then. And out of this 54%, only 8% have actual qualification of graduation and above. Imagine we are talking about poverty elevation, we are talking about economic sustainability. If we don't tackle immediate issues, social inequality issues around us, we'll find it very difficult to have India as an economic and socially progressive country. And we will talk about gender equality a little bit
No, but
later,
good,
but yeah, these are
but
the
good
things I
you
wanted
went
to
on
talk
that
about.
aspect because we will come back to Mr. Rodriguez. What are your thoughts? Some of the examples you will share that who are the cheerleaders in this waste segregation or understanding the importance of it, or good examples of community participation in this?
Yeah, so right now the regulations talk about decentralized waste management. So when you look at decentralized waste management, even in a city, it means that, at ward level, we will be able to do processing of wet waste and managing our dry waste. So there is where inclusion can come in, because you currently have the large informal sector, you have people who are providing these services, but it is something that the livelihood is just not dignified livelihood. So we have to recognize that even in Gurgaon, for instance, you have the large apartment complexes, and you see, the large apartment complexes talking about what happens to their dry waste. All of them are giving out the dry waste, but those who follow the dry waste after it goes out of their apartments will see the quality of livelihood of waste pickers living in colonies and trying to retrieve waste. A simple service fee and mandating that they work in sheltered, proper material recovery facilities where they will have protection to work with would make so much of a difference. So that's the kind of change that we want to see. All of us right now have newspapers in our homes, and at most times we expect that whoever the scrap dealer who's coming to our home and picking up the newspaper pays us for that waste. Now, remember, when he's paying you for that waste, he is depriving his home and his livelihood and having a proper shop to be able to have his business. And those of us, middle class, really, do we need that 5-10 rupees? Does it make so much of a difference to our monthly budgets? But we see that we continue with this process and believe that it's a best practice. So a lot of shift needs to be taken.
So Wipro will start a campaign that we will not ask for this money. Because these are good thoughts, actually, because this is a culture issue for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely good point. But since Wilma talked about waste, I think one of the things that Wipro does is it's such a multi-layered problem. One of the things we do is to support social security for workers in the waste segment, right? I just want to call out two things. One is when it comes to inclusion, we all know that beyond metrics, beyond frameworks and all that, it's about mindsets. Whether it is about LGBTQ+, about women and so on, right? How your mindsets manifest in what you do, the daily lived experiences of your communities is what really makes a difference, right? So on persons with disability, on children with disability, for example, if you see, one of the things we all know that cannot work, that cannot be effective, is a templatized approach. You cannot have a single template, from which you work on. There are so many different kinds of disabilities, physical, mental, and so on, each requiring a contextually different approach, maybe differing with geographies and so on.
Okay.
So when companies, and a lot of companies do very good work on disability, but when they do such work, they need to put in not only money, but attention and stay for the long term. And long term here is not like your, venture or your impact investing where you bring the firm up to a certain level and exit. Well, a lot of social sector organizations, you cannot say that, okay, now you're capable, I'm exiting. They need support all the time, right? And they need, depending on the context, different kinds of support. That's one. The second is, the long arc of social change across space and time requires, you to have that systems view of things.
Yeah.
For example, a lot of organizations work on maternal care for vulnerable communities, which is very good. But, maternal care for vulnerable communities can become even more effective if, as we all know, the women is educated, because that has a multi-generational cascading impact. So you invest in education, not just at a school level, but right up to the graduation level.
It helps.
Then that sort of conjoins together to deliver maximum
Right.
impact.
Ms. Tammy, yeah, your thoughts.
Just to continue with this, education is key. And we found this, and I'll just give two short examples. One, for the issue of sustainability. In Israel, we start programs about conserving nature, not picking things up from forest or picking up even flowers, conserving water and using seatbelts in the education system. Most of our schools are government-run schools, so they start from kindergarten when the child is 5, the year before they enter first grade, and they go in this way or another through the whole process. And also we found that education, exactly like you said, is also the key for bringing in marginalized or peripheral communities and also women. If women continue their education, they will go further. They will be more minded to their place in society and what they can contribute. But we tried to do it in university level because the number of women we have in engineering schools and in physics is very low. But then we found out we had to start earlier, because if a girl doesn't do maths or physics or engineering in high school, she won't be able to enter the university. And then in order for her to be on par to do it in high school and then matriculate and do the test, we have to start earlier. This is why we start these things quite early. And we see, sadly, I think we have more success with the sustainable, the water, the preserve the forest issues than at the moment with women. But we also try to take these success stories and then have these women come back to their communities and talk about what they did, be a role model, because many of these girls now have to see somebody who succeeds. If all they see is a certain type of woman or a woman who decides or was not educated or decides to say, that's fine if you decide to do that, but you also have to see that you have more options. And the more role models that we have of those who can come back and speak to girls like they were, the more impact it has than having somebody come from the outside and tell them do this or do that.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Rao, how much do you think this integration of the urban corporate world with the sustainable communities at the grassroots level, whether it's the forest areas or villages, will help on many of those SDG indicators, which Ms. Tane was also talking about, that we are missing out?
Let me share some data with you first. 5% of the Indians own 60% of the wealth. And
so end of the story of community.
Yeah, you know what? The good thing is that we are at least sitting and talking about it today. There has been a lot of activity around this. There's been a concern that's shared, but I still feel that a lot need to be done because there's a huge disparity between those who have and those who don't have. Those who have, I think, have so much that they waste their food. They have 4 or 5 houses, they can live only in one. And there are people who don't have shelter, who don't have clothing, who don't have access to education. And some have too much of access to education, even if they are not worth being educated. Now, that being the situation, I think, we will take some time where we can talk that there is equality and equal opportunity and stuff like that. I think, the good thing is that we are sitting here talking about it, but I don't know if each individual here and outside can take that responsibility of driving this whole initiative. Yep. I think we will one day achieve.
Yep, that is the crux actually, that what one personal thing you will do. Like we have a Chief Justice of India today who is Tanya, taking most of the interest on women issues, gender issues, and a lot of laws are coming from the Supreme Court, or suggestions are being given to the government. You like to say something?
But on that, especially on what Wilma does, my experience, Wilma, is that unless the last person in your disposal chain feels that, his job is important for tomorrow, things won't happen.
Absolutely.
We can segregate, we can, but the guy who collects it doesn't keep it segregated, he mixes it. And then, those who have to deposit it at the right place, shortcut, and then leave it elsewhere, just throw it in the vacant land available. And then, they save on fuel, they save on money, they save on labor, all those things, unless everybody in the society feels the same for the new generation, it's not going to happen.
Yes, Tanya, what do you have to say on this? Because it's Mr. Rao, you can give your mic. Yeah.
So let me just allude to gender equality, that one thing you said we can do. The one thing very easily we can do is sponsor education and follow that through. And for whichever vulnerable, marginalized section of the community that we believe in, because that will bring social equality. Because each one of us are not doing enough. We feel that the gap is dividing. And honestly, Mr. Panish, I don't know how much of work the 5% will do. So the rest of us, the 95% can actually contribute to it.
Yeah.
So some of the things that through CSR that NatWest Group India have been successfully doing is ensuring that we are working with NGO partners who are skilling women, young students after 12th, and they are getting ready for the professional world. So we are offering them fully paid internship, getting them ready, and 100% of them are getting absorbed in the organization, and we call it uplift. And it is not done by operations, it's actually done by the technology business of NatWest Group India, which is a harder skill to develop, and they are doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. I can assure the panel and the house that, and my suggestion is there that combine stories, all the stories, like we had the Sundarban story. I have one thing to tell you, Tanya. There is a particular village in Haryana, which is started that whenever you will have a girl child, 100 trees will be planted by the entire panchayat. And there are 4 NGOs which have taken it across Haryana now. And these are the stories which actually supplement to the anxiety which your data actually shows. So thanks a lot. We are absolutely, our time is over. And I'm very happy to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, respected speakers. Request you all to be on stage. Thank you so much for those lovely, wonderful insights. Can we please have the group photo, please? I think it was quite enlightening. We can clap a little louder, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to clap a little louder? Thank you. Very encouraging indeed. Thank you for your presence. From one panel discussion to the other, we quickly move. There have been. So if I ask you, let's have a quick conversation with the crowd over here. Which has been your favorite so far? If you would want to comment. Anybody wants to say anything? Which one was the most enlightening in terms of knowledge and discussions? Does anybody want to say anything? Anything you want to add, ma'am? Something that you really learned or picked up? Okay. We'll quickly set up the panel for the next session. So right now, the topic that we are going forward is creating resilient supply chains, promoting sustainability from sourcing to consumption. May I please call upon stage Harbinder Narola, CEO, BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World. We'll just request 2 minutes of your time till we get the panel sorted for this. In the meantime, can we have the partner AV, please?
चलो घर से मिले
तू एक बूंद दिल जिंदगी है तू खुश सी मुस्कान है हर जगह है तू धड़कन पंख है ऊंची उड़ान है तू सारा जहां है तू मंजिल के पड़े पागल बुलबुले चल बचपन के तले वही तेरा घर मिले
इस घर को हम प्यार से रखते हैं बिस्लरी ग्रीन प्रॉमिस
Thank you so much, my friends at the console. So once again, I'll repeat for you all, our panel discussion topic right now is creating resilient supply chains, promoting sustainability from sourcing to consumption. May I please call upon stage Harbindan Narula, sir, CEO, BW Healthcare World, Abida Anis, Vice President, CSR and Sustainability Group, Legrand, India, Alok Verma, Head of Corporate Strategy and ESG, Ashok Leland, Sridhar L, Head Sustainability, Bangalore International Airport and Governing Council Member, UN Global Compact Network, India. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen, for this entire panel. Can we please clap louder? We can do a lot better, I believe. Thank you so much. The stage is yours, sir.
I think you need to keep your claps sustainable. Keep it going. We are running a little late, so I won't want to take too much time in giving spiel about sustainability. I think you've heard a lot about it since morning. Let me just deep dive into questions that I have for this panel so that we can make it useful for everyone sitting here. One of the areas that causes or seem to have caused challenges around sustainability has been transportation, supply chain, etc. So we have a panel which is specialized in sustainability, but also handles a lot of supply chain. So we have some straight questions for them. But before I get into specific questions for specific people, the first thing I want to do is, we use this term quite a lot, that responsible sustainability, responsible supply chain. What does the word responsible mean to you? Let me begin with you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So it's an interesting question. Definitely, we call it, it's not responsible supply chain, man. We call it responsible corporate organization. So we, in our organization, we call actually sustainability is corporate social responsibility, which is part of our DNA in all our business activities. Because Group Legrand, being a leader in electrical and digital infrastructure, we are a century-old company. And how many of you know that 40% of greenhouse gas emissions happens through buildings? So being one of the major contributor providing electrical solutions to the building segment, we believe it is our, certainly as a responsible, committed organization, we need to give up, we need to protect this planet by way of doing all the activities, whether it's a supply chain management, right from the development of product life cycle itself, designing to the end of product life cycle, we takes care of it, that we not only limit our carbon emission reduction, but also developing a circular economy. And in addition, we also enabling our customers and building also to build how to reduce their carbon emission reduction. So this is what we believe that's a, it's a more responsible organization.
Alok, let me come to you. What does responsible mean to you when we talk about sustainability in supply chain?
Sure, Harvinder. I think from our standpoint, I guess we are going ahead with our sustainable agenda. We are 57% renewable power. We are net water positive. We are, I think, zero liquid discharge. So I think all of those things, we are in our own factories, right? But the bigger challenge for us is the ecosystem in which we operate. So if I give you, let's say, basis a Stellantis study, overall, I think within our company's boundaries, the overall GHG impact that we can bring about is roughly 1.7%. Now you can plus minus 1%, I think I can, because this is not an India study and stuff like that. So, but that is to the extent. So we can do better. We have a RE100 agenda to go by 2030, and then we have our own net zero agenda by 2048. So, but if you look at the supply chain, let's say our vendor partners, that's a 10x of what impact that we can bring in. So that's roughly around 11.7% or thereabouts. And then our overall, I think, customers, the fleet operators, that is roughly around 87% plus. If you really see within the company's boundaries, operations, there is a limited impact that you can, and that's why I think it's important that we work with our ecosystem. The important thing also to note, and I think this is applicable to everyone, is and why it's imperative to talk about it is India's growth story has just started, right? We are at $3 trillion. We should be $10 trillion, give or take a few years, but let's say 2034, 35, 36, right? But it's going to come. If that comes in, what it means is 66%, 2/3 of the growth is still, we have to realize that. And if we realize that growth with our ecosystem partners, with our supply chain, I think that will be a very sustainable growth. So we'll not do the same thing that probably the Western world did. So I think those would be my, opening comments.
Sridhar, would you want to share your perspective?
Sure, thanks. And good evening, all. We strongly believe responsibility is sustainability and sustainability is responsibility. Considering the type of activities what we, undertake in our airport operations. To give some examples like how responsible and sustainability in being responsible matters to us and to all our stakeholders. Because we are having a large supply chain and a very complex supply chain with the type of services and products and the type of infrastructure what we equip. So if you take an example of the recent terminal what we have built, it involved multi stakeholders in the supply chain, starting from the design, the type of sourcing, the type of material, the type of resource efficiency, and how we use 100% renewable electricity, the water responsibility being water positive and replenishing more water than we consume. Like this, the multiple topics in which we take each and every activity, we need to be responsible and see what bit extra we can do to reduce the impacts. And the highlight of this, what we believe is that it's a journey. One milestone achievement should not make us complacent, which I think none of us will be complacent because the journey ahead is so tough. Realization of that, and also linking the interrelation of various stakeholders and trying to bridge them under one common agenda and bring them to make them feel, yes, my responsibility is going to affect somebody else's commitment and vice versa. That is what will be the ultimate goal, whereas an inclusive responsibility sets in.
Alok, when we talk about supply chain, and when we talk about global supply chains, what do you think, or how do you think we can adopt sustainable practices to ensure global sustainability?
Yeah, I think
global supply chains.
I think global supply chain, and you're looking at sourcing to consumption, the
Correct.
entire. So there are multiple areas for intervention. So if you really see on the sourcing side, I think there are mega trends in terms of challenges to resilience. So I think that's something that has come out as a big imperative for supply chains globally, and definitely in the likes of India and other places, and automotive for sure. So that means the China plus one is a big imperative for the supply chain. And I think that is something that we are seeing already. Our supply chain partners, I was in the supply chain conference of Ashok Leyland, and I think a lot of them actually are getting 2x growth in the last 3 years, which means there's a huge amount of, I think, spillover benefit that's coming in. But apart from that, I think on the supply chain side, the green procurement policy will be critical for, I think, companies to embrace, OEMs to lead from the front. So that's on the supply chain. On the operations, as I said, I think we have to really make sure that the things that we do are in a sustainable manner. The resources that we use are sustainable. So we are moving in that direction. So we will be carbon neutral from an operations standpoint by 2030. That is our commitment. If we come to further down, I guess we have two business models. One is on electric mobility, which again will make sure that this overall sustainability element is taken care of from our products and services. In the Auto Expo, we would have put in multiple alternate fuels vehicles out there. So we are ready to kind of put our I think investments as well as our footprint out there. But again, it's an ecosystem that needs to develop from a overall network standpoint. We have the hydrogen ICE vehicles, we have the hydrogen FCEV vehicles. So in some cases, the affordability should come down to an acceptable level. In some cases, I think the hydrogen should become more available as well. So we're working on that. We're working on partnerships from that standpoint. So that's another business model that I think is critical from an overall supply chain standpoint. The other one is EMAS, which is another, I think, business model that is that we have invested in, which means that we will actually, we are operating electric fleets, whether it's buses or goods transport. Again, that is another part of the supply chain. And the final piece is on the end-of-life vehicles. How are we actually improving the maybe the end-of-life vehicle circularity element? So we are putting our thoughts on this scrappage, vehicle scrappage model, business model as well. So I think end-to-end, I think there are a play to be done in each of the areas. I think that's where I think it will become much more effective as well, because I think we'll have to make investments in each of the areas. Yeah.
So, Sridhar, my next question is to you. Since Alok was talking about, what was coming to my mind is that there are so many areas within an organization that impact sustainability and need to be addressed. But in an institution like an airport, where there are so many areas like waste management, fuel consumption, transport on the tarmac, electrical consumption, there are so many areas, but they are not necessarily under your control. There are so many different agencies that are working there. How does, and you touched upon that, you are working with vendors, etc. How does collaboration work as an organization to ensure that what your partners are doing is as sustainable in terms of priority as you as an institution?
Good question, because for an airport operations, this is a type of an operation where you can imagine the maximum collaboration is what is required, the engagement. I will not put a percentage to it, but majority of the services as a passenger, when we are ensuring for the the comfort and the entire service part of it, the stakeholder involvement who is contributing to do the services are multi-stakeholders, and many of them may not be in our direct zone of administrative control. But end of the day, we call it as KAB, Kempegoda International Airport, Bengaluru, as a community, an airport which exists based on the community's contribution. So we as Bangalore International Airport Limited, the operator, the employees, the type of resources what we have, put together with all these collaborative efforts of the people only can make us a meaningful service. So it's very, very important for us in our entire strategy towards achieving sustainable development goals. We can't ignore a single stakeholder in this, because otherwise our journey will not be anything credible for us to share. That is why we have adopted an more or less an inclusive journey towards how do we incorporate these entire principles in our 4,000 acres plus campus. The type of topics which we have taken: water, renewable and resource efficiency, waste, and many other things. To start with, I'll just touch upon your examples. We are the single point of source of electricity for the entire thing. We don't have a separate, in our reporting system for ESG reporting as my concessioners will not have renewable, we will have renewable. The day we have conceptualized, we said, over a time of a period when we scale up and achieve 100% renewable electricity, not only our scope 2 becomes zero, our scope 3 electricity related emissions also become zero. As we speak today, we are a zero scope 2 emissions organization, and electricity related emissions in scope 3 of all the concessioners, partners who exist in the airport campus also zero. So that is the first step. And also the water positivity, we are 2.36 water index. We replenish more water than we consume. There also we have conceptualized in such a way that everything should be based on an airport community level. And also the watershed where we exist and the community part of it. Keeping in mind the programs have been launched for watershed improvement and also the replenishment part, the energy efficiency, water efficiency, and all the programs we extend it to the partners over there. With the airline partners and the ground service equipments, the services what they give, we extended fixed electric ground power. It's a bit of a technical thing, so I'll make it simple. When we use an aero bridge, we would have seen some equipments, bridge mounted equipment, which will give renewable power to the aircraft to switch off their APUs, auxiliary processing units. The benefit is that the ATF will not burn that time when the aircraft is ready to take the passengers. For the minimal energy requirement is fed through the renewable electricity. Today, the adoption rate is greater than 90%. Several thousand tons of scope 3 emissions are coming down out of it. So that is our responsibility on ensuring that in our ecosystem, whatever we can stretch a bit more, we can make it happen to the near zero part of it. And also majority of the fleet, what we will have may not be owned by us, which will come under scope 1, where we have the control to replace it, convert it and all. We have also got into this engagement mode with the people, influence them, make them understand. And thankfully, I have to acknowledge the people who have been strongly committed and supporting the partners. They have also moved towards electric vehicles. We are equipping with the infrastructure, recharging infrastructure for them. So this is like a 360-degree approach. Our operations is a very classic example that we can't achieve our sustainability goal, our commitment for 2030, the ambitious goals what we have taken without the support of the partners exist over there. So this is the from a strategy side, we have taken up this particular one. To sum it up, whether it is sustainable mobility, sustainable procurement, the circular economy part of it, the waste management, which you said, we are also in the process of equipping one integrated solid waste management plant. The entire biodegradable waste generated in the campus will be treated, converted into biofuel and CNG. We have also equipped the capacity in such a way, partly we will take from community and share the digested sludge converted as manure to the community as well as the green landscape. So to sum it up, this is a journey which we believe all partners are equally important to us. Their success is our success is their success. It's a collective journey. Otherwise, we can't serve you as a passenger.
Beautiful. Ma'am, coming to you, you represent a company which is into electrical products. Being in the electrical industry, how do you ensure sustainability in all activities related to supply chain from the beginning till the time the product reaches the consumer?
Well, Legrand being a signatory authority of Climate Combat Manifesto, we have agreed into we also signed in the Paris Agreement, where we are committed to become carbon neutral by 2050. And our short-term goal is to reduce our carbon emission by 50% in our scope 1 and scope 2 by 2030. And in scope 3, 15%. So that means in our value chain also, we are committed to reduce our carbon. So being said that, internally, there are a lot of activities, as you rightly said, it's not easy because our segment is complicated because electrical components are major contributors, 40% of GHG. So right from the product. So one of the major action which I would like to highlight here is to the interest of audience. 70% of our products in the catalog cell are product sustainable profile certified, which means it is eco-designed, internationally certified, which is reducing indirectly the consumers or to the user level carbon emission reduction. So I'm so happy to tell you that from the 2014, we have a GRI reporting and scientific based initiative reporting is in place. So we have reduced 13 million tons of carbons from 2014 through our energy efficiency products. So that is one of the major milestone we have done. And secondly, as a part of our sustainable procurement actions and also building the sustainable supply chain management, we have also kept a target of by 2050, because of course we have a short-term roadmap and we call it a CSR roadmap. So by 2024, our target is 20% of our plastic consumption has to be recycled plastic and 40% of the metal consumption has to be recycled metal. This is also kind of, I would say it's a highly ambitious because in Indian market, it's not easy to develop the kind of, because of course, recycled plastics are plenty. But again, looking at the context of our R&D and procurement, the quality of the material, because we are in the premium product market where we cannot compromise. So how many of you can compromise reducing the quality of product because it's a sustainable? No, not ready. So we have to meet, we cannot compromise the customer's expectation. So this is one of the area. Third is morning, Dr. Mr. Shah has told about, yes, we are one of the company who is actually working seriously on the reduction of package weight, reducing a product weight by redesigning, because it's all are directly or indirectly contributing to the carbon emission reduction. So our R&D and our procurement team and our operations all collaboratively working day and night towards achieving, because we know this is not just a target, it is our commitment. So again, I'm coming back to your first question of responsibility, because we do not want to give any commitment, because it's a serious commitment we have made in. So we have a structured plan in place. How many? So we could definitely say that by 2021, we have already reduced 28% of carbon revision. That means we are also already in the right path. Midway we have reached. Third thing is in that we have also taken scope 3. So scope 3 definitely upstream transportation emission we have not taken, but in the next roadmap we will be coming in taking up from 2025 onwards. At present, in downstream transportation, 10% reduction. There again, it's like no, you could imagine we are working with in India alone about close to 500 plus transporters we are working. We have 50,000 plus transaction happening monthly. We have about 17 warehouses, 50,000, about 19,000 destinations we deliver. So you could imagine the amount of volume. So barring Ashok Leyland, we as an industry, for the industry business purpose, the amount of transaction happening to 19,000 destinations, it's not easy. But however, with our continuous efforts and innovative approach and all, I'm so happy and proud to say that we could continue, we could reduce 10%, 11% of reduction last year in 2022, which is roughly the estimation about 1,000 ton carbon emission we could achieve, which we believe it's a kind of a good milestone. And fourth one is in terms of waste, about 99% is of waste recovery rate. So again, no, we ensure that, okay, whatever the, one of the thing with one example, I could tell you that, okay, the metal recycling process. So what we do is we definitely have certain, what do you call it, some wastages happens in the end of the process and all, but we give it back to the raw material owner, and we do give the awareness training to the supplier as well to take it back. We give the conversion rate as well. We pay them to bring it back as our raw material, as a recycled metal. So there are a lot of actions. No, it is going on. I can name it few. So I hope this is what I could interesting tell.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there are certain things, what I just realized that a lot of organizations are doing, which do not even come to the forefront and people do not realize, but there's a lot of effort that is going on, which is behind the scenes. But when we take these efforts, and there's no doubt that almost every organization that is large, reputed, is taking sustainability seriously and is taking and is acting on it. But when we begin the initiatives, there are these speed bumps that we encounter. Sometimes it's the cost of trying to be sustainable, the impact that you're creating versus the cost that is being incurred, the convenience to the consumer, etc. There are several speed bumps that we encounter. How do you create sustainable solutions, mitigating these risks when you're doing this for business purposes and for the larger good? Whoever wants to begin with this, I'll leave it to you. Alok, would you want to begin on this?
So this is in terms of the challenges one faces while being on the agenda of sustainability. So I'll tell you in terms of, and I think the overall subtext is the supply chain, right? So we did a survey, our easy survey with our suppliers, and I think 395 of them responded. And there were multiple parameters, but I'll tell you the areas where they were lacking. At least the biggest areas. I think the 100% were on the safety as well as I think on the child labor. So there's 100% compliance. So, but in other areas, I think the the measurement of CO2 itself was not being done by a lot of, so there's lack of awareness on that front. The other element was not everybody was actually leveraging the potential of renewable energy. So that was the other aspect. So my sense is, I think there is a whole lot of education, and I think as, let's say, OEMs or other ecosystem partners, we should be able to at least be on the journey wherein we share best practices. So that's the mitigant part of it, saying, okay, all right, how can we? So we did that in our supplier conference, and the suppliers actually, and some of them were actually pretty ahead of us as well in some areas. So there's definitely a two-way knowledge transfer that can happen on that front. So that's one challenge. The other is, I think transparency is also a big element in terms of as you go on your sustainable journeys, you have to really be transparent with your achievement. So as Harbinder rightly said, not many people know in terms of the positives that's happening by different companies, and anyway, good news is not news, right, in some sense. So we have in our facilities, we have in 20 of our locations, we have Miyawaki forests. Now, I've joined Ashok Leyland from my consulting career a year back, and when I went to the plant, it looked very kind of different when you actually see almost like a forest kind of a setup. And I think there is a huge mitigant potential in terms of because of afforestation. So around 40% of our scope 1 gets mitigated because of our afforestation. And this is way earlier than actually when sustainability became much more, I think, pronounced and I think accepted as a buzzword. So there is a DNA from a company standpoint. So that, I think, again, transparency has to be there. I think we should celebrate the positive success as well. The other element, to my mind, where the challenge will come in is we are working to put a roadmap together with each of the business functions as well as our ecosystem, right? And I think everybody to be brought up to a same level of understanding of the critical elements. So our sustainability report, we have actually have a tagline called from compliance to competitiveness. So there are quick wins to be made wherein actually it makes business sense. So it has a double impact. One is on that you are sustainable, and two is actually it makes business sense on renewable, on wastage, on so many other things. So I think that's and we have to have the journey of making aware our product development, which I think has come out with superior products from a product stewardship standpoint, our operations, which are, I think, sustainable and moving in, I think they are best in class from a renewable standpoint. But the journey is still on. I would say that, okay, we have reached where we need to reach. So to my mind, I think it's a constant journey. I think we'll have to really be on that education, especially with our ecosystem partners. We have barely scratched the surface. I think vendors, we are starting to engage quite a bit. So we've done the survey. We are actually putting action plan with certain high, consumers of power, like our foundry clusters. We are actually trying to see how we can actually move them towards renewable. So I think we can go on, but I guess these are interventions and that can help mitigate those challenges.
Sridhar, would you want to share your perspective on how we can build systems that are resilient and can mitigate risk?
Sure, especially in the supply chain context, if you see, we have started off this journey for quite some time back. We done a course correction. We had a new strategy for 2030 with 6 key strategic pillars and 3 core foundational values. Some of it I've explained to you also in the earlier question. If I take a specific example, we were a carbon neutral company from 2017, and we are moving towards net zero commitment for 2030. We have eliminated more than 92% of scope 1 and 2. Scope 3, we are significantly working with the partners. So if I have to replicate whatever with a vision that whatever we are doing in a 4,000-acre campus to each of our supply chain partners, that is going to be a biggest challenge. Because, for example, we have several hundred acres of a green landscape, which is going to sequester my residual scope 1 emissions without purchasing offsets to get into a net zero mode by 2030. And some of these technologies we can deploy, for example, the type of water initiatives, waste management, waste to recovery, and the type of renewable material packaging, the green building constructions, all those things. But there are baselining when we have got into tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 type of suppliers from the type of criticality as well as the type of products and services. Majority of the things which I explained, in a way, it is relatively with over a period of time, collaboration and engagement, we have a roadmap of 3 to 7 years to implement it. The real challenge comes in when some of the suppliers who do not have certain things like basic policies. It is like where they are not able to understand what we are asking, the data management. Their work levels, they are very professionally good. But when it comes to sustainability, it is like we have to start from where we would have started from the beginning of the organization. So that is where there are challenges, because the only one challenge which I foresee over there is you will not have the same phase in which all the 3 tiers of supply chain will walk along with us. So we have to change our phase. We have to handhold certain people who are interested and starting the journey, and then fast track the people who are already crossed with us the journey for some type of time. So it's a decade-long journey, which we believe going to make everybody unique and inclusive. For this, we have taken 2 approaches to bring everybody unique as a combined common agenda. We have taken ISO 20400 as a guiding principles to bring it as a standardized across the supply chain, so that the type of handholding happens as per the procurement principles and also our own green procurement policy. And then we change like some of the parameters depending on their operations. The first thing is whatever they do within the campus, non-negotiable, it has to fall in line from day one. But what they are doing, different products, different customers, our journey is to make them, their organization also inclusive into the sustainable approach. So that is going to take some time. So we are also launching programs on sustainable transformation, behavioral change, which is our core foundational value for not only for our employees, for every stakeholder of us, so that it becomes a collective learning and collective journey. All these things we believe will clear some of this headwinds ahead. But I should confess, this is the toughest part of our 6 key strategic pillars: sustainable procurement, which handles with supply chain, because end of the day, we have to balance people, planet, and profit. Economic related questions also will come up from the vendors. We have to have policies accommodating the real challenges of the supply chain. So we have come today reasonably to an approach, strategy, and start implementing in phases. So this is one pillar which I think going to change the entire roadmap of our sustainability. And by 2030, when we come back here to this, the great audience over here, and then if we share our journey and then collective learning, this is something which we will take more pride, we believe, than all other pillars. All are equally important, but this is making us sweat a lot. So we will work towards it and try and do our bit.
And ma'am, at Group Legrand, what is it that you are doing to ensure there is resilience in the system and in the processes?
Well, see, with respect to the supply chain management, definitely it's kind of, I would say, resilient and robust structure we have to ensure to bring in place. So our sustainable procurement started, we have almost like a long time back. It's a 10 years framework we build in place. As I mentioned, 15% carbon reduction by 2030 is a commitment we have done on behalf of our suppliers. So naturally, supplier level, we are working closely in order to ensure that, okay, getting the commitment from the suppliers, some of the top suppliers, we work with the bigger suppliers to small level also. In India alone, we work with more than 3,000 suppliers. So we get 30% of 30% CO2 emission reduction by 2030. So we get a commitment. It's like a declaration document, but not alone the document. We work closely with them also to guide them how and what, because definitely I'm not naming, but he's one of the leader in the battery and all, but they're giving 5%. We said, why 5%? You are one of the major contributor. So they were giving some. So what we did was, as a team, our sustainable team and also procurement team, we did an awareness session. So now we are planning to more such kind of sessions with the supplier, which we felt it is, because survey, it is easy, they get just come, but know-how is important. So we as in the company, we have global leaders, we have European framework and all, but in India, it's all in the nascent stage. So everybody is in a baby step. So we need to tell them how to do, what to do. So for example, installing a renewable energy, for them, it's not very easy. So we tell them what are the low-hanging fruits can be implemented. So we also provide them the respective calculation also. This, if you do this, this will be your, so calculation methodology, everything, our team guide them, so that we build a slow and steady structure in place. That's with the respective with the supplier. So the transport, even for the recycling plastic I mentioned, so some of the plastics are not available. So we to totally as a team together, work together, identify the right material, and we support the supplier to build it and help them to do the validation and approval. So secondly, with the transporter, you know very well, we work with a lot of unorganized sectors, and however we wish to do the EV transportation, CNG, the limitations of the larger trucks are very less in India. So we have to go with this. So we work with one of what we do now, we identify that at least a lot of short trips and all, we identify and we convert into the CNG trucks. So there we get some low-hanging fruits in that kind of, because even though with the targets are there, we have to work with the existing structure in place, unlike the developed countries. We have limitations. So single-use plastic elimination is our goal, but we do not have proper alternative in India. That's the reality. So we have to work for that. So these all are the factors are in place, but at the same time, our team pull together. It doesn't matter, okay, nothing, but we are innovatively creating the system jointly together, collaboration with the transit courier industry. For example, we have 60% of our transfers happen through courier. So we give the education and we also give them the awareness how to support in this journey of sustain, because we believe, as I to end, our tagline, our motive, our mission is improving lives. So ultimately, our aim is to improving lives through these small steps, which is creating a better world for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You know, and the time's up. There's a blaring red screen right in front of me telling me time's up. And apart from that, the screen, I have the conference producer from there showing, giving signals that we should stop talking now. But, you know, my last note, it would have been a question because you touched upon the tagline that you are. And what reminds me is that what Simon Sinek says, that it has to begin with a why. If your why is there, your journey becomes purposeful. And if it is purposeful, that is when you will stick on to your journey and make it a continued effort. I just want to read out the 3 taglines. And what is very beautiful is, like ma'am said, that Group Legrand's tagline begins with improving lives. Bangalore Airport tagline begins
Sustainability vision.
Sustainability vision begins with touching lives, and Ashok Leyland's begins with transforming lives. You know, which is very, very beautiful because it just defines the purpose with which the effort is being taken on. With that, I'd like to conclude this panel. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us, sir.
Thank you so much. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let's keep the excitement upbeat. We all had taken a pledge today morning that our energy is going to be sustainable, right? We also have a very special session by our chief guest. He's all set to be here in some time. So let's keep our excitement upbeat. Right now, we move forward to a special keynote address. I'll just give them some time to do the setup. The next topic that we have is about plastic circularity revolution, the next big wave. If I may have the privilege of calling Mr. Angelo George, CEO, Bisleri International, on stage for this, please. Hi, sir. Welcome, and loud cheers. May the claps not stopping. Come on. Thank you, sir. Stage is all yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Businessworld, Anurag and Harvinder, for calling me out here. And thank you, audience, for being out here listening to some of the most interesting conversations. Before I begin, my informal initiation to circularity happened about 15 years ago on a trip to Nainital. We're traveling with family. Coming back from Nainital, we had a packet of chips, finished it, and a natural inclination to down the window and throw it out. My youngest son was sitting in front. He must have been about 10 or 12 years. He told the driver, stop the car. He got out of the car and stood outside and said, Papa, go and pick it up. So I said, listen, where do you want to put kachra? Is kachra better outside or inside the car? So he said, it's people like you who are educated and who are still continuing to do it. I will not get into the car unless you are picking it up. So shamelessly, I learned my lesson, went and picked up that packet and carried it all the way to Delhi where I lived in those days. And I think that is possibly the last time I had consciously littered. Now, the subject today is plastic circularity. And what is the next wave? I think when we look at plastic, the journey possibly started in 1907 with Bakelite switches, and 1913 when the PVC was patented by Augustus from in Germany, to 1973 when PET started getting commercially produced. And I would say the biggest leap of faith in plastic was in 1982 when a polyurethane heart was implanted into a human being. So plastics have come a long way. And as you can see, it's a very versatile material which is cost effective, easy to produce. And that's been the journey of plastic. It's become an integral part of our life, whichever way you look at it. From your seats in an aircraft to the toothbrush you'd pick up first thing in the morning, the touch of plastic about everything that we deal with. But there's a big difference, there's a subtle difference, I would say. When we're talking about metals, we don't say lead, iron, and gold are metals, right? We pronounce them by lead, gold, iron, and treat them differently. But plastic, I think, is somewhere there's a misnomer that you club all this into plastic. It is true, it's plastic, but I think there are different types of plastic, and your recyclability of these plastics are very different. I think that's an understanding that all of us need to imbibe. Maybe just because this product or this material is about just 100 years old, we might discover nomenclatures and names for differentiating them from one another. There is a sense that packaging possibly is the biggest contributor to plastic consumption. Not really. It's about 1/3 of it. But there is 2/3 which is going into various other aspects. Now, I come from Bisleri, and we are in the business of providing safe and pure mineral water. So it's not my intention here to defend plastic in any manner. We look at a packaging solution which enables our product to be delivered to consumers at an affordable cost. So these are the criteria we look at in terms of defining what would be the ideal material. It has to be functionally equivalent or superior, cost effective and viable for use, environmentally benign in some manner, and from a physical property standpoint, it has to conform to safety. And finally, sometimes people come up with these fancy ideas to me and say, sir, maybe Bisleri can introduce this particular packaging. And I discover this idea is great, but not scalable, or scalable at an enormous cost. And people are not willing to pay that kind of a money to buy your product. Now, do we know that just about this kind of plastic extends the life of a product significantly? And if you actually allow that food to rot, it's going to generate 5x more carbon footprint than what has gone into producing that plastic. So it's a trade-off finally, right? And people say that the mineral water guys are the bad guys. I think it's important to understand this slide well. Almost half the country, about 468 villages, districts to be precise, have contaminated groundwater. And if you look at the urban population, just look at urban population. Only 47% of them have a pipe delivering water into their house or supposed to deliver water into their house. And you've got 40,000 children getting impacted by diarrhea because of contamination. So mineral water or this pure water is a requirement and needs to be affordable to consumers. And when we evaluate the different options that are available for us, look at that. We need to take all this into consideration. What is going into processing, manufacturing, transportation, and the reprocessing piece. You look at the final carbon footprint that's coming out of every alternate that's available to us. Look at PET, look at a beverage, look at an aluminum can and a glass bottle. People say glass bottle is infinitely recyclable. United States produces about 12 million tons of glass bottle every year. Hardly 30% get recycled. And the rest takes about 1 million years to decompose. But believe me, it's not all bells and whistles for plastic, because this is staring at us in our face. And we generate in India about 3.4 million tons of plastic. And it's time that we wake up to do something about it. However, what's very interesting is that almost 60% of plastic in India, the plastic waste as we call it, and I would prefer to call it used plastic, gets recycled. And this is the per capita consumption of plastic. And you can see that India is about 11 as compared to 109 of United States. And the world average of PET reprocessing or recycling is about 30. And in India, about 92% of PET gets recycled. Now for the next wave of plastic circularity, because people have been talking about reduce, reuse, and recycle, right? What is that we require? If you have to move beyond that 60% and hit a 90% and lead the world in terms of recycling and reprocessing plastic, I think to my mind, there are fundamentally two things. A change of behavior in the way as consumers, we need to get humble to handle plastic, the used plastic, segregate it. And the next piece is about how do we value add and upcycle the plastic? And let me take you through that possibilities. I think 80% of littering on the streets, what we find is deliberate, intentional. Consumers, as consumers, we need to figure out ways of moderating our consumption, accept packaging, which is minimal, and try and reuse it. And post-use, dispose it responsibly. I mean, if you look at Indian population, we are a very value conscious population. Look at that. We keep newspapers so safe, it's cost getting you only 8 rupees. A PET bottle gets you 15 rupees, but your tendency is to throw it out of your house the first instant. Possibly the awareness about the value of used plastic has not gone into our minds. So that's about behavior. Second thing is about circularity investments. You know, as manufacturers, we have to conform to certain regulations of the country. And when we look at the landscape, we find that there's a lot of business which happens in this space. You can see the numbers. It's a 10.2 billion industry in plastic recycling by 2030. But however, as a practical scenario, when I look at it, the industry is concentrated in the western parts of the country, maybe towards the up center, maybe let's say a Panipat, a Gujarat, a Maharashtra, one odd industry coming up in Tamil Nadu. But look at a Kerala, a huge consuming state. Look at an Orissa, another huge consuming state. There are no recycling industries which can upcycle the product. They can degrade the product. So degradation is not about getting value from the product. So this is something for us to think about, that if real plastic circularity has to happen in this country to the next level, we need to create circularity investments in building infrastructure across the country. The next piece is about innovating to create those value-added products. Look at that. 21 billion bottles of PET delivering 1 billion t-shirt. How much is a PET per bottle? 15 rupees a kilo. What will possibly go into a t-shirt will cost about 80 rupees. And what's the price of a t-shirt which we buy? A good branded, nice t-shirt is about 800 to 2000 rupees range, correct? That's the potential for value addition. And we must figure out ways of making this entire process interesting. That's something which is already happening, but it needs to happen beyond the pilot stage, move into a kind of mass movement. And there are people who are, the well-known designers are adopting recycled plastic into their fashion. And not just that, that's my college mate Shankar presenting the Prime Minister with a Modi t-shirt. I mean, look at that. You can't have a better brand ambassador than Modi for plastic circularity, right? And I think government plays a very important role. It's been doing a lot of work. I think a very well thought out things have been happening, both in terms of the plastic waste management rules of 2016, or the EPR policy of 2022, or the legislation which has come out banning the straws and bags and all that in 2022. And there is also restrictions for importing used plastic. Now, that ensures that the manufacturers will have to seek out plastic from the domestic market, creating that pull. I mean, I just touched upon this earlier. We were talking to somebody why plastic is not getting picked up in a state like Kerala, for example. In Maharashtra, a producer, a recycler will pay you 15 rupees to collect your plastic. In Kerala, consumers have to pay 15 rupees to the guy who's collecting plastic. Think of it. Now, he has a justification because the cost of transportation from Kerala to a Maharashtra processing unit is significant. So there's no free lunch and somebody has to bear it. So unless that enabling infrastructure is put in place, it will continue to suffer. One very interesting thing that has happened recently is about this entire national green credits. It's about rewarding and incentivizing people for voluntary actions on waste management. So you get green credits, which are tradable in a platform like carbon credits. It's a slightly large subject. Maybe another occasion we'll talk about it. But they're creating a platform where incentivization for environment-friendly actions are going to be there, which are going to be tradable. So if as a company, I'm doing something beyond what is my regulatory obligation, I'll be able to trade it to somebody who's got to meet it. Interestingly, there are a lot of best practices globally. I mean, it's not just the developed countries you see on the right side, which are Germany, Norway, Japan. Japan, in fact, has moved into packaging for bottles which are pure PET. The bottle is PET, the cap is PET, the label is PET. Recycling, you don't need to segregate anything, just chuck it into the thing. It will go into the PET cycle. Or if it's HDPE, it's all HDPE. Make life simpler. But look at the examples from Bangladesh. You know, I used to look after Bangladesh in one of my earlier assignments along with India. And I used to wonder, a non-vegetarian country, there is no plastic bags, and people buy fish every day from the market for their consumption. They got used to it. They carry their steel vessels, cut the fish, put it into a jute bag and bring it home. They banned it and ruthlessly enforced it. Look at a country like Sri Lanka. I was there, in fact, last November, I think Unavatuna beach. The beach was clean and I was really impressed. So I asked the shack guy who's in front, I'm really impressed that your beaches are very clean. He said, no, every half an hour I send somebody to pick up the litter. I said, but why? What is your obligation? He said, the government fines me if there is a litter in front of my shack, because I have contributed to that litter. I thought that was very interesting. I mean, listen, Sri Lanka is not a richer country than India, right? But enforcement and behavior change can happen simultaneously. That brings me to our story in Bisleri, the industry story. Sustainability has been part of our DNA in some sense. We possibly imported one of the first plastic recycling machines in India. And I'm privileged to share that we are both plastic neutral. Actually, we collect more than what we put into the market. And we replenish more water than we take out from the ground. And we were one of the first FMCG companies in the country to achieve this. Not only that, just reflecting on the last year, there's a lot of design engineering which we have done in our packaging that we were able to reduce the virgin plastic consumption by 10%. There's a lot of focus in reusable jars that we have, which is about the 20-liter jars. That's a significant chunk of our business. And obviously, the earlier slide, you saw that we actually collect and recycle more. So we are addressing all these three. But I think inherently, we believe as an organization that we have to stimulate this change in behavior with consumers. And as a corporate, we also have a role. Educate people to sort waste. Because whenever you talk to a recycler, the biggest challenge is that how do I technologically, I don't have the technology to sort mixed waste. It's too cumbersome, too expensive for me. So unless it happens at the back end, it doesn't work. So this is what we do. We have an app where we tell consumers, we actually go to institutions, apartment complexes, and educate people that used plastic is not waste, it's money. If you don't need that money, give it to your housekeeping. But just clean that plastic after you eat the food, which comes to you from a container. Clean it and give it to the housekeeping guy. We will ensure it is picked up and sent directly to recycling, and we monitor the entire value process. The proceeds from this benefits either the middle people who are there or the rack pickers for whom we run programs. And it's done at scale. We are present, including Bangalore. 13 municipal corporations, we are active. And that's the kind of footprint that we have today. We have touched almost 6 lakh consumers, talking to them, educating them that we need to change our behavior and life can be better. I'll just play this, possibly sums up our approach. Can I have the audio? Sorry, can you load the presentation again? Yeah.
एक बूंद दिल जिंदगी है तुम, खुश सी मुस्कान है हर जगह है तुम, डगमग पंख है ऊंची उड़ान है तू, सारा जहां है तू, मंजिल के परे पागल बुलबुले, चल बचपन के तले वहीं तेरा घर मिले।
इस घर को हम प्यार से रखते हैं। बिस्लरी, greener promise.
So that sums up kind of what we do. And can I have the last slide, please? I think there are a few things which we can do as consumers. There are a few things which the industry should do, and there are a few things we seek support from the government, the plastic circularity, has to become successful. Consumers, it's talking about moderating their consumption and changing their behavior in terms of disposing used plastic. And for trade, it's about taking accountability, like I said, of any consumption happening in the premise. They should be accountable for sorting it and sending it for recycling. And organizations like us, we need to keep innovating further, providing one, reduction in virgin plastic consumption in the design, and secondly, create those innovations which will fetch higher value for the final product, which can be reintroduced back into the system. And from the government, it's a big opportunity for India to be at the leading level in terms of plastic circularity in the world. We're already recycling 60%. We can move into a 90% plus and set the example for the world. And today it's so much more easier because we are possibly the most digitally connected country in the world today, big in digital payments. So anything you want to reward and incentivize people can happen in that space. And the last one, like I said, my education was through my son who prevented me from littering. I think if you catch kids young, introduce plastic circularity in the curriculum, we will get the next generations being more aware that used plastic is a very valuable material. We shouldn't be throwing it out. Rather, we should recirculate it. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. Really valuable indeed. May I please request you to wait for a photograph? Do we have the photographer over in the house? Thank you so much. And the cheers can keep coming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we all have been waiting for is finally here. We have our respected chief guest inside the auditorium right now to tell you all a bit about him. KJ George, sir, is a prominent politician from Karnataka. He has held various portfolios in his career spanning more than 5 decades. He's currently serving as the Minister of Energy, Government of Karnataka from 20th May 2023 till present. He's earlier been the Minister for Large and Medium Scale Industries, Sugar, Information Technology and Biotechnology, Science and Technology, Commerce and Industry, Government of Karnataka from 6th June 2018 till 23rd July 2019. He's also served as the Minister for Bengaluru Development and Town Planning, Government of Karnataka from 31st October 2015 till 18 July 2016. Also, he has served as the Minister for Home Affairs, Government of Karnataka from 20th May 2013 till 29th October 2015. Prior to that, Sir has also served as the Minister for Housing and Urban Development for the Government of Karnataka from 1990 to 1994. He's also served as the Minister of State Independent Charge for Transport, Food and Civil Supplies for the Government of Karnataka from 1989 to 1990. If I can tell a lot more about him, Sir is also, apart from his ministerial position, he's also a respected member of the Central Election Committee, which is one of the most powerful bodies of the Indian National Congress. With due pleasure, sir, it is my absolute privilege to call you on stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we please have the loudest cheers for KJ George, sir? Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time out of your busy schedule to be with us over here. It's an absolute privilege. And now, may I please have the privilege to call upon stage Mr. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder, Exchange for Media, to kindly come up on stage and give Sir the token of appreciation. Can we have the token of appreciation, please? Let the cheers keep coming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. What a moment indeed. Absolutely. There's no GST on clapping indeed. Thank you so much, sir. The stage is all yours. It's a privilege.
Good evening to everybody. Welcome all of you to Karnataka, especially Bangalore. Mr. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman of Businessworld, Mr. Harvinder Narula, CEO of Healthcare Businessworld, all distinguished guests, delegates, and friends. I'm honored to have been invited as a chief guest to address the pressing challenges of our time. It is with a great pleasure that I extend a warm regards to all the esteemed dignitaries gathered here today for the Sustainable World Conclave. This event marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards a more sustainable and environmentally conscious world. As head of the Energy Department Government of Karnataka, I am actually aware the pivotal role the energy plays in both causing and mitigating climate change. Today, I would like to share with you our vision for a sustainable and resilient energy nature, the state. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is reality that we must confront head-on. Rising global temperatures, extreme weather events, and depletion of natural resources are all clear indicators that our current energy system are unsustainable. However, it is also a stark reminder that we have the power to shape our future by transforming our energy sector, by adapting to the challenges posed by climate change. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the critical need to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The energy sector is one of the largest contributors to global emissions, primarily through the combustion of fossil fuels for electricity and transportation. To address this challenge, we are committed to comprehensive shift towards clean and renewable energy sources. Solar, wind, hydropower, and nuclear energy, among others, will form the bedrock of our future energy mix. The Karnataka model. Karnataka's journey into renewable energy serves as a beacon of hope and practical demonstration of what can be achieved. The state has shown that transition to green energy is not just an environmental necessity, but an economic opportunity. It has attracted investments, generated employment, and reduced its carbon emissions. Karnataka's success underscores the potential for other regions and nations to follow suit. The Karnataka was the first among the southern states to notify the RE policy, the renewable energy policy aimed at an organized growth of RE sector. The state has 16 gigawatt plus RE installed capacity with more than 50% share in the overall installed capacity for generation. Karnataka RE system alone is greater than many European countries like Iceland. They produce about 11 gigawatt, Hungary 11 gigawatt, Slovenia 4 gigawatt, Iceland 3 gigawatt, extra. 2050 megawatt Pavagada solar park. Karnataka was the first of its kind and the largest in the world at the time of commissioning. Due to its focused efforts, the state is ranked a national leader in energy transition and has also topped B State Energy Efficiency Index for 2 years. The state has 2 policies in place now. While the new holistic Karnataka Renewable Energy Policy 2022 to 2027 focus is to achieve 10 gigawatt of additional renewable energy capacity by 2027. The Energy Conservation and Energy Efficiency Policy 2022 to 2027 aims to conserve 74 744 million units of electricity consumption across focus sectors by avoiding CO2 emissions of 6,10,080 tons and 454 megawatt of fossil fuel-based generation capacity. Karnataka is number one in setting up infrastructure for solar, wind, and other renewable energy sources. To an extent, 16,098 megawatt, that is 50.53, and including hydro, 19,898 megawatt, the total about 62.45% installed capacity across the state. This has helped consumers in large manner to provide uninterrupted power supply to consumers. Karnataka has 3 core plus connections across multiple categories, with domestic category having 62% share in numbers and 22% in consumption, whereas irrigation pump set is having share of 11% numbers and 34% in consumption. Along with renewable, it is high time to think about storage of electricity to mitigate these type of climatic changes. Since Karnataka is gifted with tidal source of power, pumped hydro storage, which is considered a mature and reliable technology for energy storage, and they play a critical role in ensuring a stable and sustainable electricity supply in many parts of the world. When it comes to the distribution side, the major impact on the demand during climatic changes is the irrigation pump sets, whose demands vary abnormally. To mitigate this issue, Karnataka is planning for providing power supply to IP sets only during the solar hours, either through off-grid solar pump sets or through feeder solarization. With this, the farmers will ensure of quality and continuous power supply during the daytime. I have immense proud in stating that Karnataka energy sector is immensely working towards mitigating climate sector challenges. All of the reason, the most of the committed investment are green in nature. Karnataka has great ambitions at 10,000 megawatt of renewable energy power is to be developed by 2027. EV ecosystem of the state will see dramatic rise to facilitate the EV penetration. Gigawatt scale of renewable energy hybrid parks are under development stage. 4 MTP ammonia hydrogen facilities under pipeline. Hydrogen valleys, hubs to emerge. Agriculture feeder solarization and agriculture pump solarization, utility scale battery systems to support variable renewable energy. Integration, a 3 gigawatt of pumped storage system under development. This is in addition to the various manufacturing sector development the current government has committed to. With proactive collaboration among the innovators, entrepreneurs, financiers, and government, we have to continue revising means and methods to drastically reduce CO2 emissions, fight climate change, and put ourselves on the track of sustainable growth. We would like Karnataka to be pioneer across the clean energy transition, decarbonization, and circular economic themes. And I urge all the stakeholders to support us in this transition. What I told, we already made several plans. See, the climate change is coming very fast. This year, we are facing shortage of rainfall. The rain, most of our storages, that is hydro, the dams and all, 50% empty. But still, we are trying to survive with the solar and wind powers. And also we wanted to, what I still remember what Rajiv Gandhi told. I was lucky to associate with him in Youth Congress. He told all of us, we missed the industrial revolution. We are not afford to miss this electronic revolution. He has proved it. Today, there are technology changes are there. The green hydrogen is one of the field we have to concentrate. That is the only way we can store and transport electricity in anywhere. And Karnataka, we are lucky. We got enough of resources to manufacture this green hydrogen because we got sea, we got cheap power solar, we got wind power also. That's why we can make use of these raw materials and we can make ammonia out of the air and we can store this, the thing. That's what already we got a very good team of engineers. They are working well. As earlier told, Pavagada, if anybody visit Pavagada and you can see how Karnataka in those days itself, you could able to concentrate on the solar energy. And while coming, I have seen, I was a Minister of Bengaluru Development. That time we got a big problem, big challenge is this waste, solid waste management. We started the thing, manufacturing or the composting the waste, but it was not that successful. Today, I am proud. I am also associated. Karnataka government is also associated. We are the final stage of this thing, a plant we are putting up to waste to energy plant. That is about 600 tons per day we can do. In the Bidadi, we are already put. It's going to be inaugurated within another 2 or 3 months. And if that is successful, we can think about putting more plants, about 5, 6 in Bangalore city, as well as other part of Karnataka. That will remove. It is not economically very viable because it will cost, but we can see that all our waste should be transformed into electricity. That's what we are thinking. Likewise, these pump and store facilities. Somebody told me that we can store the electricity. I was wondered because I'm only 3.5, 4 months old in this ministry. I'm a new person to the ministry. When they told, I was wondering, how can you store the thing? I was told only in the battery you can store. But they told you can recycle, repump the water which has already gone down using the cheap electricity by solar or the thing. That's what we are going to do. Our Sharavati Dam, we already going to take up that project so that we can store this water and within 5 or 10 minutes, we can start generating electricity. That's what we are thinking. And another 2, 3, the industry like Jindal also come forward to put their own the thing. Other people also, they are coming forward to put their own pump and store the thing. These are the pioneer things we are going to do. I think this is a challenge. The challenge we have to face. And Karnataka, we are prepared to face the challenge. And we got a very good technical team. So that I'm confident. And also we got a chief minister who in his time, and you got a deputy chief minister, he was energy minister. In that time, in 2013, we started this Pavagada industry. I think that I wish I can organize a visit. And first, when I visited, it was like a miracle. It's a sea of the thing. About 10,000 acres solar panel is there. And you can, about 2,000 megawatts they're producing in that park. And our farmers also, we are not acquired any land. We are taken on the lease. The same way, today we are thinking, because the farmers are in a very, they're shortage of power. They're always depending upon the power that we are thinking. I think tomorrow it is a cabinet, it is coming to energize the substation. That is the thing, that's what we are doing. With the solar thing. Every substation, we are going to occur 10, 15, 25, 30 acres of land. Whatever we can produce, we will feed to the substation and that will generate power for that area and sustainable power, minimum 7 to 8 hours for the solar we can give and quality power we can. And also we are thinking, this is all cushion B and C. Standalone pump sets, because if it is a nearby grid, we can give from the grid. Otherwise, if it is far away, it is very expensive to provide them the electricity. That's what we are thinking. Energize the solar pumps. So that there also with the state government and central government subsidies there. Anyhow, we are requesting our chief minister to increase subsidy a little more. So that From 1990, we are giving free power to the irrigation pump sets. Up to 10 HP we are giving. That's why our farmers are doing well, but we have to give more power to them so that they'll grow more the thing, food, grains and all the things. This is what we are doing. Of course, we have to open our eyes and see what the changes are coming. We have to prepare to adopt any changes coming, any latest technology. That also we wanted to go in coming days with the technology. I think this conclave, plus especially the business world, you are organizing the thing and you are having a very good editorship as well as a very good magazine. It was interesting to read your magazine. I think more and more people will be the thing. And whoever attended in this conference, I think they're all going to contribute for the future. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights. May I please request you to be on stage, sir? And I'd like to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and Founder Exchange for Media, Harvinder Narula, CEO, BW Healthcare and Wellbeing World, Mr. Angelo George, CEO, Bisleri International, on stage, please. We'll request them to be on stage to felicitate the recipient of the Hallmark Award. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th edition of Sustainable World Conclave brings to you Sustainable Business Leader of the Year. And the winner is... Can we have the winner, ladies and gentlemen? The AV. Samir Shah, Managing Partner, Peak Sustainability Ventures. May I please have the privilege to call him on stage, please. Loud cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir, and congratulations once again. This is a moment of pride. Can we please clap louder, ladies and gentlemen? All stalwarts on stage. Can we please have the group photograph as well? Perfect. May the claps keep coming, ladies and gentlemen. What a moment. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. This is an unexpected honor. Thank you so much. It encourages us to continue our journey in a more exciting way and continue our work to address some of the most complex problems in climate for India and the world. Thank you. And I take this on behalf of the team that has supported me for all these years as well. Thank you.
Congratulations, Samir sir, well deserved. And thank you so much, KJ George sir, for coming over here and taking out time from your busy schedule. It's a privilege and pleasure. Louder, louder. Yes, come on. Yes, that's the vibe. That's the spirit. Come on. We are now all set for the final panel discussion of the day. And I'll just quickly request my members over here to kindly set up the panel for the final session. And it is going to be, wo kehte hai na ki, end mein ekdam tufan machta hai. So I think this is what is going to be with this session. Great expectations from this session, such as the topic. And I'm sure we are going to be ending this lovely event with a nice note. Let's go ahead and let's make it a little faster, please. And to tell you all, the topic for the moment is reimagining hospitality for a sustainable future. For this, may I please have the privilege of calling upon stage Avantika Mohan, Community Lead, BW Sustainability World, Manish Garg, General Manager, Hilton and Hilton Garden in Bengaluru Embassy, Manyata Business Park, HC Vinayaka, VP Technical, EHS and Sustainability, ITC Hotels, Gaurav Sinha, Hotel Manager, JW Marriott. Can we please clap louder, ladies and gentlemen, the final session of the day. Our guests are here, so let's make them feel really happy. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the final session, the final panel discussion of the day. Avantika, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhajit. Thank you, everyone, for waiting for us for this panel. I am Avantika, the community lead for sustainability, and we have Mr. Sinha, Mr. Garg, and Mr. Vinayaka with us, the sustainable changemaker leaders in the hospitality industry. We are here to embark on a journey towards a future in a hospitality industry, which is driven by Atithi Devo Bhava, which means that they are committed to providing exceptional client services. And they're not just limited to that. They are also driven towards, I would say, the well-being of our planet and the communities that they are surrounded in. While the challenges are immense, there are multiple opportunities that are available to this industry. And with this panel, we hope to explore certain best practices, some innovative strategies, and the sustainable path forward that we're going to take for the hospitality industry. I would like to open this session with an opening note from each one of you. And Mr. Sinha, we would like to begin with you for that.
Good evening, everyone. All I can say is, of course, sustainability is something which we as an industry definitely is looking forward to expand and to make sure that all the people who are coming in, be it resident or a non-resident guest coming and using a hotel, are well versed with this sustainability and how much can they contribute to along with the hotel to give it back to the society and save our nature as much as we can. So we have certain practices, certain processes, and of course the certain equipments which helps us in contribution to what I'm saying right now. And we'll definitely, with due course of conversation throughout the evening, we'll be discussing those. So all I can say is good evening to you all very well.
Very good evening, everyone. Coming out of COVID, where hospitality was challenged, I think so the next biggest challenge for us is sustainability, how we evolve, how the industry evolves to make sure that we are becoming more sustainable. As an industry, we contribute around 200 million tons of wastage every year on this planet Earth. And the challenge for all of us is, how do we bring that down? How do we bring more community into our hotels? How do we make sure that we are giving more employment opportunities for the people who require it, and to be more inclusive with the with the immediate society, with the people, within the community that you work in? Those are the challenges that are there for us in the near and the far future, but we look forward to them. We have done a lot of work in the last, I'd say in the last 10 years, the industry has evolved, but I think so we have a long way to go as well.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Vinayak, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. I represent ITC Hotels, and Thank you, VW, for giving us an opportunity to represent this particular the industry, which is an hospitality industries. Hospitality industry is, today I was just morning hearing various other industries. There also, as I think, when it comes to carbon emission, carbon footprint, waste, I think, that hospitality or that travel and tourism industries was not very, very highly spoken about. Just to give you some data, about 8 to 11% of the carbon emission of the travel and tourism industries contributes to that. From the year 2016 to 2030, this industry is going to go about 85%. There is a growth. Just imagine this 8 to 11% what it is going to impact. In terms of waste, especially the industry, the hospitality industries, it is considered as they are creating a lot of waste because in the name of luxury, providing luxury service, etc., that was the thought. We actually recognize this as a hotels and ITC hotels about 15, 20 years back. That time, you are in a crossroad of whether to embark on a sustainability route or to embark on the luxury or the service-oriented route. Then we thought either taking this or that is not an option. We had to combine these two. That is the reason why our tagline today is responsible luxury. That means giving luxury services without compromising the Mother Earth. It is not only just a green wash, like morning few people were mentioning about. Each of these has been drilled down. If it is like this, a hotel like this, there's a power. We are using a lot of power. How much we can optimize, what technology we can bring. Fortunately, our guests also educate us because most of the guys who comes and stays in our hotels, they are also in that their field, they are experts. They educate us. That is also a learning starts. Second, water. A lot of water, how I can make it a zero discharge hotels. Third, on waste. Waste means I'm talking about everything, whether it is a biodegradable, non-biodegradable, etc. These are the three elements we took today about almost all our own hotels. Out of total, we manage about 100 plus hotels. All our hotels, about 22 hotels are LEED Platinum certified. 12 hotels are net zero or the LEED Zero carbon certified. 2 are LEED Zero water certified. So why I'm saying all this thing is, if you have a vision and when you work towards it, it is possible. If I say 10 years back, you say that, okay, I want to make a net zero hotel, the people used to laugh, impossible, but it is possible. So with this, I think I'll keep these sessions for some more deliberations on these subjects. So I'm happy to participate and share our experience and learn from you people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, I actually come to my first question for our panelists. And that is that given the mounting environmental concerns that we are surrounded with, what are the specific initiatives that your hotels are undertaking to combat those issues? Issues like food wastage, which is critical in the hospitality industry because it has a footfall of thousands of people in a day. So how are you managing that, sir? Mr. Garg, we'd like to go ahead with you.
Food waste is it's a food and beverage industry, and there is food waste. So how do we bring that down? And I think so food waste is a crime. Once you throw your food out, it's a crime. So there are multiple things that we do as Hilton and as an industry. One of the biggest and the most busiest restaurant that we run is a cafeteria. Staff cafeteria is the biggest and the busiest restaurant we run. One of the key things I think that it started around 10 years back in the industry is that we don't have dustbins in a cafeteria. Okay, so amount of food you take, you consume, and you'll be surprised on the kind of wastage that is there once you put the dustbin in your cafeteria, and once you remove the dustbin, the wastage that comes down. Hilton has a proprietary program called Lightstay, where we measure every single wastage, like water usage, food wastage, and we monitor it on a day-to-day basis, and there are targets attached with that on this much reduction year on year, day on day. So those are the two things that we do. Educating our guests is the most important thing, I think so. When I say educating our guests, I mean we have something called as in a convention center like this. If we were to do a meeting, I can pull out a report that will tell you, which we call as a meeting calculator, what is the carbon footprint of doing a meeting of this nature. Now, and then we give it to the organizer, and they can do what they wish with that. They can plant trees, they can contribute, they can, as their organization sees fit. So I think the first thing is measuring your waste. Food waste is to be monitored daily, is to be educating your team, very important. You know, how to you educating your chefs, educating your team on not to waste food, and hoping that the guests as well understand that food on the buffet is not to be wasted. Which I think so today's day and age, people do understand and understand it very well. So those are some things that we're doing on food waste.
Well, adding on to what he said, cafeteria is something where definitely every hotel really looks into in terms of controlling the wastage. So as Manish mentioned that, you know, the dustbins have been removed, but we do have somewhat similar, but we do a no dustbin day kind of a thing, and people who have been seen wasting food are fined. So these are the HR practices just to ensure that the team is very well worked and they respect the food and they don't waste. And moreover, in terms of the same in front of the house, when it comes to the guest, how we manage is we when we do our menu planning, we do a proper menu engineering in terms of the portion size, and also our menu also defines plates, like a large plates and a small plates. So people do understand before ordering the meal, they have an understanding whether they need to go for a smaller plates, or if they need clarification, the associates are there to help them, saying with the portion size, in which portion, how many pieces, or what is the. Normally what happens is and in a family restaurant, when you order just full portion, it can be good for one person, depending on his eating habit, and can be good for a family too. So that was the whole idea from where we came in terms of defining our portions. Then apart from that, what we do is we have installed a waste converter. So all our food, whatever we collect from every outlets and including our cafeteria, we have our in-house waste converter. Now this waste converter is of a 600 kg of waste, which gets converted into manure. Now these manures, what we are doing is we are using it in our landscaping along with these and if sometime when we have additional, we are also giving it back to those the small farmers or home grower kind gardeners and all, who do search and growing of their own vegetables and all for the small livings. They come and they take it from us. So that contributes to society as well.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Vinay.
When I say waste, food waste is one part of the whole waste, this complete that cycles. So if I speak about food waste, few of the things, when you are not knowing is how much I'm generating the waste. First is measurement. For example, a hotel like in Delhi, say ITC Maurya, you are not knowing that how much biodegradable or the food waste we are producing. First we thought of, let's put a weighing machine in their garbage, final things before disposal, let's measure it. This I'm talking about 10 years back. When we measured, we came to know it is about 3 tons per day. When we measured initially, it was 3 tons of biodegradable food waste was going out. When there is that too, when there is a heavy function, wastage is more. Then we said, okay, if that is the case, how I can reduce it? That there is a problem statement. Now they went to each of those outlets, like what he was mentioning, cafeteria, dustbin. There is the weighing machine. When the guy is putting his waste, he knows that how much is there. So he will be more conscious. So that each area, which is the maximum area which generates the waste. That was the point number 2 we started. Then even in the kitchen, where next to the dishwash, when the comes, for example, coffee shop, that ultimately when they clear, they put it in and next to the dishwash, the waste bin, whether it's the 2 types of bins, you know that how much is waste that is generating. That means guest is how much generating, by our staff how much is generating, which unit or which restaurant is generating how much. And once we know that, then what else? Next was sensitizing our our employees. That was the first thing. First thing was when they are taking the one, because the buffet systems, when they are giving it a portion control, they put a little bit. If they want, they can come for the second serving. Third, something called one bite wonder. Like for example, a convention center like this, and they were giving, and there is a, say evening, there's a cocktail dinner, and there is a bite size, how I can reduce it. That is the program we started in between. So today that 3 ton has reduced about 400 to 500 kg. That is the progress what you have achieved, but still there is a 500 kg. What are you going to do? There is something called, initially we started an OWC, organic waste converter, which was converting into what he was just mentioning to the biodegrade, or it is a manure we are using for our horticultures. Then what next? Instead of this organic waste converter, can I have a biomethanation small plant? Whatever the biogas which produces, I can use it in our cafeteria. Today, all our hotels has biomethanation plant. The gas is used in our cafeteria or in a coffee shop, so that my LPG or the PNG consumptions comes down. That is one part of the food waste I'm just talking about. Second is other waste. There is metal, there are debris, there are, where there is a plant and garden areas, those things. And there are even the bottles, plastics. When we did that, today about 99.3, which is an audited figure, each year we produce sustainability report. As an hotel, 99.3% of our waste we either recycle, reuse, or we reduce. Plastic is a big area, which because of the paucity of time, I don't want to take much of the time. Today, about 150 touch points, the plastics, single-use plastics have been eliminated, reduced, which is counting to about 2.5 lakh kg of plastics. So this is, when you once identify the issue, break down into small things and find a solution, it is achievable and it is possible.
Thank you, sir. Given the nature of the hospitality industry, I see there's a lot of scope for engaging people from different sectors, engaging different communities and the communities of our employees, the customers, and the local communities where the hotels are located. So I want to know, how are you engaging with those communities? How are you collaborating with those communities, empowering them so that they can also benefit from it and they can have a better livelihood? Mr. Garg, we'd like to go with you first.
For any business to be successful, we need to contribute to the society we work in. And that's true for anyone, be it hotels or anything else. Hotels employ a lot of people. The hotel of around 500 rooms will be employing around approximately 1,000 odd people. That was in pre-COVID era. Now the numbers have certainly come down. And there's an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives. We have gone with specially able people who cannot, while we have to be very mindful of health and safety as well, because in a hotel environment, there's fire alarms, there are alarms that needs to go on. So hiring people who work, especially able people to work in your hotel, and there are enough and more jobs. But the most important thing, something we started around 7 years back, and I opened the Hilton in Manyata, where we employ around 20 specially abled boys and girls. But the biggest challenge that I found was training people like me to work with them. It's not other way around. It is about me learning sign language. It is about me learning how to communicate to them. It's about me learning how to welcome them and about creating an environment where they do well. Just employing people is not enough. I think so to create an environment where people are successful. So teaching yourself and teaching your team how to work with specially able people is was the biggest challenge when we opened this complex. And that is an ongoing process, I think so. Continuously teaching us how do we become more effective in communicating with them. And there are enough and more opportunities in a hotel. There's jobs like operator where you can physically challenged person can be put, but you have to give an environment for that person to work. So it's about creating an environment for people to be wanting to come to work, and then creating an environment for them to perform like any one of us performs. That's the biggest challenge. But I think the first, it is about we educating ourselves how to work with them and getting the best out of them.
Thank you, sir. And I think that's really important that if we are able to educate ourselves first, then we would be able to educate the others, the people around us. Mr. Sinha, next, over to you.
Just to add on, we also as a unit and being in Bangalore, we have collaborated with certain NGOs for different, it's not only about people. So we've got associated with this NGO called Satya. So this NGO actually, all the underprivileged women who doesn't have a great background in terms of to spend money to learn hospitality, they are the ones who are doing these small skill job for them pertaining to the nature of the job, like it's got an housekeeping or maybe the kitchen or the service. And these people who can't afford the hospitality on a larger scale to spend and learn about it, these NGO at a very minimal price, they are teaching them and they have tied up with us. So we on and off every month, we support them by going there. Sometime our training manager goes and gives some training classes in terms of hospitality etiquettes and all. Apart from that, when their course, after 2.5 months, they'd send us those profiles that they are ready in case if you, and normally in our industry, we'll always have an openings for an associate entry levels ever. So we also go to these and we pick up people who come up to an understanding in terms of whether the person fits in, and if it does, which area he fits into our hotel. So that with that matter of fact, we have say about 15 or 16 people in different departments of our hotel, which is working. Apart from this, we've also tied up with NGO, which supports in terms of the abundant and the, those abundant animals. And also how do is we contribute, we educate our people, our guests who are coming in terms of the contribution, as in case if they would like to give donation, then there is a box where they can drop it or they can, and apart from that, all our waste and, the discarded linens and towels and all, whatever we have, we normally donate those rather than just throwing it as a garbage. We give it to them because they do a lot of these rescued animals, and also that helps in that ways in other aspect what we do. Apart from that, as a hotel, we are not only or as a company, we are not only talking about the diversity in terms of increasing more women power employees, but at the same time, we are also very inclusive. So we've got people from LGBT community and all who are working with us. And that's not only for a set, just for a namesake, but they are holding a great and a bigger portfolio in our hotel. And recently in the Pride Month, we did speak about, we went out and we made a nice on a social media campaign, we made a status about and did a nice video release in terms of how empowered they are and how comfortable feel when they are working in a JW Marriott.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll touch upon there are internal and external that communities. I think what this gentleman just mentioned about most of our own employees, which is there, whether it's a PWD or LGBTQI, etc., etc. I'll go outside the boundaries. Few of the things which as an hospitality, which we can take or which we are doing also, is how we can improvise the life of the communities outside your boundaries. For example, we have today about 60% of our energy come from renewable. As a group, as our hotels, 60% of energy come from the renewables. These are all by solar and wind farms. These wind farms and solar farms are located in a very remote areas. We used to have an issue of security, theft, pilferage, etc., etc. So we thought of why can't we engage the local community, give them an employment opportunities so that they can also work along with us. That was a very novel idea. We started in Maharashtra, very successful. Rajasthan, very good. Bangalore, Karnataka, good. Now today, all our wind farms are managed apart from the principal, the service provider, which is maybe a Suzlon, Gamesa, etc., etc. The rest of the things, whether it is housekeeping, whether it is security, whether it is maintaining small, things are done by the local communities. They have been engaged by us. That is one way of protecting. This is the win-win situation. They are getting employment. They are getting the belongingness. We are also getting in uninterrupted powers. So that's one. Second one, in few of the areas like in Agra and in Haryana, etc., we encourage the local farmers. They grow the vegetables and food, etc., and we directly deal with them. We directly take it to our hotels, which is called as locavore. Third is another engagement which we have started is the called Welcome Art, which is that means all the local artists, when they have something along with the famous artist, also we display many of these areas, hotels, local artists, their things, so their work. We buy, also have an exhibitions for them. That is called as the welcome art. Next is something called welcome art, and other one is the what do you call these artists? How we the budding artists, how we can encourage them. So there are many things, even including the defense service, the service people. After their 7-8 years of their youth, they're given to the nation. When they come back, there is a program for them. We can come and join our industries. So like that, we can contribute in many areas as a tourism and hospitalities, but you have to see which one fits, which one is more appropriate, so that both will benefit. It is not like something, we are giving some, we are getting and we are considerate about them. Actually, we are also gaining a lot from these initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Well, as we are drawing close to the panel, drawing to the close of the panel, I would want to know, as there was a TripAdvisor survey which was done, which said 62% of the consumers are looking for more environmentally friendly hotels. Given that, I would want to know one final thing that you're looking forward to in the hospitality industry when you talk about a sustainable change that you're trying to bring forward. So, Vinayak sir, will go.
Yeah. What I can see is that, yes, engaging the guest, employees, etc., that is one part. Second one is today as in travel and tourism. I'll not talk only the hospitalities. They also has to catch up with the nation's ambition, which is what the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister has set the goal to go to the net zero. Can we do it about 10 to 20 years before that, which is possible? By the way, whatever 2050 goal, we have, 2030 goal, we have achieved in 2023. If that is the case, can we do 2050 goal or 70 goal 10, 20 years before? Whether it can be a emission, it can be on water, or it can be on a waste. So that is the thing. We can have a vision and work towards it. Not only one chain or two chains. As a travel and tourism industry put together through a concrete roadmap and how to achieve those. So that is the thing that I think we can take it from this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garg.
Travel, tourism, hotels is a great platform because the number of people we employ So creating opportunities for especially able people, creating opportunities for people who are not in the mainframe of the society, and giving them a career path in that. I look forward to the days and when that number is more than 50% in the hotel industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sinha?
We've already got into where we have taken a step where we actually started putting across all the sustainable practices and whatever we can do as a leading hospitality chain. We have started doing as a unit. Being in Bangalore, we have done a lot of measures where we are giving back to the society where it comes. And it's not only limited to food wastage and all, but at the same time, even in our wellness center, in the spa by JW, the products what we are doing is all homemade. So we are using ingredients, and my therapists and all, they are producing those scrubs and different masks and all in-house. So rather than we buying tubes or buying products outside and then wasting it. So that's one. Secondly, we have created our own JW garden. Now this JW garden has got these basic 5 or 6 most frequently used ingredients or herbs, you can say, which normally we use it in our cocktails, in our mocktails, or just for a basic flavor adding to any cuisine. So that is actually getting grown in ours. And we have done a little hydroponic greenhouse where we grow all these. And at the same time, apart from that, we as a first Marriott hotel, we haven't actually gone ahead and spoken that we have taken our initiative by going plastic-free amenities in the room. So we anyways, last year, 2 years back, we installed our own in-house bottling plant for the water to eliminate the plastic bottles. We are going with the same through our banquet, because banquet again has got a lot of a larger water bottle consumption of a plastic, which we are looking forward to convert that also into less wastage in terms of plastic. And in the room where you see those basic dry amenities, which we still, a lot of hotels have got, and that is something where people are still working on how to eliminate that, one single-use plastic, and which we have managed to launch our own bamboo-made products, and keeping, as we were talking about, keeping that luxury quotient about our brand standards, keeping that in fact, even the packaging is like recyclable. It's to that extent. Very soon, by end of this month, we are consolidating all our best practices in terms of doing sustainable act. We will be putting, in fact, our car fleets have gone EV vehicles. So right from a luxury to a basic. So we have got, right now the numbers are lesser, but we are looking forward to convert that completely.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we come to the close of our panel. And I'm really thankful to all our panelists for giving us an insight into the hospitality industry, what it is currently, and what the future holds for us. I think it's been reinstated in the morning. Harbinder sir said that sustainability is not just a tick in the box thing or a to-do or a good to-do thing. It's a responsibility that each and every one of us needs to take up. So thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for them. The final session. I'll request you all to be on stage, and may I please have the privilege of calling Mr. Angelo George, CEO, Bisleri International, to kindly come up on stage and give away a token of appreciation. The token of appreciation is a really special one. It's a special mobile stand made up of recycled plastic. Definitely goes with the theme of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for this moment. Let's have the group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, we want the loudest claps when they are being presented the memento. This is certainly the perfect token of appreciation for today's theme. Lovely visuals. Thank you, sir. Thank you, respected speakers, panelists. I request Angelo, sir, to be on stage for some time. And may I please request Dr. Batra to come up on stage to kindly launch the special esteemed community, the bwsustainabilityworld.com. Dr. Batra on stage, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today. Loud cheers. This calls for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure. I'll request Dr. Batra to kindly launch the esteemed community bwsustainabilityworld.com in front of you all. Dr. Batra, over to you, sir. They are having the... Out here, ladies and gentlemen. A big one for BW Businessworld and Dr. Batra. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. And sir, if I may call you back on stage for the closing remarks for today's event. Thank you, sir.
Just want to say that, first of all, well done, Priyanshi and Avantika, for putting this together. To all my colleagues at BW Business who work very hard to put whatever we do in the best possible way. To all our partners, we did this in, we do a lot of things in the sustainability domain to be at the cusp of the business world and the sustainability world. And I can tell you, ITC hotels, when I passed out of the business school in '94, my summer training was ITC, and I used to be a young trainee in the EDR, and sustainability was being discussed even then in ITC. So ITC Hotels has been doing good work in this domain for many, many years. We do, every year we rank India's top companies on sustainability. It's called India's most sustainable companies. We have a partner in Dr. Minya Chatterjee of Sustain Labs Paris, who does it for us. She's a domain expert. Her team is a domain leader in that domain. But I think we need to do more. So hence, we've launched this community called BW Sustainability World, where we will, because in the main editorial product, the space for sustainability is there, but it's not there as much as it should be. So that's why a dedicated community. Thank you, Mr. George, for being partnering on this initiative. We do the same initiative in Bombay on 21st November at the St. Regis. It's a full day, and today we felicited Mr. Samir Shah of Peak Ventures, who has a stellar record in investing, and now Peak Ventures also, he's roped in Sanjay Nair of KKRS as his partner in his personal capacity and the family office of the Nairs to invest in Peak Ventures and do sustainable investing and do investing in ventures that encourage and enhance sustainability and, you know, ESG and climate finance. I didn't come in the morning. I was not feeling very well. I got cold and my nose was blocked. Couldn't sleep the whole night. So I had a small presentation which I had prepared for the morning. But if you can just show the, you know, I'll tell you about the, I was reading the Time magazine 2 issues back. And the cover of the Time magazine was the most important place on earth. Guess what is the most important place on earth, sir? Ironically, it's not a place on earth. The oceans. And the cover story dealt with how the oceans are going, you know, the space is shrinking, the fauna and flora in the ocean is sinking. And it said large mammals, large fish, the whales, the sharks, especially the whales, their excreta, when it hits this ocean bed, it is so powerful and it kind of absorbs the CO2 in a deep way. So the more the oceans are strengthened and the flora and fauna in that, it is actually good for the earth and human beings. And then it talked about how the temperatures in oceans are rising in North Atlantic Ocean and everywhere. And it was a fascinating cover. I read it, and I hope somebody gives it to Donald Trump that climate change is not a hoax. In Africa, this was the cover. I was at the India Habitat Center, and I had time. I reached early to meet a friend, and it was the cover, the most important place on earth. It's a lovely story, and it explained why oceans are very critical to the survival of the human race. And again, we worry about, a lot of other things, but if there is the biggest threat to humankind, it is the shrinking oceans. And last year I was at a UN conclave. My daughter was speaking, 9th April 2022, and the head of the Navy was there. And he talked about the fact that oceans need to be looked after because their temperature is rising, the levels are rising, and we are not worrying about it. It's the biggest threat. And when I read this cover story, I was reminded of his talk, and it kind of correlated. So clearly, we'll do our bit to be able to bring the consciousness, the best practices, the leaders in this space. These are baby steps. We are grateful to the Karnataka government and the Honorable Mr. George for being present today. I mean, his presence does add to our initiative. And as I said, these are baby steps. Avantika and Priyanshi lead this initiative. Priyanshi has been working on the India's most sustainable companies rankings for the last 2+ years, and hopefully will work on it for many years. She will also shift to Bombay soon. So just want to thank you. And Mr. George, I know everyone talks about plastics. I only got a glimpse of your presentation, but you were able to provide solutions and talk about what you're doing at Bisleri to address that. I can only tell that we also run a recycling conference and a recycling awards. There's a friend of mine called Mungo Park. He's Irish. He lives between London and Monte Carlo. He runs what is called Clean Tech Monaco, which is the world's largest prize for clean tech technologies. It used to be $1 million. It's more than $1 million. I don't remember how much it is right now. But clearly, the biggest issues are ocean. Biggest issue is clean air. We are approaching October, November, December. Air in Delhi can be a little different than the normal air. Right now, it's very pleasant in Delhi. It's possibly the best weather, and hopefully over the next 30 days, it will be the best weather. March and April and September and October are the best. They're pretty much like Bangalore. Can't be like Bangalore, but almost similar to Bangalore. So just want to express my gratitude. Thank you for being part of this initiative. And, I know it was the last session, but we have a large editorial platform. So the content goes beyond the room. So really, we have the ability to be able to take the message that is being spoken here. As you know, we also have India's largest editorial platform on hospitality, BW Hotelier. 20th, 21st at the Pullman in AeroCity, we have our annual India Hospitality Awards and Conference, IHA. Last year, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi was the chief guest, and we have a large focus on sustainability there also. It could be more, you could argue, but the fact is sustainability. When I acquired Businessworld almost 10 years back, I started looking for a partner to rank India's top sustainable companies, and I met a lot of people. And finally, 4 years back, when I met Minya, I first met her 10 years back, I discussed it with her, and we started ranking, and we've done 3 years. Priyanshi, you've done 3 years? This is the 4th year. Now the 4th year survey is on. And again, I can tell you when the results come out, the big companies and the big people call me and say, why the ranking? Why are we low? I remember in the first edition, Mr. Sanjeev Mehta of Unilever texted me, but why is our ranking low? why we are not in the top 10. And I don't want to drop names. There are other big, including your super boxes, who reached out to me and saying, why people on the editorial team were involved becoming better. So we would welcome any feedback. So as of now, we have 3 initiatives. The 4th year of the India's Most Sustainable Companies rankings, which we do with Sustain Labs Paris. The Sustainability World Conference, which we launched the 1st year. It's in Mumbai on 21st November at the St. Regis. And then the Recycling Award and Summit. And Priyanshi, what am I forgetting? You want to play the imam. And that's a book I read. I don't get, it's a free book on the net. You can, it's a almanac of Naval Ravikant. He tweets every day, very nice thoughts. And he says a lot of wise things, some out of practice, some out of observation. So I'd recommended this. I recommend that book. I also read another book. I'll send it to Mr. John. It's called Humankind. It's the brief history of human kindness. It's written by a Dutchman called Rutger Bregman. And it basically says human beings are very kind. It does not agree with the Hariris of the world who say, Homo sapiens are very, very unkind. They're competitive. They'll come to their base level of base thoughts and base feelings and emotions. And, over the last 200 years, he's done research and looked at every incident which has been used to paint humankind very selfish and very negative. And it's beautiful storytelling and anecdotal book. And he's gone and he's made the effort to go down and meet people who could give him data and stories and first-hand perspective of why they feel that humans are very kind. So it's a lovely book. It's called Humankind by Rutger Bregman. We'll gift it to you, Mr. I think that is the story. Thank you so much and have a good evening. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a fantastic audience. Thank you so much for your patience, time. You all have taken out time from your busy schedule to be over here. It's been a privilege hosting this event. This is an end of BW Business World Sustainable World Conclave 4th edition. The 5th edition is all set to get even bigger and better. Let's give it up for that. Thank you so much to the entire hard work put in forward by the BW Business World team. All my friends there at the console, you all have also worked very hard. Thank you so much. Special mention to Priyanshi and Avantika as well, I think, for today's event. And of course, special mention always for Batra sir and Harbinder sir. Thank you so much. This is your host, Shubhojit Ghosh, signing off. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you so much.